Hello once again, South Asia, and welcome back to the True International Saga, also known as South Asia Grand Arena, where the finest talents from six pioneering teams and nations, that is Bhutan, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, come for the gauntlet session here to get the international throne for themselves and that sweet prize pool, which is powered by Vista Games. And we gotta say thank you to our regional partners. That's gonna be LAT from Pakistan, NESBD from Bangladesh, MGC from Bhutan, God of God of Death from Nepal, Jen from Sri Lanka, and last but not the least, C3 from India. And with that being said, on the caster desk is going to be one and only Bolty and once again to cast your matches for this upcoming match against Bhutan and Nepal. That is going to be Onyx Paradox versus September 9.
Yeah. Tonight, once again, Balti, it is going to be the battle between Bhutan and Nepal. And yeah, as we've already witnessed yesterday in the first game, it was actually Nepal who defeated Bhutan. So yeah, today tonight that Bhutan, they will get the opportunity to take their revenge against Nepal and get more points onto their hand because they have to avenge their other teams as well. So they definitely have to put a really good matchup against Nepal there. So yeah, without the teams the what should I say, the bond from both sides of these teams, because there are two teams, right? Two teams from each nation. So tonight we're going to be seeing different teams from the side of Bhutan as well as Nepal. It's not the team which played yesterday, but it's the other team which is from the column number. From the group number B, right? If I'm not wrong, it's going to be group B. It's going to be Onyx Paradox, and it's going to be September 9th. We're going to be playing off against each other in tonight's first match itself.
Yes, it's going to be Group B for tonight, a party. And to the party, we have Onyx Paradox that are currently on the second phase of Group B. And if you see on the fifth place, it's going to be September 9. They didn't have quite, a nice start in those earlier phases. But right now, they're going to be heading against one of the best performers of Bhutan. That is going to be Onyx Paradox here. And hopefully, we could see if they can take the revenge for their new brothers, or still, is it going to be Bhutan this time around taking the revenge for the fallen RKO brothers? But anyways, here we are. It seems like the coin toss is going to be win to the side of Nepal here. As you see, September 9 are on to the left side and Onyx Paradox onto the right. And drafting session, it seems like Onyx Paradox are going to go for the Gatot band so far. But under that, drafting seems like it's going to be refreshing. But yes, we are on the dangerous grass, so I am thinking about seeing some Hilda picks. What will be your predictions for this ones?
Yeah, definitely the Hilda is a pretty good option as well when you're playing in the grass, because there are extra bushes in the map, and that can help Hilda quite well to heal up her HP whenever she's roaming around the map. But it also opens up a lot of potential for mages like Kadita, because they do rely on ambushing. So the bushes will be extra help for those kind of mages as well. Other than that, I don't feel like the map change would affect execution of the game that much. It all comes down to the player and their draft as well. So yeah, talking about the draft, the Bolty, we can see that as you've already said, that Bhutan, they have already banned Gatot, which is a pretty solid ban. I would say he's quite dominant in the current meta. Has been one of the highest pick roamers as well. So banning out the Gatot is pretty reasonable, but we also see a Lancelot ban on the side of Bhutan, which is just pretty solid as well, because the Lancelot can be really annoying if you do not have a proper counter for it. And if you're not going with a draft that can counter out the Lancelot, then it's gonna be a big threat. So yeah, they're picking out these high mobility heroes as well in the jungle section.
Yeah, and there we go. That is going to be also a utility first pick for the side of September 9, knowing the fact that they have banned out those tanky ones. But as for a first pick Jushin, yes, it is a very prioritized pick or ban hero in like the MPL stages. But over here, I don't really see Jushin being that significant unless for like the day number 1, where I think one team made use of. Actually, it was yesterday that. I think the day before yesterday, yeah, I was casting with Apocalypse, and one team was struggling against Zushin a lot, and they have to ban the what do you call it? Yeah, the Zushin as soon as possible. And right now it's gonna be September 9th, picking the Zushin for themselves. But on the side of Onyx Paradox, they're going for what? Okay, I'm gonna say this: Bhutan, they really love the Hylos pick, if I'm not mistaken, because I've been seeing them pick a Hylos in any kind of team synergy. Even if they go for the marksman gold lane, fighter gold lane, it's always the initiator as Hylos. And Peridot on the Hylos is actually a very good guy. I think it's one of his comfort. That's why they are prioritizing the Hylos a lot. But it is current meta. It can be a hit or miss, because I would love another, very hard crowd control heroes on towards the roam. But Hylos, it's just more of like a utility. He did have one crowd control, but it's just one, singular target stun. So not really sure. But here on the side, we do have another pick that's going to stop the tracks of September 9th for going utility jungle. That's going to be an Xborg pick.
Yeah, the Xbox pick is a pretty, a pretty favorite pick as well for Onyx Paradox, because we do see that they often pick away the Xborg to prevent the utility jungle. But whenever they pick the Xborg, they mostly play the Xborg onto the gold lane. So yeah, this Xborg might be a flex pick as well, because yesterday also we did witness there were 2 or 3 matches that there was an Xborg on the gold lane. But yeah, talking about the draft from September 9, we can see that they're going for a really high crowd control composition, and they have picked the Minotaur as well as the Yuzong. So it's looking really, I would say, from the side of September 9. They do have the Yuzong, which can be really helpful during objectives. With his Black Dragon form, he can easily zone out the junglers, go into the backline, and disrupt their positioning as well. And yeah, as for the Minotaur as well, a pretty solid tank, I would say. After the buff, he is a lot harder to kill, because whenever he uses his second skill, he gets extra heal whenever he's receiving damage. That makes him a lot more tanky as well. But yeah, talking about Onyx Paradox, though, let's see what kind of draft they come up with to counter out this composition of September 9. But yeah, Bolty, look at this. We are seeing a Lapu pick from the side of Onyx Paradox. I feel like this could, this could definitely be Xbox goal lane, Lapu, and they might go for an assassin as well here, because you do need an assassin to kind of put up kills in the early phases of the game. And yeah, you pick a utility jungle here, you will definitely have a very, very hard time against the Minotaur as well as the Fusion.
Yeah, to complement their picks, they go for the drafting on the second phase. Onyx Paradox took down 2 of the marksmen that can shred them from close range and long range. So carry is going to be close range, but for long range with the Sky Piercer, that's going to be a Granger with the Malefic Roar. Plus, if you go for the Sea Halberd, it does the HP, max HP. The more max HP your opponent has, the more damage you can chuck down. But right now, September 9 are focusing on the mid laner. That is going to be, I'm pretty sure, who was that now? Oh, Big Brain. Yes, Big Brain is also a very good mid laner. He likes to play pickoffs, mages as well. He can go with the Yif. He can also go with the he's like one of those mid laners that go for the Selena. So, but this time around, ooh, Hanya Cinta Malam. It's finally coming back again. It's gonna be the debut pick for Sicilian for Onyx Paradox, and it seems like Aaron Ski. We have seen him play. Me and Debbie, when we were casting, we kind of doubted that he would not like to go on to the gold lane fighter, but he picks an Xborg. He was doing well with it. Almost got an MVP for himself as well. But yes, he's going for that again, but not picking the gold lane marksman. So under that, we did see the CC and the Joy coming up. So looking interesting so far. It seems like September 9 are actually both of the teams are going for a jungle assassin, because of the fact that there is dangerous grass. So it will complement these junglers a lot, the fact that they have to go for the element of surprise towards their opponents. So overall, both of these contenders justified draft.
Yeah, I would say that the draft is really good, but September 9, I do feel like their draft is a bit more threatening because they did get their hands on the CC as well. And the CC, once she connects her curtain coil, she can deal a lot of burst damage. And yeah, the Sicilian might be in trouble if he gets caught up with that.
That's very true, and this is going to be the first match as we jump in straight to SAGA South Asia Ground Arena, where the first match is going to be against Nepal versus Bhutan. September 9 onto the blue side and Onyx Paradox on towards the red. And this is going to be your casters, Bolty and Wands, to cast this amazing match that's going to be coming up to exhilarate you, especially Bhutan and September 9, Onyx Paradox. And here we are already getting the pause, the very first pause of the game. Didn't want to say pause meta because we already got the pause since yesterday when we are, taking the detour around what's actually happening. But for now, the emblems have been shown as well. There is Serap actually going for the temporal rain. So I think it's good to go for the temporal rain instead of the lethal ignition on towards the joy, because you want to be cycling through your first and second, your Leonin crystal and your dashes. So a good way to complement, especially when you're gonna go for the electrifying beast, and the fact that you can spam the first and second easily after you've hit the electrifying beats. It's also a good utility, but onto the side, it seems like Onyx Paradox are actually looking for a mid lane late game scaler, because they do have big brain onto the Sicilian. And if you see, the Sicilian is only like the late game hero that scales well, but we have Arensky on towards the gold, which can kind of shred down, I would say, Sandesh on towards the Minotaur, and also Omega Flow. That is actually a very good player onto the Yuzong, if I recall seeing him play. So that is also a very nice draft coming to the side of Onyx Paradox. But on the side of September 9 ones, what are your guesses that who is gonna get this, first objective place on, like, what hero will be the main goal on the earlier game?
Talking about the draft, I feel like September 9, they have higher chances of securing the objectives because they do have a really high crowd control composition. They do have the Yuzong, as well as the, Minotaur. So that is a very high crowd control composition, and it seems like I am not in the screen. So let me just fix that 1 second.
Yeah. Juan just go in, peace out in front of me. Kind of sad, but at least his voices in our head still remains, so that's good. At least we know that Juan is not dead. on our years. Oh, there we go. He finally got revived. He respawned. But he actually made a blunder. I think the first blood here is gonna be Juan's, the fact that he was gone already. But still on the voice comms, yeah. Anyways. It seems like we're going to be having a redraft because of the players complaining that they didn't have the server that they actually were meant to play on. So it's going to take a few minutes. But other than that, we see the draft so far. I think they're just going to skip straight away the draft without changing anything. In terms of the drafting, I think both of the teams are very happy with their draft for this game number 1. But on towards the edge, though, I really like the draft on the side of Onyx Paradox because they have that late game potential. But don't forget, they also have a Joy, which is going to bully their late game potentially. That's going to be a Sicilian. Big brain on the Sicilian. He needs to watch out. Onyx Paradox, they have to guard their mid laner with their life. If not, scaling on the late game is going to be very hard to get those 500 stacks on the Sicilian.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very rare, right, that we see 500 stacks on a Sicilian. Mostly it's around 300 to 400 at max. It scales up to 30 minutes. So that's the average Sicilian stack that players they can get in merely 30 minutes. But talking about the draft of September 9, I do love their composition because they do have that high crowd control, as I've already mentioned.
Yep.
And they have that Yuzong. So that Yuzong is going to be a bit of a problem for the Sicilian when he's trying to help out with the objectives during the turtle and the lot, because the Yuzong is definitely going to dive into the backline and disrupt their positioning. And as for the Minotaur is always going to be there in front of the vision, protect her, whilst she just dish out damage with the Lantern Flare. And as for the Joy is definitely going to go in once Onyx Paradox they have exhausted their crowd control. So the Joy is basically just gonna wait for an opening, and that is when she sees that opening, she's just gonna go in and burst down Cillian or the Xbox as well, because the Xbox early game pretty squishy against high burst heroes, especially heroes like Joy. So the Firaga armor would not be a problem for the Joy to burst down. But as for the late game, I'm pretty scared for the late game because they do not have a late game composition hero onto the side of September 9. They do have the CC onto the gold lane. But yeah, the CC is still a fighter. She does not have that burst potential. Obviously, she deals a lot of DPS with the help of the Curtain Coil and the Yo-Yo Bliss. But yeah, the Kras can always come in the scene and reduce the damage from the skills as well. So yeah, talking about the game, I feel like late game might be winning point for Onyx Paradox because they do have a win condition for the late game, which is the Sicilian. So as you've already mentioned, they have to protect the Sicilian as much as possible in the early and mid game. And yeah, throughout the late game, just let him dish out the damage with the bat and pack, and let him Hanya Chintagamaram through the Land of Dawn.
Perfect way to say it. I think False would be proud because that was Indo Bahasa. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. All right, then. Yeah, you did mention about the Yuzhong going to the back lines. Yes, of course. It's going to be, I think, Joy and Yuzhong marking the Sicilian as always because they're not gonna give Sicilian that breathing time that he needs to farm up the items. Well, sure. I think Sicilian could go for the Elegant Gem. Plus, with the, let's say, with the glowing one as the first item instead of going for a full Clock of Destiny. But some Sicilians, they don't actually like to complete the Clock of Destiny. Just put it there with the Elegant Gem. But he's gonna need that mana regeneration. So he might go for the Demon Shoes. But then again, if he can go for the Arcane Boost with the, because Arcane Boost right now, it actually gives magic power. Yeah. Instead of just penetration alone. So that's also a very good addition that the way the Arcane Boots is reworked. But other than that, I think he picked the common emblem, right? So his hybrid regen on the mana could also play as a good factor, even if he does not have a huge chunk of the mana, which actually increases the higher the cap of Sicilian mana, the more damage he does. But other than that, the regeneration is going to be full. But if he goes bat impacting more than 3 times in the early game, he's gonna run out of mana very quick. But he also needs to stack up his blood stacks as well. So it's very like a double-edged sword when playing as Sicilian, because you can do really well on the early game, but you can also throw a lot in the early game because of his squishiness. But once he has his bad feast, that is where he becomes a bit more harder to kill, and also he regens as well. So yeah, something to watch out for September 9. But yeah, the early game potential for September 9 is actually very good because the Joy definitely might go for the Stobble comp. But we did say that Hayabusa is kind of like a counter to the Joy, because even the Joy has the dashes, but the shadow kill range is too long enough. Even the Joy try to dash out, if he's not close to any of the creeps, still gonna latch into the Joy. So ultimate can basically shut down the Joy. So this is looking good for Onyx Paradox, honestly.
Yeah, I do feel like the Hayabusa can come into play in a lot of scenarios as well, because the Hayabusa definitely has the 1v1 potential against the Joy, can easily burst Joy down, as well as Fusion. But yeah, talking about the Fusion, though, we did see the emblems. The Fusion is with the common emblem, and she has taken the emblems, in the second tier and the third tier, which is the Brave Smite and the Tenacity and the Brave Smite. So that is going to provide a diffusion with with extra defense in the early game. So if she pairs that that with a few defensive items, Hayabusa will not be able to burst her down quite easily. She can basically buy the piece from the Anti-Karas, which is the Dreadnought armor. She can just pair that up, and the emblem, the Intensity and the Brave Smite, that would be in for the to survive the combo of a Hayabusa. And also the Crimson Beacon is always there to provide that extra dash and the extra shield as well. So I feel like the the Zhu will definitely be there in the early phases and mid phases of the game. But yeah, even if she goes for a full mage against a Hayabusa, it's not going to work because a full build Hayabusa can still melt a squishy hero even if you have a full anti-Karat.
Yep, that's very true. And also, I would love for the Jushin to go for the Flicker because there is always a chance that you can escape the Hayabusa Shadow Kill with the Flicker as long as he does not use his slow or Retribution. But most likely, Hayabusa, they like to go for the Flame Retribution, which only steals your damage, basically. So, nobody really pairs it up with Ice Retribution unless you're very desperate and you want to actually hit your Shurikens, your Shadow Shurikens. But other than that, how do you say it? Jushin picking up the Dreadnought armor is gonna prove very good because once most of the physical damage dealers on the side of Onyx Paradox, they have skill-based physical damage. So Hayabusa has also skill-based. Same with Lapu, same with Xborg as well. So yeah, it'll be a very good thing that Jushin can also go for the anti-caress, right? It would be better, but he also have to watch out for the late game damage. That's incoming late game damage when the Sicilian, let's say in this scenario, he's gonna pick up the Holy Crystal. So other than that, I think the Jin also kind of complements the pick here. The fact that she is going to be bullying the Hylos a lot. We're talking about a lot because if you can conserve your energy, not your energy, but your mana, you can be a menace in the battlefield as a Jin. So Jin can also be the saving grace of September 9 if they played out good. But don't forget, there's also a CC on their side. So I think it was a CC goal, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, it was a CC goal, definitely. Yeah, that is gonna be a rival against. I'm pretty sure it could be Xborg. Yeah, Xborg. So what are your thoughts about Xborg going against the CC?
I feel like the Xborg against the CC is pretty risky because the Xborg, he has like 2 HP. One is the normal HP and one is the frag armor. So once the CC, she has burst down the frag armor, she can easily bully the Xborg because you do not want to fight against a CC once your frag armor is bursted down. So you definitely have to watch out for the CC because CC is such a strong fighter in the meta. She is so tanky, she has so much sustain, and on top of that she just has insane DPS on her skills. So the DPS will come in very clutchy against tanky heroes as well because always pair up the CC with a War Axe, and the Yo-Yo Blitz, it helps you to abuse the damage from the War Axe, which is the true damage. So even if you go defensive, the CC can still be very, very very, very threatening. But talking about the Jujin though, I feel like if Jujin, she goes for a semi-tank build in this game, she is definitely gonna shine. Because me, personally, when I play the Jujin, I love to go for toxic builds. You know what I build on the Jujin? I go for like tank build mostly because I love playing Jujin as a support because she has a very low damage, I would say, on her skills, which is the Crimson Beacon, especially. Not the Crimson Beacon, my bad. Mountain Flare, because it takes time for you to dish out damage and to also put up the stacks. So when you have a tank build, you can sustain the damage that you're going to be receiving while you apply the stacks. So that comes in very handy. I like to go, for a shoe, followed up by a Holy Crystal, then maybe a defensive item all throughout the build. Probably maybe I could go for a Anti-Grass if there are too many skill-based heroes, or can definitely go for the Dominance Ice since even the Dominance Ice is really good in the current meta. It has Receiver buff and it provides extra 40 hybrid defense if 5 enemies are around you. So that is a lot of defense just from the Dominance Ice itself. It also has its own stats which give you extra HP as well, and not to mention annoying live beam effect as well.
Oh yeah, yep. Glowing Wand on the Jushin, must have, because we're talking utility mid lane, so you need to pick something that deals the most utility. That is the live bane effect, anti-heal in this game. Those days when anti-heal wasn't working against a Florin. It was that meta was actually very toxic. Everybody would be spamming the Florin, or either you pick or ban the Florin, because that bloom here is so toxic. But anyways, I think we're not supposed to be doing this kind of service, because that's international, or I would say the tournament norms to not read the chat. But we got to do something at least, because this drafting has been taking a little long. But yes, this is Kongming official. Say shout out to both of you. Yes, shout out to Kongming official as well. And also we got a question from 9Zeta here. We say, whom are you supporting in this teaser tournament? Once I'm gonna give that question to you.
Oh, okay. Man, Bolty, you just threw me under the bus there. You just asked a very deadly question. But yeah, talking about the teams, I would say there are these teams, these nations, they are so good that any of them they can win. So it's really hard for me to predict who's gonna win. But personally, I would say that I'm gonna be supporting a team. Let's say, I mean, I'm Indian, so I should definitely say that I'm gonna support Indian team, which is Armageddon or Shrine. But I'm not biased, so I'm gonna go for team Chaos from Pakistan.
Oh, okay. Chaos from Pakistan. Is it because you've casted their games once?
I've not casted a single game of team Chaos tournament.
That is very interesting. The fact that bro just went in and said, I'm gonna pick a random team, I'm gonna stick with them. Kind of like a Mirko, like the fact that he's always glazing BTR, even though BTR was not playing that great on the MPL stages. But anyways, good to know. But as for me, I actually have a lot of favorites, honestly. But I'm gonna give it to Larry, because Larry have been from Nepal, because Larry have been performing very good in this group stage so far. They have 5 points. That is the highest among all the other teams. If you see, they're like out there outperforming everybody, and also they really have a good synergy that can kind of outshine any kind of composition. Even if they had the one loss on their hands, they could always come back and still win the game and turn the entire favor to their side. Being experienced their games a lot, even yesterday, where they were playing flawlessly. And other than that, I think yes, my second favorite would be Onyx Paradox here, because I'm a huge fan of Arensky, because this guy is so talented onto the Granger. And I did have my doubts that he was going to be only a gold lane marksman player, but he also proves us wrong with his export, which we're going to be seeing in this match. So I think I'm going to let Once do the judging of that.
I mean, Arensky, he is he's well known for his marksmen, such as the Granger, the Moskov, and the marksman as well. But it is so you always have to be flexible with your picks as well. You cannot always stick with marksman. So I feel like players are able as well to switch up their heroes and go for the fighters instead. But yeah, Balti, nonetheless, though, look at this. We are straight into the game, and we can already see that and there is a lot going on.
Yep, very true. Into the Land of Dawn we go. Sorry guys for the wait, but oh, never mind. Seems like we're gonna get another surrendering session here. So I guess back to yapping this, or back to reading comment sections. Maybe, right? Once, and even Once also respawn again. Like Once, every single time the game start, you can be getting first blood, bro. Like you can't be getting first blood. Come on, man.
It seems like whenever the game starts, I'm the one who's dying and spawning once again, right? I just disappear and then again.
Yeah, that very short cooldown when you get the first blood within like a minute, and you instantly respawn, just like Afaramis on the full stacks of his passive, instantly reborn even after 15 minutes of the game. pretty deadly. All right, but it seems like, I guess they on management side, they've called for a break, a rest for 5 minutes. So we will be back, guys. Don't go anywhere, because this fight against Onyx Paradox versus September 9 is gonna be the one you don't want to miss out. So stay tuned. Alright, welcome back, South Asia, back to the True International SAGA, and we are going to be heading straight to game number one. No introduction as because the fight already steering onto the mid side here. We are seeing some lantern flares by Lilim, pulling down some of the members of Onyx Paradox. But September 9, it seems like they're gonna have that first pick on their time of the round. But with that being said, guys, it's gotta be on the dice as Bolty and Wans. As Bolty will go for the hype cast and also once as analysis, and already a first hurdle onto the side of September 9 because they have the early game advantage. We've already talked about the Joy being an absolute menace on the early game, and this could be a very easy turtle for the side of September 9.
Indeed, Walty. But yeah, talking about the game though, it seems like for now there's not much going on. It is just going to be teams farming up for now. A lot of ping issue, and finally it's resolved. But yeah, we can see on the map that members from the side of Onyx, they're going for the gang onto the Yuzong there. It seems like they're trying to get their kills, their hands on him. Oh my goodness, they're so aggressive. The Lapu Lapu already popping out the bravest fighter just to threaten out the Yuzong there.
Yep, indeed. The Yuzong being threatened out kind of a bit, but the Lapu kind of be winning that Yuzong session because, of course, the one and only, I think, Kejangsky is going to be on to the Lapu Lapu, which, if you pair it up, I think he already has that level 4, so he has the bravest fighter, can comes and rotate and just go for the turtle fight, but the turtle fight was going to storm again on the bot side because that is how the tournament norm goes. Because the second turtle always spawns onto the bot side, if I'm not mistaken. Because I've watched, the tournaments very carefully. It seems like no one's Fury bonking onto one member. That's gonna be Sandesh there, and also Peridot. It's gonna be Kazanski, gonna be dropping the Landcaster once again. Then we got comes in with the Kakashi. Gotta go for the. I forgot now. I wish I was a Naruto fan, but basically, I think his skill was. I don't know. Do you know once?
I mean, I do not even watch Naruto, so I don't know. But I feel like it was some skill related to a ninja because Naruto is kind of a ninja as well. But I don't really know about Naruto much. Don't kill me, chat, just because
I think it was the Chidori or something.
Probably. But yeah,
Right.
look at this. The first turtle of the game is already up, and Onyx Paradox, they're already taking it down. But members from the side of Nine are coming up as well.
There's a blasted stat to be used by Uritzky. Also, the glory spot to come, but the Black Dragon gonna be forming up. The first Black Dragon is gonna take that first blood onto Uritzky with Sarab, equalizing the trade with taking out Kazemski also. So that is going to be 2 deaths onto the side of Onyx Paradox because they were not careful enough. They got backstabbed by Omega Flow here, and that is also going to be a free turtle, a turtle shell for the side of September 9.
Yeah, indeed. That was a really good trade for our team here. Well, but man, look at this. Hayabusa being quite aggressive on this. But yeah, just gonna go back to the farming. But on the bot there, we can see the Lapu Lapu being really aggressive. Defend off the turret with his ultimate. And yeah, that is a Rhythm of Joy being popped by Tarap as well.
Yes, once. But as you can see, Big Brain has been farming stacks for now. I think it would go for at least 60 to 50. Nah, let's put it on the 50 stacks, I think. But on that, on top side, Super GTQD also likes going for the gold lane fighters. But I've been seeing him, I think, go for the carry as well. And the carry is very popular pick in this tournament, because of the fact that they know that this meta kind of switches on a brawly and tanky phase, and the carry is just a perfect specimen to get rid of that particular meta. But other than that, it seems like both teams are going to go smooth sailing onto this mid lane. Both of the teams are clearing that mid lane way so that they can provide that rotation, hopefully on the destruction of the tier 1s. But on bot side, it seems like there's gonna be a Peridot here going a bit too ham inside, but Lilim and Sandesh it's always the roamer and the mid laner that has to stick together for a perfect rotation. But other than that, Big Brain has to enrage indeed, has to stop Lilim from going too close to the Lantern Flare, but there's enough verdict time to go and clear the lanes as well.
Indeed. I mean, the Sicilian against the Zhuzhen is quite good because of the range. You can't really go in for the Sicilian and stack up your stacks on him because he just has way too much range. Can easily outrange you. But yeah, talking about the game, Balti, look at this. The turtle is switching right back onto the top. And yeah, it's gonna be spawning in about 7 seconds. It seems like all of the teams are marching their way to the turtle, and they're gonna be contesting for this turtle once again.
Indeed, this is going to be the third turtle for this time around of the tournament on that 6-minute mark. And both of the teams are finding no pauses in taking this turtle. But it's going to be Bhutan this time having a bit of the edge of the turtle fight. Kazangsi is going to go in with a weighted fighter, misses the Landshaker. Here comes the entirety of September 9 crashing down to the side of Onyx Paradox as they are trying to get at least one kill. But unfortunate, but Demigod still going to go for the Chidori, but he actually didn't do much there because he still kind of lacks the enough stacks or the ninja stacks he can go have with the ultimate, that is the shadow kill. And Kazanski also been forced out of his, bravest fighter form, and that is going to be another turtle win to the side of September 9 without any trades going so far. But yes, Sarab would get the third turtle with Onyx Paradox contesting none for any turtles.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, Bolti. They have so much, they have so much map control. Team September 9, they have the Yuzong, man. The Yuzong is always there to zone out the members from the side of Onyx Paradox. He is just always diving into the backline and shredding the HP, but there we see the Lapu Lapu again using his ultimate just to defend out his turret and prevent it from being taken down. But onto the bot here, we can see Demigodzilla onto the Hayabusa, not actually connecting any shadows or shuriken, but will be backing off for now. I feel like they really have to rely on the Sicilian for the late game because they don't have any hero that can carry them. And as of now, Demigodzilla is a bit behind farm as well. He does not have any kills, so he can't really snowball. And yeah, he can't even go for the Jujin because the Jujin and and the Minotaur is always sticking together. Our guy Sandesh and yeah,
Oh,
wow, Willem. Oh my goodness, another
boss
pause.
meta. Boss meta once. But if you check out the gold ranking, it seems like Super GQD have been avoiding fights and more focused, I think, onto the farming. We did say Super GQD kind of switching lanes on the bot side. It seems like that Yuzong has gone to top, and you see GQD on the bot side here trying to go for a one-to-one with the Xborg. It seems like both, not exactly both, but I think, yeah, both of the EXP and the gold laners have switched their lanes so far. But if you look at the items right now, in terms of gold, I think September 9 have the gold advantage. So you did see the Shin going for the elegant gem, and I think he's working onto the Sky Piercer because they are definitely gonna need that if they want to take down this tanky heroes like Alapu and the Hylos. But other than that, ones carry on.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the itemization, though, the Jujin is being quite aggressive. They know that, they have the advantage in the early phases of the game. So they're going on full aggression. The Jujin pretty smart, going for the Elegant Gem. Trade up for the glowing one, and now for the Sky PSA. I feel like the Sky PSA is a very important item in this game, considering the fact that Onyx Paradox, they have so many tanky heroes, the Lapu Lapu, the Hylas, as well as the Xbox. So taking down these tanks when they're low on HP is going to be pretty easy with the help of the Sky Piercer, and that puts out the option of outplay out of the picture there because of this Sky Piercer. But talking about Onyx Paradox, Bolti, right now they can
Yeah.
only play safe and they can only farm and let the Sicilians stack up the stacks because they can't really do anything against this composition. The Yuzong too aggressive. The Sicilian having a really hard time to position himself against the Yuzong in objective 5 and team fight as well. As for the CC just being way too annoying as well, just always dishing out so much damage. And man, their composition overall is just so annoying, I would say. And Onyx Paradox, they can't really do anything this time around though. So they really have to rely on the Sicilian as much as possible.
Yeah. Very true. Sicilian stacks needed. And you did know and did remember that September 9, they barely have any late game scalers. So they need to end this quick. They have to kind of end the game within the 15-minute mark. If not, Sicilian gonna go ham. And that is gonna prove a very big threat to them because they are gonna get one shot. Maybe like 5 bad impacts could kind of shred them down. But don't forget, this is gonna be the first Lord of this session on September 9 versus Onyx Paradox here, guys. And we see there is going to be an engage coming in for the side of Onyx Paradox. A little Chidori being used, but little did get taken out because too tanky. The golden carpet being used by Paradox for an aggressive play, but it's only Sandesh there, chunking down a lot of HP lost. But then again, Sandesh is a walking Guardian helmet if you guys read the patch. So he gets back all the lost HP again. But oh, Serab gotta go for the dash. Here come the electrifying beats. But he still misses a lot. But Kizangski is the one taking a lot of that magic damage. But that is no more contest turtle for the side of September 9 because I think the Joy already used Electrified Beast, so it won't be up in a matter of seconds, or is it already up? I do not know. But here comes Super GDQD going for the zoning session. But this has been quite a while, quite a Lord dance for the side of both the teams.
Yeah, they're not actually committing to the law. They're just waiting for one member from each side to make a mistake, and that is where they're gonna commit, take the kill, and take the Lord. So they're just waiting for one member to be taken down. And yeah, after taking down a member, they can possibly go for the Lord. It's going to be a 4v5 advantage for Onyx Paradox if they can take at least the Fusion out of the picture. Because the Fusion is really annoying and will be, tossing around the Hylas, the Lapu Lapu, and the Xbox pretty easily. Because they're low range heroes and they can't really do much against her because she's a mage. But yeah, look at this Bolty. It seems like for now, they're just using the Lord as a way to bait out the members from the side of September 9, and it seems like it's kind of working because September 9 are trying to go in as well. And man, that is he's being popped on the Sicilian.
Oh, that is a pop Sicilian on towards the Bat Feast. Here comes more. The last insanity being used as well. Sandesh escapes with a sliver of HP, but the Sandwind Claws will be the claws to scratch down Sandesh. Don't forget, there's going to be more coming up as Super GDQD takes a kill onto Peridot. So that is going to be a 1-to-1 trade on both sides. If you see, it's going to be a roamer trade, but still on favor of the side of September 9. As you see, they're working towards the Lord and no contest whatsoever. But here comes the contest on the side of Onyx Paradox. But September 9, they got this lineup covered as they take and secure the Lord. And it's time for the dips. But unfortunate as they stayed there welcome a bit too long and they lost one member in the process.
They definitely lost one member, I feel like, but it was still worth it because they did get the Lord. And now with the help of the Lord, they can put a lot of pressure on the map. They can definitely take out a lot of turrets with the help of this Lord. Even though it's a weak Lord, it's just merely like 12-minute Lord. It's still pretty good. But man, Bolty, look at this. I really love the fact that the Yuzong is doing such a good job on zoning out the members from the side of Onyx Paradox. Even though their tank was dead, he was just basically soaking up so much damage and putting all the members of Onyx Paradox at bay.
Yep. Back to the bay lines, back to the back lines, not the front lines. But oh, Demigod Cell once again gonna go for that slashy play, but it's going to be the flow guy going for the Blueback Dragon. It feels like they still want to go for the fight, and yes, they take out Demigod Cell. But on the top side here, the Lord is getting some free. Here's the tier 2 has finally cracked down the side of Onyx Paradox as they're going for more. They pull down Peridot, has to go for the Glorious Pathway, but the bad piece as well. It's going to be Big Brain trying to make sure too that they get enough damage, but a flicker! Final slashing coming in for the side of Skazanki. He also goes for the stun towards two members. Last Insanity be popped, but Ereski still has the immortality to keep himself safe and sound, and that is going to be, I think, a one-on-one trade on both sides, still in favor to the side of September 9.
Man, Bolty, this is definitely a game for September 9 in the early and mid game. But I do feel like this game, Bhutan, they might take this game because we already see that the game is dragging, and it has already reached the 15-minute mark. So now if they don't,
what? It was a perfect winter crown there. I didn't see Sandesh actually dodging the winter crown with the last set. Yeah, continue, man.
Yeah, but yeah, talking about the game, we can see that the 15-minute mark has already been crossed, and the Sicilian now is going to be hitting really hard. As for September 9, they don't have a late game hero, so they're going to be struggling really hard against the Sicilian. And man, the Sicilian is going to hit like a truck in the late game. He's just going to melt down even the tankiest tank. And yeah, the Witching Lantern will be a big factor in melting down these tanks. But yeah, on the mid though, we can see that. Oh my goodness.
Dashi coming in from Sarab, gonna go for that electrifying beams, but unfortunate, but a triple knockup comes in. Kazakski gets a kill on towards the Leonin, but more is gonna be happening here. As you see, there is a petrification coming in from Omega Flow, but still again, the Crimson Beacon with force with a Black Black Dragon, but yes, Peridot is gonna fall to the Lanterns of Lilim, as they're gonna be taking down Kazakski as well. A double kill. Sky Piercer will be doing his very work in wiping out 2 members of the side of Onyx Paradox with 1 trade, so call it a clean W trade.
That was a clean W instead, but I feel like it's not going to benefit none of the teams because they lost 1 member. But man, look at this. Look at the Lord being engaged, but yeah, it is going to be just the CC being an absolute menace on the Sicilian.
Oh no. Watch Shadow being used by Demigodzil to get to safety. Ereski loses his Firaga armor, takes the kill onto Sandez because he has the, HP dripping session, but Demigodzil also falling to the side of Lilim again, and Lilim is having the time of his life, pops down the immortality of Erenski, and that is going to be a very motile Erenski because he won't be contesting more, but he still has the Firaga armor, but he does not have the Guardian helmet to go for, Accession Rise. But that beast coming in once again. He's got to zap down to the cutie, falling down and slowing down the process, but it seems like it's going to be a big way to take in. A kill with a bad impact, and that is also going to be a glorious pathway being used to the side of Onyx Paradox to secure that kill, secure this tier 1, and also potentially secure the Lord, but it seems like they still want to take for the fight, but it's enough is soon enough. Peridot has to force out the Revitalize as well, and like we said, that is going to be another Lord to the side, I think, for Onyx Paradox.
Yeah, Onyx Paradox, they're going to get their hands on the Lord this time. At first it was September 9, but now it seems like Onyx Paradox, they're starting to come online with the help of the Sicilian. They're dishing out a lot of damage. I feel like even the Xbox is doing really well because he's been securing a lot of kills with the Sky Piercer as well. And Erensky, man, he's just treading down the HP of the Minotaur. You look at him, he's just abusing the passive of the War Axe and just maintaining the stack and providing as much poke as possible.
Poking session, very, very great for the side of September 9. As you know, Lilim is supposed to be Big Brain poking a lot, but Lilim also did a very fantastic job keeping the members of Onyx Paradox at bay. But Sanguine Claws being used on Sundays, but look at the amount of HP being chunked down by the Bat's impact already. That means that Big Brain already has enough stacks, enough penetration to go for more, and here comes another Lord dance, but the Lord is almost chunked down to the final stages of the HP, but they have to let it go for now because they don't have the resources to continue this Lord dance any further. Demigodzil also still has the ultimate in place, has to look for a nice bush camp so that he can steal Lord, but he's just looking to clear the bot lane for now, hoping that the teammates can check it down to the perfect HP that he needs to hit the Retribution as well. But Omega Flow has already exposed himself to Demigodzil. It seems like Demigodzil is going to go for the solo kill on the bot side, but I'm not sure if you want to do that because it's a Yuzong, my man. But then again, the Black Dragon being used, there is the glorious carpet. I like to call it the carpet, but it's looking very, 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 very shiny. And also Sandes with the freaking Despair Storm comes in, but it's going to be September 9 taking their time and taking the Lord, securing the jungler of Onyx Paradox, and Jinkuti also takes the kill on Kazanski. Talk about a WW, no trade capitalization there for the side of Nepal.
Man, Nepal are doing really well. They're definitely capitalizing the map really well, and we can already see the minions are pushing through the turrets on their own. Already the second tier turret. Oh my goodness, look at she is so aggressive. Bog just being sent back to the base with just a few pokes from her. And as for Super Jeanette, he's doing really well on the as well. But man, look at the Yuzong being impressive, just going in on the base, roaming around, and then coming right back out. And that is going to be a tier on, an inhibitor being taken down from the bot onto the side of Onyx Paradox. And now there's going to be a lot of lane pressure onto the bot lane from the side of Onyx Paradox. And man, Onyx Paradox, they really have to protect Big Brain because Big Brain is the only one who can dish out damage and melt down these heroes. But at the same time, it's really hard to do that because the Yuzong is always going onto the backline, chunking down their HP and disrupting their entire backline's position. Man, just look at him, the way he's being so aggressive. And I really love,
Yeah.
The perfect timing of the Storm
Yep.
on the Minotaur. He
Stomp is
just
good.
stomped
There we
it
go.
right inside, and that was a
Oh.
beautiful, prevention of the retribution from the Demigodzilla.
Yeah, that was very perfect. I think basically I think that Sandesh has the best time in giving the clearance to his teammates on that Lord fight. Just enough time for Serap to be dashing around freely and hitting the retribution. But also they did crack down the tier inhibitor onto the bot side here. The way that they're doing it is basically Omega Flow going for the Big Black Dragon while they're stalling a lot of the time in top lane. I think Onyx Paradox, they didn't have any members to kind of look at what's coming on the bot side. And yes, they lost that inhibitor there, which is actually a good play on the side of September 9, as I think it's going to be on the 20 minutes mark now once. And as you can see, look at the stacks.
Man, we can already see the stacks, and that is a 499 stacks on a Sicilian, 500 over. This guy is gonna hit like a truck. If the game kills for another 10 minutes, that is gonna be the end game for the side of September 9, because the Sicilian is gonna do such an absurd amount of damage. The only thing they have to be careful of is the Joy and the Yuzong. I feel like if they can get rid of either one, the team fight is gonna flow, quite perfectly for Onyx Paradox here. And look at this, the Evolve Lord has already spawned. And now they're just gonna be skirmishing around onto the mid lane, clearing out the lanes. And gonna basically go for the Lord this time around as well.
For once, are you seeing this? Is September 9 gonna be pulling up the TLPH? But never mind. I was just thinking that Jenny Cutie would come and go for the quick push, but never mind. It's gonna be the engagement coming from the side of Onyx Paradox. They forced out the Minoan Fury onto where Sandesh here. Still gonna go for the stomps here. They take a pull, but on the bot side, Omega Flow finally infiltrating on the back line, but too much damage, too sustained. He can't do anything. And it's gonna be an immortality being popped here as well. Erensky is looking in trouble as well. Omega Flow just in time to use the Furious Dive to safety. But Lilim here is gonna have 3 kills. But don't forget, as a Big Brain still takes out the Joy as well. So no retribution is for the side of September 9. They're losing and bleeding out a lot. But it's gonna be a 1-to-1 trade. But the trade is still better for the side of Onyx Paradox because they take down the juggler.
Oh my goodness, look at the
still happening. It's gonna be Kazansky with the bravest fighter, the slash-in, but not enough for the butterflies to bid you goodbye. And look at this once again, Omega Flow with his flow. He wants to get a piece of Hanachinta da Malam. And yes, it's gonna be Lilim instead going for the shutdown godlike. Crimson Beacon being forced, Aaron Ski and Demigodzilla being forced to make their final stand. And this might as well be another Lord for the side of September 9.
Man, September 9 are doing really well. They're just going full berserk on Onyx Paradox. I really feel bad for Big Brain, man. They know that Big Brain is the threat. And just, look at the Yuzong, our guy here. He's just going Omega on the Sicilian. He's just targeting the Sicilian no matter how deep the Sicilian is into the back. He just goes in and just locks the Sicilian. Forces out so much resource, actually. The flicker, the ultimate as well. And man, this is a free uncontested lot to the side of September 9.
Yep, very, very true. And that Lord will infiltrate the bot lane once again. So September 9, they have the advantage to go for a divide and conquer style play. And if you can see the replay again, yeah, Omega Flow, and that right. Omega Flow, he is not an alpha, but instead he is an Omega. And the way he's dealing the threat behind Big Brain, just enough time for Lilim to come in and grab the kill with the Sky Piercer. But I'm kind of afraid that Omega Flow will fall behind on the later phases of the game because of his lack of damage soon. So he has to go for the full, itemization onto more defense, right? If he wants to get the zoning sustainability, because Warx will be out of the option soon. It's best for an immortality being picked, but definitely the Queen's Wings will be very useful here. But Omega Flow will only be a utility, just like he's doing here. Both of the teams, perfect engagement of Omega Flow to kind of zone things out. Demigod still gonna go for the ultimate of the Hayabusa, but this is too late because Onyx Paradox, they have to get rid of the pest that's hitting their crystal. That's the Lord, and as they take it down right now, Ski looking for a place to get the canister to take back Omega Flow to the baseline, but instead it's gonna be September 9. I think that was a perfect defense for the side of Onyx Paradox because they didn't crack any inhibitors further.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, they're lacking a lot of damage when it comes to the goal lane because it is an Xborg, and the Xborg is just struggling to even sustain the Firaga armor into the front lines. And the Xborg, I feel like, as I already said earlier in the draft, is a pretty risky pick, but they still went ahead with the Xborg here against the CC. So yeah, they're definitely facing the consequence. But man, look at the Sicilian. I almost thought that guy was a Yujin. He just used one bad impact and four butterflies came out flying from him. So that is a lot of HP based damage that we're going to see from the Sicilian. Man, one butterfly deals around 7.5 HP damage. So that is going to be a lot of damage from the Sicilian, considering the fact that his bad impact. I feel like this time around he already deals over 2k damage from the impact itself.
Yeah, once look at this, the amount of stacks, 600 already. This guy is closing to 700 soon, and he also has the Holy Crystal now. Paired it up with another 2 penetrative items there. So this is going to look really dire for September 9 for extending their fight instead, not going for something but Sandesh. But instead, Demigod still trying to find an angle to take down Lilim, but Lilim has the immortality, paired it up with the tenacity. So I don't think Demigod still could do any ninja work anymore. So this is where September 9 also still hold their ground. But it's only going to be Big Brain here making the play, but it seems like two of the members on the backline, they try to take out Demigod Cell here. Demigod Cell getting chased. He's going to go for some juking session. Lives to see another day. But Lilim also forces out the Crimson Beacon to kind of dance through like the idol she is. But then again, Ski has the immortality to going straight for the engagement. But here comes Sandesh, has to stop the stampede of the high loss. Again, Last Insanity being popped, but a perfect time for the Winter Crown to save things up. But Kazanski, on the other hand, try to sustain things out, has to be forced out again. But onto the backlines here, it's already September 9, wasted of their resources, wasted of their HP, but instead they still come in clutch with Super Genie QD. He has to force out the current skull, but Erensky will say otherwise. Uno reverse Last Insanity, but instead it's Lilim here with the Crimson Beacon going for the chase. Peridot is getting caught, and the Despair Stomp paired up with a Big Black Dragon as Lilim gets the kill, and this could be it for September 9 to start cracking down those inhibitors as they still go for more. But look at the immortality being popped from left to right, but Demigod finally finds the angle to shut down Zushin, and also here comes Godsell here with a shadow kill. Try to force out Sandesh here, but Sandesh, the walking guardian helmet he is gonna sustain things out, but Serap comes in time to go for the electrifying beach. As you see, this could be game number 1 for September 9. Demigodsel and Kazanski are the only members left. But look at the session, the defense coming in from Onyx Paradox, but they are gonna take down Demigodsel, and this is it once. I don't know, Kazanski can do anything. He gets taken out by Serap. Immortality be popped as well. The Crystal Log with Kazanski on the platter. And that is going to be a game number 1 for the side of September 9.
Man, that was a really, really long game, Bolty. Man, that was a really prolonged game. But somehow, though they had the Sicilian, September 9, they still managed to win the game. I feel like, the execution of the game, again, was really perfect from the side of September 9. They, they had their priority. They had, created that they're gonna kill the Sicilian no matter what. And it was mostly Omega Flow who was locking down the Sicilian. But nonetheless, to look at our MVP of the first game, Willem on the Yujin. with about 94% team fight participation. That the crazy 94%. Just just 6% left for it to be 100% team fight participation. Overall, we can see KDA, itemization, and the score and the timer as well. We can see that the game was almost reaching the 30-minute mark. It ended in about 29 minutes and 6 seconds. And yeah, overall we can see the overview. The goal difference, not much though. Only a 3k goal difference from the side of Onyx Paradox. And as for the items, they are all on a full build. We did, item swap play on the Sicilian at the end, but that's just not enough for the Sicilian to survive because two members were already waiting for him inside their own crystal.
Indeed. It is already day 4, and we're getting heated match. It's not even the playoffs. It's not even the grand finals, but we're getting 39 minutes of matches here already. It just shows how much improved True International Saga have gone to this journey to get these players playing so well. But I would say it is that meta where fights are meant to be prolonged because of the fact that everybody's tanky, right? Once. And as you can see, Big Brain gonna be securing the 3-2-5. It was quite unfortunate against both of these teams. We thought the Sicilian could get the late game, but depending too much on a mid laner alone, funneling all the gold to the mid laner alone. The best counter is to basically cut down the main source of damage. That is what September 9 did. And yes, they were able to get the win, as well as, the best possible play that they can get, making it to the late game.
Indeed, Balti. And man, even though they reach the late game, they already had like 600 stack on the Sicilian. They were still too dependent on the Sicilian alone.
Yeah.
They only had, their win condition, which was the Sicilian. And man, you just have to cut out the win condition, and that is a good game for you. And this is what they exactly did. They just cut out the Sicilian from most of the fights, just pushing him away into the back line, chasing away from his teammates with the help of the Yuzong, the Mega Flow, and most of the times he was doing wonders, chasing away the Sicilian from those big fights.
Yep.
And that itself prevented a lot of damage from being inflicted onto the side of September 9.
Actually kind of thinking once that I don't think this is the meta for a Sicilian, because a Sicilian usually runs out of mana before he can really shut down anybody, right? Because of course Athena shield immortalities are always going to be the other side opponent's itemization. As you can see, Sicilian did the highest damage, Big Brain deals the highest damage, but in terms of securing kills, I don't know if he's doing a good job on that. So I feel like this meta doesn't actually favor the Sicilian in terms of sustainable damage, because Sicilian works the best when he can start one-shotting people, right? And that one-shotting factor only comes when it was like the assassin meta, where the assassin would get one shot. But it was quite unfortunate for Onyx Esports because they were too reliant on him. And yes, Serap, highest gold farm. This guy has been farming a lot, don't you think, once?
Yeah, he was definitely farming a lot. Sarar, he was basically just farming a lot, and most of the times he was basically just securing the objective. And I really love, the way Sandeep, right, on the Minotaur, he was always disrupting Omega Flow. Man, that Lord, right, where Omega Flow already planted his quad shadow, where he had to just go in, press the retribution, but Sandeep was so ready for Omega Flow. The moment he came in, he just stomped on him. That was enough knockup for for the Joy to just press the retribution and secure the lawn. That was basically a really beautiful execution. Overall, really good on macro and micro from the side of Nepal there. And as for Bhutan, I do feel like they still have a little bit of ping issue. So, we're not going to be too biased and, praise Nepal too much as well. Because we've already seen from the start of the stream that Bhutan, they were having so much ping issue. We had to, redraft and change the server as well. So that was kind of the things which was there as well.
Yeah, very much true ones. Lots of technical issues. The fact that we're already close to the game number two. I mean like match number two, not game number two, because I was just thinking was it's supposed to be 9 p.m. already, and we're still on game number one. This could be another epic turn tide. Could be 3 games again if Onyx Paradox here can pull up a good draft. Can shut down or deny the opponents their drafts.
Yeah.
But let's talk about what went wrong in that match again. I feel like one thing I can contribute more is the fact that Shandesh, yeah, it was Shandesh is actually making use of the patch a lot because of the amount that the amount of HP loss regain you can do from the Minotaur. It's not an AoE heal anymore, but anybody who has been chunked down their HP a lot, that is gonna the second the Minoans, I think the heal can what is that? Prioritize that low HP hero, basically regaining the health that the Sicilian already chunked down. So it was so hard for the Sicilian to keep doing damage because by the time he deals a lot of damage, his stacks being spammed, his bad impact is being spammed to like, let's say the 7th stage. And the 7th stage is gonna eat a lot of mana, so he don't have any more crystal artillery to keep dishing out the damage. So I think that Cole can also be one factor that pulled down Onyx Paradox in this very team fight.
Yeah, I feel like the Minotaur was really good, man. That Minotaur was hell of a tanky hero in the game. He was taking a lot of damage, and even though he was taking a lot of damage at the same time, at least 30 to 40% of the damage that he took, he just regen it right back up because of the passive there onto this second skill, which is a new effect after the recent patch. And man, I really love Minotaur is receiving a lot of love. He's just
very true.
Everywhere. Even in rank matches now, we kind of do see him. So he's not a forgotten tank anymore. This small tweak on his second skill definitely changed the way we see this tank.
Yeah, the stand was very, very good. And it kind of forced out the Minotaur to absolutely get the Flax of Oasis. Before, we usually see Minotaur as a solid tank. People kind of see him as like a hybrid semi-tank, semi-support. But I think this meta completely proves that a Minotaur is a semi-tank now because of his healing ability. Before, it was a bit underwhelming, but now I think it's a bit more overwhelming. The fact that you can regen a lot of HP, and the fact that Guardian's Helmet, you don't have to buy a Twilight Armor anymore. Instead, you have the passive regen of the Guardian Helmet, also the old passive of the Twilight Armor, making it so hard to burst down a Minotaur because you chunk down 90% of his HP, this lost HP is gonna come up. His second skill with his enraged form, boom, goes back to 70%. So completely impossible. We have to stop glazing the Minotaur at this point. Shandesh, you had your side. Thank you for your service.
Indeed. But yeah, talking about the game, that was game number one, match number one, and winner is clearly Nepal, already having 1 point onto their hands. So now we're just heading to the second game anytime soon once the transition. But until then, we're still gonna continue and yap a bit. But as I already said, Balti, earlier in the draft, that Nepal, they had a really good draft. They had a really good control right off the early game, and the song and the Minotaur was just too perfect for this for this match, I would say, because they already had someone who could mark the back line, and they already had a Minotaur that can protect the front line as well. And provide a lot of crowd control at the same time, and that crowd control was what which disrupted most members from the side of Onyx, because the Hayabusa couldn't really do much. There was just too much crowd control. The Minotaur was basically saving his stomp for the Hayabusa at most times when contesting the objective. The turtle, talk about the turtle, the lord, everything was mostly onto the hands of Nepal. And even the Xbox pick was kind of off, couldn't pull out expectation that they had on the Xbox, because the Xbox, I do think he was really underperforming, and he couldn't really shine much throughout the game. And considering the fact that they have so much burst from the side of from the side of Nepal as well, because the Faraga armor, it gets shredded down pretty easily. And yeah, this Zhuzhen, man, one of the main factors for the snowball from the side of Nepal, because it's Zhuzhen a really, really good counter against heroes like Xborg, against a Silas and a Lapu Lapu. The Lapu Lapu did have his move here and there, but most of the times it was just his ultimate being to clear out the minions, to protect the turrets, to protect the base, and even though he went in full combo, he couldn't really get any kills out of it.
Yep, that's very true. And despite all that, once can we get an ooh?
Hey, what?
Nothing, man. Just trying to give some, fan service, because you got a lot of fans in the chat. Okay, they want an ooh once. If we get an ooh, that would be amazing. But nice clock on the background, by the way.
Like in an international platform, that would a little bit off, kind of say the word, but yeah, it's nice.
That came out of nowhere there. That came out of nowhere. Element of surprise. We like to do it that way. Oh boy, the Hayabusa though. Now that you said it, the moment the game keeps progressing, the lesser the Hayabusa deal damage. Even the only one that he has to go in and get the kill, it was Lilim. But Lilim was way too tanky. He has the tenacity, he has the common emblem, he has the immortality. Not Hayabusa couldn't do anything anymore. So that Hayabusa pick, I wouldn't say is a very justifiable pick for the side of Onyx Paradox. Sure. No, they didn't get Lords, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they did not get any Lords.
Yep. They didn't actually hit Retries also, which Hayabusa specializes in because of the Quad Shadow. And yeah, that Hayabusa also dragged them down, but not to say that it's a bad player. Love Demigod Sil. Thank you for your service, sir. But I would say the drafting, yeah, I would say Onyx Paradox, they kind of messed up on picking a Hayabusa on the draft, because they could basically go for something else. Maybe a bit more tankier, they want somebody, but if they go for tankier, they won't have anybody to go dive in the back line. Now that you mention it, Lance Insanity won't be the last option because of the fact that you can evade the Lance Insanity pretty well. But other than that, maybe a different assassin. Well, I was thinking of a Yishinshin, but no, a Yishinshin with a Sicilian scaling would be too much, because you only have to funnel that 1 gold on how the meta works. But, what do you think would have worked for Onyx Paradox of the Juggle Pill instead of a Haya?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a Lancelot could have worked, because we did see Onyx Paradox ban out the Lancelot. So instead of banning it, they could have prioritized it. So, the Lancelot could have been a troublemaker for the Zhuzhen especially, because the Lancelot is a very mobile hero.
Yep.
Can easily go into the backline, burst out the Zhuzhen, at the same time get out. So, even though they will have a little bit of problem in the early game, considering the fact that they have the Joy and the Minotaur, the Lancelot could have worked, because he's just too mobile, too slippery. But as for the Hayabusa is just too reliant on early game snowball, whereas the Lancelot, even though might have a early game, in the late game with a full build, he can still pretty useful.
Very true once. Oh my god, but we're going to be getting that second match right now, which we are excited. The audience was also excited, but HyperX, I'm not going to say what you just said to me there. Okay, man, let's keep that out of the way now. But it's going to be the drafting phase start. Once again, it's going to be, I think, Onyx Paradox going to get the blue side, and it's going to be September 9 on the red side, as Wands with his nice clock is going to be casting for us on the desk. And here we go. September 9, I've already picked out the two. Actually, both of the teams has picked out their draft. But September 9, they win with the Jushin, but they don't want to deal with the Jushin. I think they were the ones who were struggling against the Jushin. So this time, they're going to be in the later matches. So this time, they're going to be, I think, yeah, denying the Jushin, denying the Alice. But Onyx Paradox, on the other hand, yeah. What was that now? What was his name? Oh yeah, Omega Flow was their problem there. So they have to respect him and respect the ban of a Yu Zhang.
Yeah, that is definitely a respect ban towards Omega Flow. But yeah, Balti, this is we're heading straight into
Yeah.
And I feel like, if Bhutan, they manage to win this, it's gonna be a really, really tough game number 3. So I feel like, if they manage to win this, we have to, pull out our hats and, make it this more exciting, because we gotta be, more exciting as well, because game number 3, if it extends to game number 3, it's gonna be one hell of a banger match, because both of these teams are strong and they're just too good. They're gonna give out their 110%. They're gonna squeeze out everything that they have in them to just win the game, because the night has been dragging way too long. It is just merely a game number 1 that we finished. It has already been about an hour and a half since the stream started, so that is a pretty long game number 1. But yeah, considering the issues that we had earlier, it is quite justifiable as well. But yeah, talking about the draft board, you can see here at Onyx Paradox, they're going with the first pick, which is going to be the Gatot Kachas. That is a pretty good pick, because the Gatot is one of the best tanks in the game right now, and is one of the meta tanks, so you can definitely rely on a Gatot no matter what. And yeah, as for our boys here from the Nepal, we can see that they're going again for the TC, and now they are going for the Xborg pick. Man, is the draft switching up? Are we gonna see a Xborg jungle, Xborg EXP, or Xborg go lane? Man, the Xborg is so flexible. You can either go in any lane here. Quite hard to predict.
Yep, but I am kind of concerned here ones, because Demigod Cell gonna go for his redemption art on the Hayabusa. I feel like on his Paradox, they are pretty well set on the redemption arc on their Hayabusa. So Demigod Cell, I think bro was watching the stream maybe. Just kidding, man. Just kidding. Love your Hayabusa. Okay, Arensky. Oh, the signature pick of Arensky is finally here. Hopefully, I think Onyx Paradox would want to have this game. But against a CC Gold can kind of win if he goes the buoyant bounce on like the minion wave and goes and throws a curtain call. Basically melt down the, what do you call it? Yeah, Arensky on the process. But here we go. It is a 3 high mobility tanky heroes for the side of September 9. So how are Onyx Paradox going to be dealing with this? The Granger would have a very hard time because of their high mobility. So I don't know, Onyx Paradox, you have a good Gatot Kacha pick on your side. So this could be your saving grace, because a Tsunami Slam would be appearing out of nowhere. This is expanding rivers. Extra mobility on the side of September 9, especially if you paired up with a Kalea. So this is getting interesting one. And they are starting to take out the EXP. Is that a Uranus? Yeah, Uranus ban along with the Lapus, because they don't want any more nuisance to be going back to your back line. But it seems like, I think September 9 are going to go for a mid lane back line. Or maybe, I wouldn't say a Yves, because a Hayabusa would just shred the Yves. But what are your guesses on this one?
Talking about the Hayabusa, I feel like one of the Hayabusa would be the Lunox, man. There we go. Lunox is already being picked by September 9. They know what they're doing. And yeah, this Lunox is one heck of a mage. Against the Hayabusa with the Brilliance, with the Chaos, against the tanky lineup such as the Gatot as well. It's a pretty good pick, I would say, from a side of September 9. And as for dogs here, look at their pick. They're going for the Hayabusa, Granger, and the Gatot. On top of that, they're going for Novaria and a Terizla. That is like hands down. Novaria in this meta got to go for the Novaria. That is a really risky mage, I would say, because she's not performing really well in the meta, and has been nerfed in the in the earlier patches. Her ultimate no longer lasts 10 seconds; it merely lasts only for 5 seconds, and the cooldown on that ultimate is really long. So I'm not sure how she's gonna work out, but I do feel like the extra hitbox will be really good for the AOG, the penalty zone.
Indeed, once. But look at the draft from September 9. Everybody is so high mobilized. You can see the CC, you can see the Kalea, even a Lunox. the Hayabusa would have a hard time because once you have the brilliant form, Lilim is just gonna be, sweet sailing with everything. Also pair up Serap though. I would say if you time your Soul Surge perfectly or your Blade Surge perfectly, you can kind of evade the Hayabusa. And on the side of Onyx Paradox though, baby, we're finally getting a Terisla debut here. They are cut off their options in, doing somebody who's already tanky on the front line. So they're going to go for an AOG. Not an AOG at the same time, a penalty AOG. That is how I think they want to, pull out their crowd control game. So once, what do you think? What do you think?
I mean, the draft is looking really good again onto the side of Nepal. And man, they have so much high mobility heroes, as you've already mentioned. And the Ranger will definitely have a really hard time stacking up those stacks on the Capriccio. So
Yeah.
that is another late game scaling hero onto the side of Onyx Paradox once again. So it seems like, they're still gonna be looking for the late game scaling here. But at the same time, they do have the the assassin on their hands. So that is a really good early game as well.
Yeah, I thought something happens on the mid lane. Sorry to get you off there once. But yeah, we're back in the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. As you see, Onyx Paradox are fighting for the first win. But in terms of September 9, they are going for their, clean sweep marathon here. But for now, looking at the emblems so far, 3 assassin emblems on the side of Onyx Paradox. It seems like they're going for the high bursty damage against these tanky yet squishy heroes for the side of September 9. Casting on the desk would be Bolty and Wands, as this turtle will be spawning in 30 seconds. I almost said minutes.
30 seconds indeed, but yeah, look at the Granger being so conscious of the map, just not free farming onto the minions. They're just being really cautious of any ambush. But look at the Hayabusa, they're already ambushing onto the X-Borg and going in with the quad shadow. It seems like they're bursting out the Faraga armor.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Faraga armor is already being popped.
Hey,
So
the rep. Rap is going for a slash session here. Gotta go for the Soul Sever, but it's against a Peridot. Peridot is very tanky indeed. And that is going to be another Astral Recall hit to the side of Sundash here. And it seems like Onyx Paradox are gonna go for it. Look at the Tsunami Slam being connected to Sundash, but Serap trying to make that retribution play, but it's still gonna be Godspell securing it. ALG trying to be coming, but it's too late as Paradox falls to the blade severing of Serap. And this could be a one-to-one trade in favor, I would say, but it seems like they still want for more. Demigod still gets a kill with a of HP, but no, Omega Flow comes in with his flow, takes out Demigod still as well. I think that is going to be a W trade for the side of, I think, September 9 once more.
That was a really good team fight there, I would say. Man, they really had the advantage on their hand. Again, Omega Flow just equalizing kill on the jungler there and making it 2-2 trade. But yeah, the turtle definitely did go to the hands of Bhutan as well. So that is a little bit of an advantage that they have on their end.
Yeah. Yeah, they did take out the jungler on the process, but that little turtle shield will be better.
Oh my god! Look at the
Triple with the AOG, but will it be enough to stop it? Omega Flows get punished. It's gonna be sudden death also biting the dust. Second time Peridot wants to make this kill, but too much, but he still gets it. That is already a W play coming in for the side of Onyx Paradox. But then again, they lost some members. They lost one-to-one trades. I don't know what just happened. I think Onyx Paradox get the better out of that.
Yeah, they definitely got the better out of that. Man, period on the good thought. He is just so aggressive. He just went straight into the turret, just to take down the Kalia. But yeah, the Kalia is a really tanky tank as well. And I'm quite intrigued because there is no Purify onto the hands of Bhutan. They're underestimating Kalia because if you don't pick Purify, it's gonna be really risky. You're gonna get picked up easily by the Tsunami Slam. I feel like, Arensky on the Granger, he could have easily picked the Purify to prevent him from being picked up from the fights most of the time. But yeah, it seems like they're more comfortable with the flicker, so there's that as well. But yeah, Bolty, look at this, the second turtle of the game is up, and the members are clearing their lane. They're trying to rotate as soon as possible, and it seems like for now they're just going to be continuing their farm. We can see both junglers are going for the buff, demigods are on the purple, and as for
Something's happening. Team Wants is intrigued in this little session here because there's a lot of things happening. Ain't that right, Wants? Yes, indeed. Oh, Sarat finally completes his Hunter Strike. Will it be enough to help him secure this turtle? We don't know yet. It seems like September 9, we're still looking forward to do a bit of a turtle dance. But Demigods is also in a good position for that retribution angle. But Sandesh has to go in the bush. Here comes the Astral Echo to reveal two members for the side of September 9, as this could be a very easy retribution. Demigods still gets it. One will fall to the hands of Erensky as he comes in to get the kill, but Big Brain is in trouble. Lilim gets Big Brain out, but on that is gonna be a security. But no, Kazanski gonna be forcing the Flicker to go for the hammer, and he has the hammer down Lilim. Kazanski also still pays the price of overcommitting. Still, it's gonna be a 2-2 trade, I'm pretty sure. But the turtle for the side of Onyx Paradox, they get it more. But look at Demigodsel, gonna be here with the slash at Erensky on the back line. Goes for the Rhapsody play and secures 2 more. So it's already Onyx Paradox rising above in this current trade.
Damn, they're definitely rising above. It seems like Onyx are so serious right now. They do not want to give any advantage to the hands of Nepal. Just look at them. They're just cleaning up the battlefield really well. But yeah, at the same time, you know, Nepal, they're still retaliating again. But look at the Granger, look at Erensky going for the push check. And that is another kill secure from the hands of Bhutan. That was such a beautiful kill. But yeah, we're back into the game. Balti, the replay is up. Again, you know, it's already out. But yeah, look at this. We're seeing a 3-man gang onto the bot lane. It seems like they're trying to go for the CC. They might go for a third dive here. There already 4 members surrounding them. It might be a sandwich. But no, they're not going to commit and overextend. They're just going to get their hands on the third instead.
It is truly a glorious time for Erensky to have the safety of the teammates. Already, I think 2 kills on his hands with no deaths. We'll be working towards the Sky Piercer now if you look at the builds. But for now, September 9 have finally paid the price of being a bit too squishy here, I would say. Super Jenny Cutie also, he's looking for an angle to kind of flush out Onyx Paradox. But for how long? Because this Heart Turtle is going to be spawning soon.
Yeah, it's definitely spawning in about a few seconds. They're already spawned, and man, that is another turtle. Let's see whose hand it gets into. But yeah, we can already see both sides of the teams. They're marching their way through the mid lane and trying to rotate. But look at the bot lane, though. We can see he's zoning out Erensky, but Erensky just goes for the safer path and tries to walk through the mid lane instead of counter, instead of facing off the CC. But yeah, Balti, look at this. Another turtle, another fight, another skirmish, and look at this. They're putting a lot of pressure onto the mid as well. They're just preventing them from coming near the turtle, instead forcing them to defend the mid lane.
Oh, that was an AOG! They want to stop entirely for September 9 to be losing 2 with Erensky coming in to secure 2 kills. But the last Insanity is going to stop the Perigot, the goal of sets. But there is a little bit of a micro play coming up by Super GQD as he dodges the Astral Recall. Erensky on the back line, giving the back Rhapsody shots as we take out the Super Meta Cutie, and once again it will be a 1-3 trade in favor of Onyx Paradox. The Paradox have finally given them the advantage, but look at another good penalty zone there coming by Kazanski. This truly is a crazy moment to witness indeed.
Man, both, yeah, I do have to say that I was really wrong about the Novaria. I was skeptical of the Novaria, but now I see how they're making it work. The extra hitbox is definitely, for the Gatar and the Terrazla. They have, the Novaria specifically for the Gatar and the Terrazla to hit their skills perfectly. And the follow-up, the combination is just way too perfect. The execution is just so good. But look at our guy. Look at
perfect set coming up again. Super Cutie is gonna fall towards this AOG. Peridot, perfect AOG again. Spams the recoil.
God.
That is how Onyx Paradox make the set. don't give Paradox another Gatot catch-up, because this guy have been setting each and every team fight flawlessly, giving Onyx Paradox the very advantage they need to go for a game number 3, it seems.
Man, Bolty, I'm really happy for Bhutan right now because they're winning and they're gonna equalize the game, maybe make it a game number 3, but I'm concerned at the same time. Because yesterday there was a violation on the recalls and stuff.
Yeah. Now that you mention it. What? We have getting a bit of Demigod still getting caught in the midst of it, but Lilim with the Chaos Assault is gonna assault Demigod still out of the responding section here again. But then look at that. Once didn't mention the recall from yesterday was a bit too much. It seems like, oh my god! Coming in from Erenski! Monster kill for the sniper of Bhutan. This guy reminds me of Oheb and Kelra as well, but still, fight still gonna be continuing here. Kazanski, you looking for the Vengeance Strike. Didn't find any. Peridot in a good position to go for another set. Could be the perfect time, but another shot being used by Astral Recall from Big Brain. Oh, the taunts coming in. Super GDQD might lose this Firaga armor once again. Erenski still looking for the Death Sonata shots, but will be unable to do so. So much damage coming in from Big Brain. Perfect way to kind of snipe things out. But on the bot lane, once again, the Bigasel getting caught in the midst of it all. He's trying to be very sneaky, but 2 members for 1 is way too crazy for that Bigasel to handle it all by himself. Could be another free not turtle, but a lord on the side of Onyx Paradox, with Erenski securing it.
Yeah, indeed. Man, that was one heck of a game fight there, and the combination of Bhutan is just way too good. I really love the way that they're using the combination of the penalty zone and the Varia and her ultimate. It's just way too perfect. The overall, I would say that Bhutan right now, they're doing really well. They're doing absolutely great job for making the redemption of their previous loss. I feel like this might be dragging to a game number 3. Onto the gold ranking though, we can see that Erenski on the Granger with a 9.1k goal. That is a really huge lead, and it's followed up by the jungler from the side of Nepal, which is Sarab actually. So that is a huge difference in the gold lane as well. And man, look at this, another Lord marching towards the top lane. I feel like it's gonna be an easy Lord for them to take down the inhibitor, as well as a few turrets from the side. We can already see Hayabusa, our guy here. He's just going for the side lanes, the pushing as well. But there's another combo.
Combo good. Erenski is securing on Sundash. Here comes the AOG. Gets a hit on Lilim. Lilim is in trouble. Once again, a perfect flicker penalty zone to end down 2 members of September 9 as they're going for the Crystal Lock right now. More is about to be happening as Omega Flow trying his best. Paradox is finally getting trusted out by Lilim. Then we got so falls in the process. Omega Flow all by himself with the flow. They take down Lilim. Kazanski in the other hand though. 4 members down. It's a 3-4 trade with only Omega Flow trying to do something, but a perfect curtain call to be curtaining something, but too much damage for the Slinging God as they get this saving grace for Onyx Paradox to go for that game number 3.
And that is a game number 3. And Balti, what is the pace of this game? This game, it felt way too fast. It was a merely it didn't even cross the 15-minute mark. It just ended really fast. I feel like it crossed the 15-minute mark because I don't feel like we did.
Oh.
Yeah. Look at Erenski, man. The moment he gets his Granger, he's just gonna carry his team so well, and he's just gonna be using the Granger to just carry the members on his shoulders. But that is a bit of a over exaggeration, I would say, because his team as well, they had a really good synergy. They carried each other, I would say, in this game. It wasn't Erenski who was pressurized on carrying the team. Overall, they were just they just had a really good macro, and the combination was flabbergasted when I saw those follow up with the combos with the Navaria, the Gatot, the penalty zone. That was so beautiful to witness. It was just mesmerizing and so pleasing to the eyes.
Indeed, if Wands pull out the flabbergasted, it means a team synergy is that good. Arensky getting the MVP. Look at that. 907 full Sky Piercer stacks. Most likely, I think. Didn't complete the Blade of Despair, though. But you don't want Arensky to complete the Blade of Despair because that is just going to give despair to the side of September 9. As they already lost this match against the Super GDQD. The gold laners, though, I do not know about that. But it seems like Arensky is going to have the upper halves. This time, yes, Demigod Cell finally find himself the redemption arc. Onyx Paradox have finally given us this redemption arc on the Demigod Cell as well. But I'm going to say that the two MVPs of this match is going to be none other than Kazansky and Peridot. Because of their flawless set, Arensky find it so easy to get the kills. Same with Demigod Cell. But don't forget Big Brain giving in the best astral echoes out there for the setting of Peridot at the same time. Who? It's gonna be Kazansky.
Indeed, that was a really good execution of the game here, and this puts up the stake even higher because now it is an equalizer. It is a 1-1, so now they have to up their best and give it all that they have. And yeah, it's just gonna be a game extending to a game number 3. But yeah, it do seems like these two teams are definitely gonna be putting out their best because they do not want to lose tonight. And I feel like Bhutan are gonna be the one who are gonna go full berserk here because they already lost yesterday against Nepal, even though it wasn't the same teams, but they do represent the same country, so they do have to make their redemption for that as well.
Yep, the redemption arc indeed for Onyx Paradox. As you see, highest gold per minute is gonna fall to Arensky, and Arensky just taking 2 places. Talk about greedy, but this guy deserves the match and the highlights. Even Peridot, yeah, Peridot has the most assists at the same time, the highest damage, but he also has the most crowd control one, especially onto like the earlier phases of the game. That perfect camping on the bush with the following up with the unbreakable, that was just immaculate, and that was just what Onyx Paradox needs to finally get the snowball that they have been waiting for. And Wands is so flabbergasted that he's still respawning.
Actually, I am having a little bit of a network issue from my end, but once it's fixed, my face will definitely pop up.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be me and a blank screen against the world. So yeah, just bear with me, guys, and just wait for my connection to come back online, and I will be right there with you as well.
Indeed. It seems like when Wands is fixing his his moments to bring back the beautiful clock behind him, we're going to be talking about what's going to be happening after this. The draft will start in a matter of 2 minutes. It seems like the casters won't get the break, but instead we're going raw dog on this one. And of course, the one-on-one, this is the final moment for both of the countries to prove themselves if they want to get the extra lead, especially Onyx Paradox on the Group B. They have to play it good if they want to score good, because there is going to be a bracket list soon. There's going to be upper brackets, there's going to be lower brackets, so they do want to be playing on that, I think, higher brackets, so they can get the grand finals very easily. But same to September 9, they have to stop messing up the draft. I think the drafting was alright, but I definitely would say Onyx Paradox outdrafted September 9 on that previous match because of the fact that Akalea is also good in chicken bushes, but she's more of like a Chow, okay? And a Chow is basically like pick off. You can, I wouldn't say Akalea is like as in terms of mobility as fast as a Cho can do, but Akalea, I don't know, man. It was just not it. The tsunami slams were just not it as well. He did take out, but most of the time I did see him pull Sandeep in towards like the territory of their jungle. So he has to pull out Arensky, right? Not the Sandeep.
Definitely. Arensky should have been the main target for the Kalia because you know how big of a threat the Granger can be with his that Sonata. The amount of damage that he can dish out in a matter of few seconds just by spamming his skills, it's really absurd. So you should definitely go for the Granger. And the fact that the Granger did not have any Purify could have been an easy pick off as well. because
that's
there
true
is
once.
no way you're going to be escaping the tsunami slam. And he could have paired his second skill with the flicker to get deep into the territory and just pick him up. And it just leave the rest to the team to finish up.
Not virtual
But
once.
I just feel like the team, which is Nepal in this game, they were kind of off in the draft because the main carry factor for them was the assassin. I feel like the assassin was kind of off because the Suyo is not
Yeah,
the best in the
that's
meta.
true.
Was kind of lacking off a bit. And we did see yesterday even the Suyo was still there, but it didn't quite work out well.
Yep. Now we see finally having the drafting session here. We are getting broken walls for this session. And yes, broken walls. Speaking of broken walls, look at this, guys. My walls are broken. Anyways, Waz, welcome back. Finally respawn into the drafting session here. And look at that. If you know there's a broken wall, Grok the Builder is going to be banned once again for the side of Onyx Paradox. And September 9, going to respect who? Omega Flow. September 9, yep. Once again, Onyx Paradox is... oh, wait. Something's happening. Yep. Waz, anything you want to say? Because your clock is nice.
The clock is definitely nice, and it's quite haunting as well because it does that sound whenever it reaches midnight. So we have to really turn off the volume of the clock as well. But yeah, talking about Grok the Builder, he is being picked out here into the ban. He's just being banned because you do not want to deal with the Grok. He's just way too annoying, way too tanky, and just deals an absurd amount of damage being a tank. That is just that is just absolutely broken. But yeah, now we are seeing the Grok and the Gatot being banned out as well. It seems like now Nepal learned their lesson, and
Very
they know
much.
how dangerous the Gatot can be. So they're banning it out. And as for Bhutan, they're going for the bans such as the Yuzong. I'm quite flabbergasted here because they are really respecting the Yuzong. They have been traumatized by the first game where the Yuzong was just so dominant and was going way too deep into the backline and picking up big brain most of the time. So they know how big of a the Yuzong can be into the hands of Omega Flow. So they do not want to give away the Yuzong as well. So as for the ban so far, we've seen that the Yuzong has been banned, and now it's followed up by another Lancelot ban from the side of Bhutan. This is the second time they're banning away the Lancelot. It seems like, they do not want to deal with the Lancelot here. They don't even want to play it, and they don't even want to deal with it. They're basically going for a certain kind of a, draft maybe that does not include the Lancelot and does not want to deal with it as well. So yeah, talking about the Nepal, though, we can see they are banning away. Alice is one of the most dominant EXP laners, so it makes quite sense that you want to ban her out. And she is just a menace now. The Ruined Thorn, it is just crazy because it gives you damage reduction. At the same time, it can immobilize anyone who's under her range. But yeah, Bolty, look at the first pick coming up from the side of Nepal. They are going for the CC once again. First game, they got their hands on the CC, they won the game. And now, once again, they got the CC. So let's see if we're going to see a similar outcome.
Yeah, they lost that previous match of CC, so I feel like they're very committed on playing CC. That's all I'll say. But anyways, Onyx Paradox. Demigod Cell 3 times in a row, Hayabusa. This guy is no facing up. He really is very disciplined, like the Hayabusa is actually disciplined on being a ninja.
Yeah.
Onyx Paradox, it seems like they're not really switching their draft. Instead, they would go for something else. But yes, their mid laner did, toss out a lot of different mages here and there. But this time around, we're getting Feathered Airstrike there. So, Onyx Paradox, they have damage, they have backline invadability. But how is September 9 going to respond to that? Because they need to go for another tanky play, or maybe they could go for something. I was thinking of a Baxia would be nice here. What do you think about Baxia?
Could work here, but the Baxia is pretty. The pace of the game when you take a Baxia, it's pretty slow. there's not much action that you can do with the Baxia, because Baxia, as a utility jungle, he can't really kill up heroes in the early phases of the game. Has to scale for the mid game. The mid game is where the utility mostly shine. But yeah, look at this build. We are seeing a Hilda pick. Oh my goodness! Finally, we're seeing a proper counter for the Hayabusa from the side of Nepal. They are respecting the Hayabusa and they're going for the counter, which is the Hilda, as well as they're picking up the Kimi for the mid lane. So the mid lane Kimi is gonna be pretty good, because now they won't have to rely on the side laners to go for Max, which will carry them. You can just rely on the mid lane Kimi, which will act as a marksman as well. She is basically a marksman in disguise in the mid lane.
Yep, that's very true, Once. And you see the response to Onyx Paradox on the previous game. Was it? Yeah, Sandesh. If Sandesh didn't actually play it good, Peridot would, I guess, play it good. That's Onyx Paradox mentality, as they pick up the Kalea to pick out Lilim. So I think Lilim has to force out the Purify now. Super Cutie, on the other hand, I think would go to the gold right now, since they have that DPS on the mid. And that is Sandesh going to be providing a lot of vision, a lot of element of surprise, especially to the Farsa. I think the counter to a Farsa is a Hilda as well. The fact that you have forced out the Feathered Airstrike, that is time for Sandeep to go in and start disrupting, forcing the Feathered Airstrike to stop for Big Brain. But right now, I'm still kind of leaning on September 9th. They could pick up the Baksha, because you can invade Big Brain, you can invade Demigodzilla as well. Come on, man, come on, let's get the Baksha, please. September 9th.
I feel like the Baksha could come into play here, but
it's a Fred.
Oh my god, that was something else. Definitely not the Baksha.
Yeah.
But I feel like the Hilda is a flex pick here, because the Hilda, she can even go on to the EP. Yesterday we did see a EP Hilda, which did quite well. So the Hilda might go for the EP as well, and we might see a pure tank being picked. I feel like Hilda could really work here with the Matilda and the Fredrin. If they go for a Matilda here, it would really complement Three Fighters, because with the Matilda, have a guiding wind which can pull you out of danger.
Once, are you seeing Onyx Paradox draft right now? They're not going any late games. I mean, they do have Big Brain as a late game, but it's not a very consistent hero to be dealing enough consistent damage. But they're putting it all. I don't know how Onyx Paradox are gonna play this out, but I'm very intrigued to see how they play it out. But I've have to give this draft to the side of September 9 right now, because they have a very good utility jungler. Despite not being the Baxia, I'm gonna give it to them. But then Omega Flow this time is gonna pick up the Lapu. They have a very strong Lapu that can stand head to head with Kazanski in terms of mobility. I would say Omega Flow has the upper edge.
Yep.
Right now, I don't know. It depends on execution now. I can't say anything anymore.
I mean, the draft is looking really tough onto the hands of Onyx Paradox, because as you also already mentioned, there's no late game scaling for them. But nonetheless, though, Bolty, we are heading straight into the game number 3. This is gonna be the tiebreaker between these two teams. Let's see who takes the victory. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the game number 3. We're heading straight into the battlefield, and this is gonna be me and Bolty. We'll be casting a final game for game number 1. And yeah, after this, we're gonna be heading into match number 2. Can you believe it? 9:30 almost in India.
Exactly. It's been a while, right? I would say we will have a new set of caster, which is very good. But Demigodzilla is in trouble. It's a little bit of the pulse coming from Lilim. But there was a force flicker from Peridot onto the mid lane while we were doing the intro. So I think Peridot would not have that element of surprise no more to go for engages. But this is going to be the game of September 9th. They can do it. But top lane, it seems like there's a 1v1 session again. But Erenski this time around going against a not a Ruby, but actually a CC here, so he's finding it hard because the CC kind of outranges the Ruby. So Big Brain also getting caught a bit in terms of damage here, but they still want to go for something. Here comes Peridot, but still doesn't have the Tsunami Slam to connect for the securing kill. So with that being said, on the mid lane here, what's about to happen?
Nothing gonna happen much. They're just gonna be clearing the lanes, rotating, clearing, and rotating. I feel like, yeah, oh, my goodness.
What in the world is happening? Demigod Cell, first blood to the side of Onyx Paradox. Now we're talking way too much, but no, Sandesh want to go for a little bit of the memory of Onyx Paradox, but he has to retreat for now because there's nothing much to do if you lost your, I mean, they lost their Retribution inside of Onyx Paradox, but they do have something more on the top lane here. It seems like Kazanski is going to go for an engage here. There is a slam coming in for Kazanski, but Serap, on the other hand, has to use the, Brave Assault to get out of harm's way. Now, Omega Flow is in a good position to go and get the vision as well, but it's a broken wall, so any side of the wall can be a very exposed center for the Retribution steal. But Demigod still knowing the assignment, he's starting the turtle, and hopefully, but I don't know if Serap is going to steal it, but we will see.
I feel like, the Hayabusa will be able to. Oh, there we go.
Yup, Demigod still gets the turtle in D, but in trouble is Peridot. Still forces out the flicker though. Lilim is going to be using those basic attacks to kind of drizzle down the HP of Demigod still again, but yes, in time with a Quad Shadow, he lives to see another day. And with that being said, Onyx Paradox, they get one kill before, but right now they're going to be capitalizing on this turtle. It seems like it's still 0 for the start of September 9. If you look at the items, what do you think?
The itemization is still pretty early to look at because they've not even completed a single one item, but the Kimi is already going for the Sky Piercer right off the early game. That is pretty interesting. You can see the Sky Piercer onto the Hayabusa as well, so that is going to be a really good item for the Hayabusa this time around to snowball, especially against like Kimi, because you can easily take down squishy heroes. But yeah, talking about Demigod Cell, I feel like this time around he can really secure the objectives because of the composition of Nepal. Because talk about September 9, they don't have a crowd control, which can instantly lock the Hayabusa. Instead, they have to be near the Hayabusa to lock him down. So they can't really throw any kind of a AoE crowd control there. And yeah, the Hayabusa will definitely plan the Quad Shadow and will just sneak in, get the Retribution, and build back into safety.
Into safety they would go, but for members fell down in where Kyrie Kumar made the mistake. And yes, 3 people is just going to be looking for an engage when Sandeep comes in, but it seems like Sandeep is kind of very in a big pickle here. Tsunami Slam, it seems like that is going to be a dead Sandeep onto the hands of Onyx Paradox once again. So they're going to have 2 kills on the leaderboard, but don't forget, look at Serap here, trying to go for a session, misses the eruption, and with that, concludes the fight, and this is going to be a turtle once again onto the bot side this time. So then Godzilla might go for Super Cutie here, gonna go with the Shadow kill, but look at the Vengeance using that damage reduction to negate all the damage coming from Demigodso as well. But here comes the bravest fighter, Omega Flow, finds the flow, takes out Peridot, it seems. Willem would be the one instead, but Erenski having to use the offended on Super Cutie is going to get the kill, as well as Demigodso also takes down Serap there. And that is going to be no more retribution for the side of September 9, as they still going to go for more against Sandeep. But Sandeep, knowing that he has the very mobility to escape this sticky situation, he's still looking to give vision to the side. But I don't know if Serap would be in time for the retribution. But nope, Demigodso once again. 2 turtles for the side of Onyx Paradox. And they also got 2 kills again.
Yeah, that was a really good trade for Bhutan, I would say. They are definitely making use of the Hayabusa in the early game as much as possible, so that there's no way they can snowball in the mid and late phases of the game on the Hayabusa, so they have to make use of him as much as possible. But talking about the game, I feel like even Nepal, they don't have any hero that can carry the late game because they're all DPS hero except the Kimi. The Kimi is the only one who will be able to carry the game. She has the turret pushing potential as well as the main magic damage source for the team.
And very true now, but in terms of how the game is going so far, it's a very subtle game for now. Serap is still looking to farm the Magma Golem, but getting caught here with the Tsunami Slam comes up. Federer strike on the back line, should be bursting down Serap. Kizanski gets the kill as they dribble for more. The fight is too messy right now, but I did see that coming from Limim with the double kill. The Sky Piercer with the triple. Lilim is going to capitalize a lot, but don't forget the shutdown for Lilim comes as Demigod forces out the ultimate onto Lilim. And with that being said, I think it was like a 1-3 trade. No, actually a 2-3 trade on both sides.
Yeah, that was definitely a 2-3 trade, man. Just look at this Tsunami Slam, but the follow-up coming up from the side of Nepal is pretty good as well. I really love how, Kerensky was going in and just forcing out the Farsa to back off, but man, the beautiful Sky Piercer just getting a beautiful triple, but nonetheless, it was the Hayabusa who shut him down. But look at, period on the Kalia being so aggressive, just providing vision for the team, and now it seems like she's camping for the Lapu Omega Flow there, being a really cautious, knows that they can hide anywhere around the map, so he's just being really safe and hiding onto the bush instead. But now though, the third turtle of the game is up. But yeah, look at the mid lane bush. It's looking really dangerous. It seems like there's going to be an engage anytime soon. But look at this, a flicker combo with a miss.
And also a Tsunami Slam coming from Peridot here. Two members are funneled down on the mid side for September 9. The Peridot still looking for an engage, but I'm not really sure because they didn't take out anybody. Some resources being used for the side of Onyx Paradox already. We gets taken out, but that is going to be a Lord finally here. The Turtle will not be contested whatsoever. Instead, it will start to be a Lord dance. 8 minutes into the game already, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting heated, I would say.
Definitely, the heat of the game is definitely going up, but Balti, look at this though. It seems like they're actually gonna go for the Lord. It seems like Sarap is going for the Ruby instead. He's just providing a little bit of vision for himself because he's a jungler. He's to see the positioning of the enemy so he can take the Lord and the Turtle. But yeah, look at this though. It seems like now it's going to be Onyx Paradox who will be forcing out the Lord fight on the bot lane. Balti, look at the 1v1 of the Hayabusa though. So, he's just not going to commit to it and waste his skill on the CC because he knows there is a vengeance which can negate the Yogi Shadow kill. But yeah, it seems like for now there's just going to be a lot of skirmish onto the mid lane here. Oh, the Trezla being forced out of the flicker. Now there's not going to be a sneaky penalty zone with the flicker there.
Yeah, true, but also a missed traction pulse there. We did see Sandesh trying to do something. Sarap gonna go for the eruption to pull in Kazanski there, but it is a very tanky guy that can go for the set with a penalty zone, so you don't want to do that. But then again, Sarap tickling a bit of the Lord, but it seems like they're not gonna go for this Lord contest because they need to. I think both junglers have to start, buffing up again before they can go for the Lord. So there won't be any fight until I think Sarap finished his clearance on towards the red buff, but it seems like on the top side, it seems like Onyx Paradox are trying to look for the tier 1. The bot lane though, September 9 have the quick eye to get the tier 1, but it's going to be a 1-to-1 tier 1 on both of the sides. But then again, we will see if they can do anything. This could be the second one. Super Jitty Cutie is doing that once again. He's like the only CC I've seen playing the split pushing. But anyway, Demigod is in trouble. Gonna go for the carry play, but gets shut down by Lilim instantly. Nothing much to do anymore there because if Demigod still dies, means September 9 will come in for the taking of the Lord and taking off any more members. And that's gonna go with the loading section. Omega Flow is in position, I would say, but Ericsky still here. Use that, Cyclone coming dash in, but it's in trouble. It's gonna be Sandesh in trouble. Get power driver by Peridot. It's gonna be Peridot getting the kill. But in terms of securing the Lord, it's gonna go to the side of September 9. The retribution here. Kazanski is in trouble. The bonk comes in, but it's gonna be Lilim here taking down Kazanski. The force flicker of Big Brain, but it's gonna be Omega Flow stopping the tempo of both the team fights. What a good play for the side of September 9, securing the Lord as well.
A really good play indeed, man. I was just wondering that why did Onyx Paradox, why did they decide to go in? They already got a kill, and without a jungler, there's no point of going in and testing the Lord because you're not going to secure that retribution. It was a little bit of overextension here. Not over bit actually, quite a bit of overextension. There's a lot of resource was spent. They even lost their member, so that is a pretty bad trade for them. But then again, air the fair strike being popped here just to clear out the minions onto the top. But yeah, we can definitely see that the lanes are being pressurized from all the sides. It's just merely a 8-minute Lord, so that Lord is gonna be pretty weak with not much of a HP. So it's gonna be an easy takedown for the Lord. But at the same time, there's a lot of lane pressure. We can see that Lapu Lapu as well. He's pushing onto the turrets there onto the side, and they're just going for the full objective. Man, what is going on? The tempo of the game has totally shifted, and now it seems like Nepal once again they have the advantage on their hand. It seems like the early snowball that time they had with the Hayabusa, it's starting to fade off.
Yep, the early snowball. This is what we usually see, especially on Demigod Cell with the Hayabusa. 3 times pick here on all games. He won once, he lost once, but he could definitely throw this one again because he's not going to have that extra penetration that he didn't need yet. But the Malefic Roar, I guess, would be coming up on that build. But what I like to talk about is got to be Super Jetty Cutie because he's like the only CC in this tournament, has been chucking down a lot of turrets, always bot side as well. But Omega Flow gonna go for the Bravest Fighter here. There is a smash coming up, double smashing from both of the tank here. Gonna be spamming the recall as they take out Peridot here. With that being said, it's already a perfect engage, a perfect pick off for the side of September 9. The best way to get this situation on their hands is basically not to throw this one. But Omega Flow once again on back line, Bravest Fighter, but nothing much is gonna happen.
Man, I really love the way these two teams are taunting each other. Previous game, it was coming up with the recalls, and now it is Nepal who's
bot lane.
Oh!
I would say the bot lane.
Goodness.
Oh, it's almost a Farsa getting taken down, guys. Sunday, but Peridot did have the Tsunami Slam, but it was not enough to take down the chunky one. But goodness gracious, Big Brain almost gets taken out, so he needs to be careful. He needs to be careful of her counter, I would say, because he's using a female hero. But right now, look at that. September 9 are wasting no time to chunk down the HP of the Lord in this taking. Kazanski is also looking for an angle, but unfortunate. I think Onyx Paradox has to give this Lord up. If not, wasted. Here comes Kazanski with a double penalty zone over there, but look at the shutdown coming in as they take out Lilim. It was good. Better airstrike on the back line here. We did say Sarab trying to go for more, but the Trader's Graph too slow. Not going to be able to save him. It's going to be Omega Flow finally throwing this. But what is going on? That could have been a perfect push for the side of September 9, but they still insist to fight things out because they lost their limb there. But there is more going to be. Onyx Paradox are going to be capitalizing on this moment as they take one more kill. They take out Inhibitor on the top side here. Not the top, but the mid lane side. And as they take out 4 members of Onyx Paradox, only Sandesh live to see. But this could be the end for September 9, but I don't know because of force trigger of penalties. So I'm gonna go to the limb. Sandesh trying his best. Big Brain forces out the feathered airstrike. The clearance is so good, but the minions are not quite there to stop things up. But it's gonna be a successful defense coming in from September 9. But don't forget, there could be a backdoor, a segway on the top lane here. But Demigod still sees that opportunity. Not gonna give that opportunity to September 9, by the way. But Serap once again getting caught in this troublous way. Forces out the Pranger Staff to get back the lost HP. But Erensky, though, is looking great. Look at Kazanski, gotta go with the penalty zone. Pulls back Sandeep on the backline with that Tsunami Slam. And yes, Sandeep, for a reason, he lives. Peridot forces out the immortality also. And with that, a Big Brain wasted the feathered airstrike. But Erensky dealing or taking a lot of damage there. Nobody is gonna get traded out, unfortunately, for both of the sides.
Oh my god, Baldy, so much is going on here. Just look at the replay. Look at the bomb being used there, but yeah, it's just not gonna be Sarab on the kill score. But yeah, man, just look at them. They're so aggressive. And I really love the way, they're making use of the Kalia. It's just so good. She is such a good healer. Man, they're just getting so much sustain out of Kalia. But boy, look at the fight though. It's just prolonging so much, but nonetheless, there was no casualty whatsoever. But yeah, looking at the oh my goodness, another connection on the Kalia, but no tsunami slam being popped by her. But yeah, talking about the game, it seems like these two teams are getting a bit exhausted here because they're just so tanky and they're just so hard to take down this time around because they're almost
Oh,
with a full death.
Kanes, don't do it! Oh, he falls into that push and a tsunami stab Kanes, but he still have that immortality. Keep that in mind. Sarab trying to go for the backline push or backline ambushing. But Lilim is gonna get that kill on towards Peridot. That is very good. But Demigod might go for the segue here. But everybody knows they're recalling. And for now, though, they stop the recall. Lilim is finally back to get cut to the chase. As takedown there, it was sneaky, then got to play. Finally, Onyx Paradox, they know they will not win this Retribution battle. That's why they're going for the split push. But if Demigod can find a kill on Lilim, this could be the ending factor for Onyx Paradox. But yep, this time around, we did see Demigod trying to creep up on the backside, but they do know Omega Flow. But oh, Demi finds himself in a good position. Here comes the Flicker to penalty zone and Lilim in an instant. And this fight will continue. Big Brain forces out the Predator airstrike here. They try to take Ting. It's gonna be September 9 secure the Lord, but at what cost? 2 of their members here, maybe 3. But unfortunately, that is gonna be a WW way of Onyx Paradox. Taking out 2 members, but they still get the Lord though. But I don't know. Demigod still wants a little bit more tad bit, but still dabs it. But it's gonna dip for now. That is a Lord for the side of September 9. But Onyx Paradox, they take down 2, so this should be a very easy defense.
Yeah, that is a easy defense for them. But at the same time, it might be a little. It might be a little overwhelming for them because this is a Lord is going to be so tanky. They have to, go in together to clear it out. Whilst the members from the side of Nepal, they're just going to be busy clearing out the minions as well onto the mid and the bottom lane. You can see there, it is just going to be super Geniquiti, right, on the CC, who's just busy clearing out the lane. But yeah, Bolty, I feel like this time around the only winning factor for Nepal is the Kimi. So if they really want to win, they have Kimi.
There we go. He's in trouble. He is in trouble. He's trying to go for the quick swap of the stages, but no, Lilim would be the one to get the securing on Demigod Cell. This is bad for Onyx Paradox. They have to run away now. They couldn't do anymore. Big Brain is very low in the HP session or the section. And with that being said, they lost 1. And this is gonna be once again for September 9 to pick back their once lost momentum as they are going to be taking down turrets here. The top lane is definitely exposed, but the fight on the mid lane though, they try to protect this tier 2. Here comes Big Brain with a Predator airstrike, gonna be bursting down the side of September 9. Immortality being popped. Arensky is finally falling to the beams of Lilim as he gets a double kill with the Sky Piercer, and that could be a triple. He keeps bursting things down, but instead he's not going for Paradise. Paradise, he heals everything, but this could be the winning factor for Nepal as September 9 segues themselves through this victory. Oh boy,
Man,
nice.
that was a really, really unfortunate game for Bhutan. They just made one mistake and that cost them the game. It was, it was actually Demigod who got caught up in the midst of the fight, and the moment he fell off, that was the green light for Nepal to just go ahead and end the game. And yeah, I was just gonna say that earlier. If a Demigod somehow he manages to go for Lilim, he can easily win the game. And there were a lot of mistakes as well from the side of Bhutan, because earlier we did see that they went full berserk on the Hilda. Despite using everything that they had in their pockets, they couldn't take her down. And yeah, from then onward, it was Nepal actually were getting closer to winning the game, because they did get their hands on the inhibitors. And they did get Demigod as well, who was the main assassin who could take down Lilim. And boy, that is really unfortunate for Bhutan. But nonetheless, though, kudos to Nepal for winning it once again tonight, taking it a 2-1 game against Bhutan once again. And yeah, kudos to our guy Lilim as well for getting the sweet MVP of the game.
It was complete turn of events there. We thought Onyx Paradox could have it because of their advantage on assassins, but Demigod still pulled in the oopsie there. Didn't find the angle to hit himself properly, as September 9 have already caught up to that ambush, and they take out Demi pretty easily, and that completely, destroys the flow of Onyx Paradox of what they're trying to do. It was basically them trying to go for a split push, ending with split push or backdoor, but they weren't able to do it. Instead, September 9, once they caught up the Hayabusa, they find that angle to end the game instantly, because for members weren't able to do against 5, as of course Lilim also 11-3-0. No assist whatsoever. This guy just secures kills for the team.
And Balti, this is just the start of the night. This was basically the first game for tonight. A best of 3
true.
finally completed, and there are also 2 more matches coming up, which is gonna be another 2 best of 3. So I feel like we should definitely stick around and watch the other 2 games as well. Yeah, it is just gonna be another set of teams which is gonna be playing up in the second and the third match. So guys, stick around. The show is it has just begun, because this was the first match. I do have to say that this was definitely the longest best of 3 in my entire life. But yeah, that was a banger of a banger of a game number 1 and a banger of a best of 3 series. We did see Bhutan pulling up the comeback in the second game, putting a beautiful win, which was merely around 13 minutes, which was pretty impressive. But the drive kind of fell off in the game. In the third game, their only mistake was picking up the Kalia. Kalia wasn't a really good factor there, as you already mentioned earlier, when they took the Kalia. But nonetheless, though, it is what it is, and the winner definitely Nepal once again. So kudos to Nepal, and yeah, they're definitely gonna be going and taking a big rest as well, because they've been playing for about 2 hours straight.
Indeed, once, and that will conclude this match number 1 of the True International South Asia Grand Arena. But we will be getting 2 more exhilarating match with 2 more exhilarating casters. It's going to be Cantarella and Shinru next, I believe, and hopefully they can upheave the once brought hype up to the game. But with that being said, guys, that is going to be a victory for September 9. And next match, of course, is going to be a rivalry against Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Namely, we're saying MES Hyper Reborn versus Chaos. So stay tuned for that. This is going to be Bolty and One signing off for tonight. But stay tuned, because these 2 games are going to be something you won't want to miss. Peace.
Namaste.
Hello, what is up, everyone? And we're back with game 2 of day 4. And I am on the caster accompanied by the one and only Shin Ryu. And we will be watching the game between Sri Lanka, H2O from Sri Lanka, and Chaos from Pakistan. How are you feeling about this matchup, man?
So far I've seen the other nations playing against each other, but this will be the first time I'm going to see these two playing against each other. That is gonna be Sri Lanka going against Pakistan, of course. But I would be very honest with you. I do not have too much knowledge about the teams, but I'm really looking forward to learn about how they prioritize the meta. What type of picks do they like to go for, and you can see the standing as well, right? It kind of speaks for itself as well.
From Group A, you can see Hyper Reborn already at the last place, 6th place, with 2 losses and negative 2 points. And Chaos also at the second last place, with also negative 2 points. I think the winning team will secure their position in Group A, while the other team will be out, if I'm not mistaken.
I think there's still time. I think the groups can get reshuffled. At least the standings can get reshuffled. But so far, both Chaos as well as Hyper Reborn had a rough start. We can say they're not having the best start for this tournament, of course. But I think this might just break the tie-up that they have for the last position or the second last altogether. So I think we are looking for a definite change in the standing for sure. I think Sacred Shrine might just get below to the 5th position, and Chaos or maybe Hyper Reborn can move up. But again, if you talk about the positioning in this group, I think for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, it's very close by. It's gonna be very close by after the next games are played.
It's definitely gonna be a really, really tough game for both of them, because you don't want to be at the last place in your group, because you will be entering that danger zone and be in risk of elimination. So yeah, it's going to be a really intense matchup for both of these teams to secure that point over the other team.
I totally agree with you, but just not for a group. Like, these are separate groups, of course, but we can see a bit difference in the other group as well, right? The Armageddon, they had a rough start too, and they're pretty behind with the group A. I would say, like, the standings are kind of more closer to the other group than the group A, but at the same time, I think nobody would want to be in the last position, because the top 2 from each groups will be qualifying for going into the playoffs, for actually making it to the quarterfinals, to the semifinals, and so on and so forth, of course. But like you mentioned, each and every point will be very vital for these teams to actually just move much more closer to actually qualifying for those playoffs. And I think this game too will be very focused on getting a clean sweep rather than going for a 3-game series. I think the less game they lose, the better for the standing, the more points they can actually accumulate overall for this group itself that is concerned.
Exactly, just like you mentioned, is a matchup between the only 2 teams in this saga with no wins so far. So both teams are really put in their effort. Just like you said, there's really good players from H2O that I personally know, and from Chaos as well. I think from be some really intense matches. Even though they lost, I think they put up a really good match. We are not even at the playoffs here, and the matches are so intense, man. Oh my goodness.
I really love the blend that we're having for these metas, right? I think each and every region, they're pulling something new. They're going with some new strats, or maybe some of the old ones that already pre-existed before the change in the meta that is there. But at the same time, I think some things work for some teams much better compared to the other teams. That's why there are some teams not getting the result that they're looking for, of course. But I would love for you to actually just break down what type of meta does Sri Lanka, and in this case Hyper Reborn, actually follows. Like, do they go for the double fighter meta, or do they actually stick to the standard marksman to the goal lane?
That's a really good question, because throughout this tournament, I've actually seen when you pick Gato Kacha, it's like a really strong upper hand from right the get-go, like because of the Unbreakable and the AOG. You can use it offensively and defensively. Bro, Gato Kacha has been a menace throughout this entire tournament. It's so difficult to punish him because of that. You can go with the Revitalize. Of course, you have the CC immunity when you use your AOG defensively, so it's really difficult to punish him. And also, I need to mention Sukshin. And the two mages that have been dominating, I could say safely, is Eve and Sukshin. These two mages are so frustrating, and they also coupled with the fighter emblems and tenacity on the Sukshin especially. They're super difficult to kill, and they're really good at creating that space for their team to start their early game snowball. And even in the late game, these mages don't really fall out, unlike the other mages. They got that really good defense between utility and damage as well. What do you think about the patch and the meta?
If I just talk about it, I'll just talk about the region that I'm mostly looking at, right? Region centric, of course, for at least India that I'm talking about in this case. They really love to play the Kimi. They really love to play the Kimi onto the mid lane. I would say that is one of those heroes that have been prioritized a lot more onto the mid lane. The roam, it can flex. I think a lot of the teams, they do like to go for the pressure into the jungle from the get go, like heroes like Grok, heroes like the Kalea. These are the heroes that they most likely go for if they want to pressure the jungle. But if they want to play for more team fight oriented draft or lineups, they do like to go for the Garud as well. I think there's not much difference when it comes down to that. And Zubishin is definitely there. So is the Eve. But one more hero that they also like to actually pick very, very often, I would say, would be the Farsa because of the range. And and the Farsa does not need too much of a peeling from the roamer, so the roamer can play much more aggressive into those into the scenarios where they need to go for the setup, they need to go for the initiations. And the Wings by Wings, of course, is like a lifesaver for the Farsa, which the Eve does not have. So she goes to a very vulnerable spot with this new shift into the fighter meta that is there, double fighter meta. I would say the Lapu Lapu being onto the cool lane, kind of building him more to the damage centric portion, has put the backliners in a lot of I would say in a difficult spot to play, because he directly goes in and just finish you off. Like, he's immune when he's using the bravest fighter, right? So I think that's one of the concern the teams are actually facing. But apart from that, I think if you have a very good positioning onto the mid lane, and if you're going for 4 tanky frontliner, that is the meta that Team Sacred Shine is also using. I would say that is really working well for a lot of those teams out there.
Yeah, we need to compare. Like you said, Farsa, man, the feather airstrike, the range, especially against those teams with difficult unpenetrable front lines, you can just stand in front of them and kill the backline before you even know it. Before you process it, you're dead. But then again, Eve has so much. I think she got a buff, I'm not sure, but the shield she gets from the first skill, plus coupled with, I've seen brute force and the mana item, she can just spam the first skill non-stop, and the range is absurdly high, I would say. And with that no cooldown, especially with the Holy Crystal or the item that deals HP based damage, man, I forgot the name. It's both of these mages, they do lack on mobility, like you said, because they have to rely on their flicker, and they're vulnerable against assassins like Lance, Vices, and Hayabusa, because when they're ulting, both mages are immobile, they stand still and have to ult. But then again, Eve is CC immune while she's ulting, while Farsa, while she has more damage, she can easily be locked down.
True. I mean, I feel, even though the Eve is immune, but she still takes damage, right? Like, she's immobile. That is the main problem. It's very difficult to reposition into those team fight where 3 or 4 people are jumping on towards you. I think, you have only one flicker, or at certain cases you would like to go for the Purify, which I'm not a big fan of on towards Eve, honestly. Like, I do know it saves your life a lot of those, very brawly team fights. But if you take the practicality of that spell, I think it kind of makes you vulnerable once again. That
is very true. Like you said earlier, apart from these 3 or 4 main picks, Grok and Kalia should be mentioned. Grok is almost banned in every single game that I've seen so far.
So-
Grok the Builder, indeed. And Kalia, one of the only heroes that did not fall off after the the collab nerf of Suyu, Lucas, and what was the other hero again?
Wait.
Suyu, Lucas,
and,
Kalia. I think Hayabusa, right? Hayabusa, Suyu,
Hayabusa,
Kalia,
okay.
and Lucas. But all three, I would say, Hayabusa especially, been falling behind because when scaling into the late game, you do not have that enough damage, especially when those even mages go with tenacity and those fighter emblems. You have so much sustain, you cannot really delete the damage dealers right away with a tough frontline and vision. I would say the only hero that survived the nerf would be Kalia out of those four.
I think, yeah, the Kalia is still performing pretty well, but one thing that the Kalia kind of has a problem is, she cannot set up for a huge team fight, I would say. Like, she can just pick off one member at a time, so that kind of just, reduces the point that she can actually just, what do you say that thing, provide the utility to the team, whereas the Grok, he has a lot more to offer. But I think it depends upon how the team can play around those heroes a lot more than just I would say just the heroes itself, because sometimes you do not need to take everyone down, you just need to take down the main damage dealer or maybe the frontliner in certain cases. So it just varies from team to team, of course, but at the end of the day, I think having a very good draft, having a very good front to back would matter into winning these games for sure.
Indeed. When you're playing Kalia, man, you got to snowball right away. You cannot play safe in the early game if you have a Kalia, because late game you don't really have that much opportunities to pick off, especially when all 5 of the enemy teams are together. Unless you get a lucky, maybe in the late game you have enough damage to burst down the front line. Maybe then you can commit that ultimate into the tank and shut them down, so they don't have that sandbag to take all that damage. That is still an option, but then again, when we talk about scaling, I still prefer the Grok over Kalia because of the constant. It's just super frustrating to deal with the constant shields and regen, and plus he's super tanky as well, and the CC immunity makes him extremely difficult to kill. Who do you prefer between those two?
I like the Grok personally because, every team fight, whenever it happens, the teams, they think of an escape route, right? They want to keep a weight out of the team fight. But the Grok can just, force a lockdown out there. Like, you cannot move away from the wall. You just lock it down, and then you have to burn a blink skill or maybe a flicker. And that's the moment of hesitation that, kind of makes you very targetable by the other team. If they have an assassin, they would instantly go to the backline and finish you off a lot of the cases. And I think, a lot more than just the hyper or the jungler or maybe the roamer, I think it comes down to how do the side laners play as well, right? We have seen a lot of those Lapu, the Yuzhong, as well as, I would say, the Alice as well. These heroes are popping off lately, and they provide a lot more because they deal damage to multiple members at the same time. They have that AoE damage effect as well. They can also give the crowd control to multiple members at the same time. So they are the main instigator of this team fight, whereas the Grok, all he needs to do is just peel for his team at a lot of those cases, and he can actually go with the front line to give the engage with the tech charge as well as the first, second skill, everything combined. So it comes down to the layering of the skill, the chain CC, I would say, that they can actually go for into this team fight a lot more as well.
What a detailed explanation. Very true indeed. You mentioned Yuzhong. I need to say, H2O really likes to pick their Yuzhong in the EXP lane. We might see an Yuzhong pick because EXP laner from H2O really likes to play that Yuzhong. And it doesn't matter which draft the enemy drafts for, this guy really is a beast on that Yuzhong, man. Just goes to the backline right away. If the enemy picks an assassin jungle, man, this guy is going to be kryptonite for that guy. You're not going to have a chance doing any objective fights. Even if, oh my gosh, this guy is so aggressive. Even if you go into your turret for safety, this guy will just dive right in, petrify, and kill you. He's just like that. He will, 90% of the time, he will trade their life to kill the hyper, I would say.
It's worth it. I think I think getting down the
Definitely.
hyper would really help you secure the neutral objective, right? And I think with the rise of the Isan Shin into the jungle,
Yeah.
I think the dragon has been really impactful into
Yeah,
countering
it's
that
a
along
really
with the
viable counter.
Yeah, and one more combo that I really like to look forward is the CC Gutted combination, because once you use the
Oh.
curtain call and then you just use the AOG, there is no escape, right? If you do not have the purify, you're like confirmed dead. Like there's nothing much you can do. So I think a lot of the teams, they like to go for this wombo combos that we like to see a lot more into this games. I mean, maybe we have seen this a lot in the rank or TikTok, but in tournament too they work. But
It works,
depends,
man.
how the teams can actually use it. But one quick question to you though, what do you think of the Sky Piercer onto the mages, like especially the Kimi as well as the Lunox onto the mid lane?
Not just those two. I've seen Skybears on Sukshin as well. Even when she's building almost semi-tank with the Clock of Destiny, Brute Force, and Tenacity and a Fight Emblem. Mages really benefit from the Skybears because of that insane range they have. Because they can just secure the skills from a safe distance, especially when you are struggling to go for Assassin in the jungle. When you have a tank, you need that Sky Piercer in your main DPS or the damage source to secure those skills before they run away. And when Eve or Farsa, I don't think I've seen a Sky Piercer on a Farsa yet, to be honest.
Much.
Yeah, because you already have enough burst too. You don't really need a Sky Piercer when you have just one-shot capability.
I think it's an overkill, right, for the Farsa, just going for the Sky
exactly. It's a waste of an item slot. You can just go for rather a Holy Crystal or a more useful item instead. But then again, Sukshin, Eve, 50-50 I would say on Eve. I've not seen Skybears on Eve either. Not a big fan. But Sukshin definitely, Kimi, Lunox, because they need that Sky Piercer scaling to reach the late game damage potential. Yeah, I would definitely say that.
I've seen a lot of teams actually going for the grandeur, onto the goal lane, then picking up a Kimi, Lunox, or maybe a Zoshin onto the mid, and then they're again going for a jungle, like an assassin into the jungle. So so many resources being diverted. Like that's a greedy lineup already, because you're trying to put farm onto three members. And if you think about it, they all actually requires those skills, right? They want to stack up the Sky Pierce, especially for grandeur. I would say so crucial to actually get the stack. That kind of enables him into the team fights. That kind of helps him secure those low HP targets with the range that he has. But again, if you're trying to build Sky Pierce on multiple members in the team in a tournament, I think that kind of not a big fan, right, as well. So I've seen that happening, but I hope they kind of just divert the resource to the one person who's actually performing really well into such draft. Like it's best to give the Sky Piercer one member so he can actually go for the high funneling, let's just say, in this scenario, that is.
Yeah, we've seen the funneling strat a lot actually, now that you mention it. We always see like 4 fighters, 4 fronts, and 1 DPS. Am I right?
Yeah.
And you see 1 tank, 3 fighters in mid as well. Have you, in your server, in your area, have you met fighter mid laners? Because we've been seeing that a lot in our ranked matches.
No, not yet. Please don't give them ideas. No, we might just see it.
We
might just see it, man.
I might as well. The glue is a really viable pick in the mid lane. You know why? Because then again, I need to mention assassin jungler's been really struggling because the grok, the glue, you can just constantly annoy them. And after the nerf, after Yusong is a viable counter, just like you mentioned earlier, against YSS. Once he uses that first skill, you can just keep rotating around him with the Black Dragon form until he uses the first skill and then commit with your skills. You can't really escape it, if I'm being honest. So 4 fighters are still really viable because as a jungler, I've experienced it.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to add one more hero to that. I would say Hilda is again one of those annoying heroes, right? So she can do the same thing, but even worse. Like she just gets a stack and then boom, you're dead, man, with the power of the wilderness, like bonk on your head. But finally we are going for the draft phase. We were like so, I think, lost in our conversation that we completely forgot that we are here to cast a game, right? But I think we had enough discussion about the meta itself, and now we are here to witness how the teams would like to play around this meta. But like you mentioned, for Hyper Reborn, they like to go for the Yuzong. They like to go for a lot of the cheese picks, I would say, that can actually give a lot more advantage to the lineup itself. But what do they ban out here is going to be much more important as well. I think if they have done their homework properly, they will ban the signature heroes of the opponent teams. But still, the Baxia as well as the Zushin Porma band, man, I have not seen these heroes being open much into these games that we're actually looking at.
We can already see the two best majors, I would say, getting banned right away. The Zushin is a really good ban from the side of H2O because they like to play really aggressive. And the Zushin, with their skills, she's really frustrating to face when you're playing the aggressive lineup because she can just keep displacing you when you are trying to reach her. And if you commit all your skills onto her, she can still escape with a slither of HP with the ultimate and just keep coming back. And even in the late game, she can just really be a big nuisance to your engages. So I think that's a really good ban. And they also get rid of the Granger here. They might be looking for a CC goal lane.
Most likely, I think the Granger is one of those heroes that can actually give a tough time to the CC given its long range, of course. But I think if they are banning so many of the mid lane heroes, they can prioritize the Gimme or something strong onto the mid lane, because I think securing a good mid lane or mid duo will be very beneficial for the teams to actually just try and put the pressure on the map, because one, they can get good information if they have a winning mid duo. Second, what they can do is they can go for the invades as well, like slow down the farm of the opponent. So that could be one of the potential way. But the Sicilian ban, that is something new that I'm looking at. We don't get to see that much banned off, but I think the side of Team Chaos, they might know something that we don't so far.
Ooh, that's interesting. I just saw H2O get rid of their own signature pick Yuzong. That's really interesting. Talking about the Sicilian ban, I think they did. Angela. Back to Sicilian. I think they've done their homework because Sicilian was really almost a solo carry in the previous match, I need to mention. He was doing so much damage with the full build and the stacks in the late game. I think they've done their homework, so I think it's wise to get rid of it. You can see Esmeralda. This might be an Esmeralda gold lane, but I'm not really sure.
A good flex, regardless, right? But I'm not fan of Angela Roam, though. I'll be utterly honest with you. I think it's very vulnerable. Like, you cannot open up the vision, you cannot get that early level 4, because if you try to go and open up the vision, you can get instantly punished. And it's best for them to actually just put the Angela into the mid lane. I would say that's a very good utility that they can go for, with the low cooldown onto the hard guard as well, right? So it can work, but again, they have the side of Team Hyper Rebo and they have an Esmeralda, but no, they go for a Lunox with that. Not sure if it's going to be a gold Lunox or not, but if it's a Rome Angel, I think it might be in trouble because of the Garud Kaja constantly putting those taunts as well as the pressure on towards her. But interesting draft, regardless though, from both the sides.
Oh, they got the carry pick too. That's a really late game focused draft, I would say. But they still have the option of Fredwin plus Angela. That's a really strong I would say snowball. At least really strong team fight annoyance pick. But then again, the side of H2 already secured one of the best roamers, the Gato Kacha. Ooh, we need to mention Esmeralda is a counter for Angela. That was really smart of them.
That's smart of them, but then again, there are two tank killers, right, from the side of Team Chaos. So they can actually burst or shred down, in this case, the two frontliners that will be there from Hyper Reborn. So I think really good counter picks from both the sides so far. But you mentioned Brethren. I think the X-Pac might be a better hero to go for in this case, or maybe the Assassins. A lot of the Assassins are open, right? But I don't know about those, with those tanky frontliners, it might be difficult. But in order to counter that YSS or the Isan Shin, I think the Hayabusa or the Lancelot can really be a good hero to actually choose from, if not something else, if not the utility, because they need to mark the backline as well. Yes, they have the shred for the frontliners, but what do they do about the backline? This is going to be very vital for Chaos.
That's very true. But if they do go for Assassin in the jungle here with Lunox and Carry, I think they will be way too squishy for those objective fights, because they have an Angela roam. So I think most likely they need to go for maybe like a Fredrin pick, like I said earlier, and maybe two more frontliners, because they already have enough damage. more than enough damage for the late game. So it's wise of them to go for. If they're really confident in their skill, they can still go for the assassin pick, like you mentioned. I'm not actually sure what they are planning for here, but they already have the counters taken away from their side of it, so they can still go for even a creative tank pick in the jungle like Akai could still work.
Good work. I was expecting maybe the X-Borg into the jungle, like the true damage again, right? The Alpha is definitely out of the picture for true damage, of course. But apart from that, what else can work? If they want to go for something tanky frontliner, I think the Fredrin might be the best choice with the Baxi already out of the picture. And what else though? I think for at least for the EXP lane, they can go for the Khalid or something, like maybe a bit of sustain. Because Lapu Lapu, not the best hero to go for against the Esmeralda, and with the Fredrin being banned, so what do they pick now? It's gonna be important.
They get rid of the Fredrin. That was really smart of them because that was the best jungle pick here for them. Like you mentioned, they're really the side of Chaos is really lacking in that crowd control department. So, like you mentioned, they might have to go for a tanky EXP, maybe like a really strong tank like Bellaric could work still. Oh, the side of H2 was like a CC. And they're just really taking away all the meta picks from the side of Chaos.
True.
Oh man.
This leaves that and this just ends the debate that the Esmeralda will be onto the EXP rather than the gold, right? The CC is better off to the gold lane, I believe, at least can get better timing against that. But at the same time, I think the carry is a bit too late. Like you already mentioned, it's going to be a late game draft from the side of Chaos, so they might also want to pick some early game heroes. The Xborg does come through. I think that's a really good counter for those frontliners. But apart from this, maybe the Khalid. But apart from the Khalid, they need something to dive onto the backline. I don't prefer the Lapu Lapu in this case. Maybe if they want to go for something tanky.
What? Wait, what?
Okay.
Wait.
I think it's a Xbox EXP and Alpha Jungle maybe, or something along that line.
But where's the CC? Excuse me? That's way too greedy for the amount of damage output they have, I would say. Oh my goodness, I was expecting Xbox jungle. That was a W prediction from you. But the Alpha in the jungle after the Xbox, I'm really doubting this pick here. Because they don't have that opportunity like the Gato Kacha and the Esmeralda's ultimate to make those engages. They're more of a responsive draft. Unless if Alpha goes for full damage and then makes that space for the rest of the team to go in. Or maybe Xborg with the last Insanity. But that's too much damage and way less CC.
I agree. I think they do not have any setup apart from the charge of the Alpha. What else? Like you cannot expect the the Angela's heartstrings to actually connect every time that immobilize, right? But like you mentioned, a bit greedy lineup for sure from the side of Team Chaos, but the side of Team Hyper Reborn, they're really looking good with that draft. Like they have a very good front to back composition with proper early to late game scaling, I would say. It's gonna be a bit tough, but hey, wait a minute. Is the Lunox into the jungle or something like that? Like, am I missing out something?
Huh? Wait, you're right.
I think it might be true.
Lane. Yo, it's a debut pick. It's the first time I've seen this.
You were talking about the fighter middle. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out soon. But it's gonna be an interesting one. But again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we would love to welcome you into True International. This is the saga that you're watching. And right now, two teams are already ready. It's actually Alpha Jungle. I was anticipating a bit. Yeah, a bit too much of anticipation, but yeah. But still,
yes. We can already see both the junglers starting from the turret side, which means they can rotate to the gold lane safely. Oh, it's a Esmeralda gold and a EXP CC. I was expecting the exact opposite.
Yep, me too. I think the CC would have been better onto the gold lane because the X-Core kind of wins out the lane, the laning phase of course, but okay, Kyrie is low on HP, is trying to escape. Oh, survives still by a sliver of HP. Could have been a close call, but still the CC is trying to dish out some damage, but he's speaking a bit too much, gets pulled back, still trying to survive with the vengeance for how long is the question, as first blood will be drawn from the side of Team Chaos.
Uchi will get taken up, but H2 already utilizing on the recall by Alpha by taking away all his jungle. Will he be... Ooh, that was a retry miss, but they will be able to still secure the jungle, and we can see them getting sandwiched between both the backup from the side of Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for even more. The flicker will be baited out from Cyber, and now, okay, another flicker baited out. This is like a burn of a lot of resources early on, and now this will kind of force Team Chaos to play a bit defensive strat. I think the early game invade is something they were not really expecting, and with their draft, it's difficult to actually, push that back towards the team Hyper Reborn, I would say.
Indeed. Just like you said, that poke onto Alpha in the early game, even though they did not necessarily secure the kill, he was able to get rid of so many resources from the side of Chaos's jungler. And you can still see he's still in level 2 or 3, I'm not exactly sure, and that's a really confident lead for the... Ooh. Oh my goodness!
A lot of damage.
One shot.
But still the brilliance saving him out. Cyber not really survive. No flicker. The charge from the Alpha will be there. But okay, at this point, I think the Esmeralda is very low on HP. The last Insanity might just pop up really soon. But can he take it down? The Esmeralda, yes. Reboot will be falling, but Sareem is kind of low on without the Frag armor. But still, they cannot find the range towards him. But at this point, they're more concerned about taking the objective away from Chaos, and they're starting it all. But again, charge from Alpha will be going into them to get the fight, and Kyrie will be picking up a kill. And with this, it's still a 50-50. You can see the jungler is low on HP, so who's gonna get the retribution? No, Cyber takes down YSS, and Kyrie picks up the turtle, and one more kill. Nikki falls. Sareem picks up one more kill. And Chaos, they're back with aggression once again.
Oh my goodness, even though they fell off in the... Ooh, they're already stealing the capitalizing on that little win. Taking away... You can see the hard guy already saving the Alpha. They did not secure the red buff. But even though they had a little mishap in the early game, they're already in a really equal, or I would say even a lead against the side of H2O.
Absolutely, but we won. This time being
that damage.
The early game, but Mountain Chocolate comes in. Cyber does use the brilliance though, but can he find an escape? The AOG will be dropping down, but no. Tripati will be finding that kill. I think at this point they're pushing each team to their utmost limit. Like how far can you run and survive, man?
Definitely, man. It's elimination trauma. They're already getting the adrenaline from because they do not want to get eliminated. They both know that this match is their decisive match. They really don't want to be in the last place in the respective groups. So they're really pushing it to their limit. We can see both teams playing really aggressive, as the side of H2O especially, and still Chaos standing their ground by having really good re-engages and responses to these engages coming in from the side of H2O. You can see Kenshi getting sandwiched inside his turret. He will not be committing to it with the Unbreakable. But will he be freezing his lane slowly, cutting the lane from a safe distance? Dilshan in the bush, safely waiting for an opportunity to maybe get this kill. But Angela is watching Kenshi for the hard guard.
The hard guard will be there definitely, but the knocker from the Khadija will be there, but still surviving. The AOG shuffle, overkill coming in. Carry no way out, but again, the Angela still trying to survive all by herself. And again, you can see the side of team, Hyper Reborn, they not really care for the Angela much more than the Turtle, of course. And they're going for it. Alpha is still near the vicinity, but the Turtle is really low on HP. But can he find the Retribution is going to be the question again. Low HP reset, but no, I rebait to the Retribution, one more. This was going, the last Insanity will take down Uchi. Nikki falls as well, Kyrie picks up one more kill. Sareem finds a double, and now looking for one more kill. Cyber takes down Shripati, and Chaos completely changed the team fight out there.
Man, this overextension coming in for H2O really benefited the side of Chaos. They've been really turning the tide around from the match because H2O has been winning most of these team fights. But as you can see from the replay here, Kyrie already at level 8, which is a retry advantage when it comes to the objective fights. Meanwhile, Shripati is still level 7. I think that's what allowed him to secure that objective safely. You could see that Alpha went to the red buff of Shripati and secured it to secure that level 8. Having a level above the enemy jungle before objectives is really advantageous for you in the early game because you have that extra damage on your Retribution. Ooh, the Unbreakable coming and taunting the Alpha.
I think it should be okay. They're not really overextending too much. Yes, both the teams would want to go for the disengage, but bot lane, Mountain Shocker being used up. Kenshi still there, but no aggression yet so far from Shipati. But I think they're also respecting the fact that wait, they actually know where Kylo was. Cyber gets assassinated this time by the Kadita, but again hard card used on towards Reem. It's gonna be a 3v1 with Nikki joining. It's gonna be 4v1. The charge already being used up. The stun does not really connect. He's able to get back out, but Nikki will be low on HP. So Reem does not really care. He's going under the turret, chunking his HP down low. But it's just for the warning shot. They do not want that, kill secured yet. But that's enough warning, I would say, for Team Reborn to actually just, play a bit passive so far.
Exactly. Take a look at the goal ranking. Even though they had a concurrent lead in the early game, Shripad is falling behind in farm compared to Kyrie here. And he's really trying to pick up those scraps in the jungle to catch up with this missing lead. Or you can already see a fight happening at top lane in the turtle pit.
Yeah, the teams both are going for the setup. The EOG will be falling in, but good for zoning, not really connecting onto anyone. The turtle will get reset. Knock-up from Dilshan going in, but not a damage enough. But Uchi will be taking down Cyber this time. The main damage will be down, but onto the back lane. Kyrie will take down one more, but Sarif falls as well on the hands of Shipati.
Red tree!
Still a 50-50 got by the Retribution. It's not be Shipati. This time securing it and finding a kill onto the jungler of Team Chaos. And with this, 4 members will be taken down. One is back on the map, of course, but the mid lane might be in trouble. Esmeralda goes in. Reboot. Can he find the kill? He's over 3 members. Knock up a bit away. This chance picks up a kill, but Nikki will be falling for that aggression. 1 for 1 more trades, but the turret, the tier 1, will be falling for the side of Chaos in the mid lane.
Man, both of these teams are playing extremely, really aggressively. They're not letting each other breathe. They just keep going at each other, brawling at it, just getting each other's kills. You can see they just don't care about the turrets at this point. Look at the way they just dive in without any care in the world.
Like, I mean, I would have respected the fact that there is a carry out there, but I don't think so for the side of Team Hyper Reborn. They just want to, get this objective push. But, I would tell one thing. I think even though Hyper Reborn, they have more kills on the board, but that was the first turret they have pushed so far after, almost 7-8 minutes into the game. I think they need to just, prioritize the conversion after those kills as well. Because if they don't do that, the kills are not going to make them win the game, because you can see the scaling for the late game. Oh my god. I think that's cheating,
AOG.
From Dilshan already. But the AOG will be dropping down onto Sareem. He has the hard card though. Alpha Kyrie is also there. But Kiniki, can he find an escape? I don't think so. They're really trying to chase him down, slowing him down with the Angela. Going in for more, but that's the end of the line for him. No more peeping around in the jungle of Team Chaos. The punishment comes through, and now they want to convert it to a tier 1 onto the mid lane. Good call again. Charge connects onto a 3-wood. Good read from Kyrie, but it does not have a way out. Takes a lot of damage. For how long can he survive? No hard guard this time around. It's a bit late, but onto a Sareem, and now he's dealing the damage with the fire missiles. Bit too low. Here comes the last insanity. No, Sripati cannot find an escape, but now Sareem might be on the receiving end of the damage. 2 members are trying to jump onto him at the hard guard, really saving his life with the region that they're fighting. But no, this time the jump from Cyber will take down one more with the breeze and the turret, and one more kill. The double will be secured by Cyber. Kenshi picks up Nikki, and with this, a wipeout coming in for the side of Team Hyper Reborn, and Chaos will take the advantage and go to the lot.
Oh my goodness, bro, these hard guards are really coming in because they're not letting these casters breathe. They just keep going at each other with no care in the world. That was a wipeout for the side of Chaos, but still, it's a lead for the side of H2O in the Department of Gold.
Yeah, I mean, they have the lead so far, but I think it's going to be kind of shifting as we speak of, because, the Lord might just give the advantage, pick up some gold. And if they cannot really save the second tiers, they might be kind of forced to play within their, I would say, the inhibitors that can kind of create a lot of, loss of farm as well as, map presence, because if you just give the lead to the other team, it's going to be problematic. But Dilshan versus Cyber, I think Cyber knows something, that somebody's there in the bush. Brilliant's being used, the Petrify combo with the AOG, but the hard guard on time. But look at the damage being dealt out, but no, Cyber cannot survive that. Gets taken down, but Kylo will take down the kill. Masuchi on the back line. Kenshi is going in, but no, Kylo takes down one, but Kenshi will take down Dilshan. The chase was there, and Team Chaos will take the advantage, and now they have the Lord with them. With 3 members down, only 2 will be remaining to defend, but they do not have the best wave clear. The inhibitor, Holy Defense will be propped down. The Lord HP will be dropped too. and the waves get cleared, but more waves are incoming. The holy defense from the mid lane will fall as well, but the waves from the top is still uncleared, and team Hyper Reborn, they need to clear it out. The members will be back on the map again, but you can see already Reboot going to the front line. The charge from the Athol will be used. The Mountain Shocker comes in, but can they find some success in taking down anyone? I don't think so. They're getting pushed back inside their own turret. And with this Team Chaos, that's still going in for more, but at this point, without minions, they will decide to back off from that vicinity.
Oh man, they need to really slow down their tempo because both teams, one simple mistake can really turn this entire game around. Man, unlike I thought, this is not how I thought this game would go. When I saw the draft pick from the side of Chaos, I thought the H2O will have a really dominating lead. But look at how the side of Chaos is playing with these hard guards. I think I saw D'Angelo just staying at the fountain of the base, just watching their teammates with the hard guard to use it on time. Man, this is how Angelos are supposed to play, because when you are in the fountain, you can't really, get to her and kill her before any team fights. Even though it's a 4 versus 5 situation, with the hard guard, you basically become 2 in 1. And you become extremely tanky, and Alpha especially in those team fights, and plus the minion waves, you just keep healing non-stop. I want to see some anti-heals going on from the sides of H2O really soon, or they're really going to struggle. Ooh, Unbreakable landing on 2.
Oh, the Starfall as well. The AOG will be locking onto us too. A good knock-up. Can they convert the kill? Yes, Kylo gets taken down this time. The Angela without the hard cut, but Keniki will be falling from that thread. Damage from Kenshi. They take down one, and now Cyber will be dealing out the damage to Reboot. And with this, both the frontliners are down. They are left with 3 members. They have lost one though. The main objective is back on the map. That's going to be the Lord. But look at the position from this one. He's trying to log on towards Kenshi, but no, the Flicker receiving it out. But can they find escape? The Petrify combo coming in. Kenshi will be falling, and now Cyber's onto the run. He does not have the Flicker. The damage will be dished out, but the Chaos positioning on. No! Another round coming out. Flicker from Zareem takes down Tripathi, and with this, what a play coming out from Team Chaos. They even secure the Lord.
Oh man, Shinyu, take a look at the replay here. They just keep going at it. Both of these teams are playing extremely aggressive, maybe even too aggressive. But man, the way Cyber survived that team fight, that's so unbelievable. I really did not think he would survive.
Yeah, I mean, that was a clutch play, I would say, from him. Like, so on point, and if not for Serene, he would have been taken down for sure. But what a turnaround! Like, I think very good map awareness from both the team, from the side of Team Chaos. I think if not for Serene, that would have been confirmed 2 kills for the side of Team Hyper Reborn. They instigated the right thing, but they did not anticipate, the rotation from Serene, I would say. But still, they have one heck of a thing to do. That's going to be defending this Lord, can they?
Definitely, Lord marching top lane. And both of these teams have all 5 of their members and their respective battle skills. I think they will be able to defend. The Lord will be able to take the inhibitor. This is a really good advantage. Ooh, Mountain Shocker landing. Lord still pretty healthy.
Pretty healthy for sure, but the inhibitors are not so much. If they get taken down, the Lord HP will be dropping really fast, really soon. There are more waves the side of Team Hyper Reborn needs to clear out. They're going for an engage to start it with the Starfall. And at this point, not really doing too much with the heal available from Kylo. You can see the side of Team, Chaos, they're just healing inside the, near the nexus of Team Hyper Reborn, and they don't really care. Like, they're staying there. It's like their own neighborhood. They don't care, they don't respect anything, and here comes the last Insanity is going in, but cannot find the damage necessary to take down Yuchi, but still, Stream goes in, finds the kill, but will lose out the immortality. And with this, number game is still going on. 4v4, but with Cyber being back on the map, it's gonna be a lot more for the side of Team Chaos. And one member dropping down, more bodies falling into the ground. Team Hyper Reborn, they cannot find themselves standing, and with this, there are more waves coming from the side of Team Chaos. Only 2 members left to defend.
Oh no, I think this is an angle for the side of Chaos. There's only 2 people to defend. I don't think this is possible because Angela Heartstring with almost no cooldown. Ooh, Sleeper will take him, bursted down immediately. And but they will be able to clear the minion wave though. They will not be able to end yet. But there's a minion wave coming bot lane. Will they be committing to this? I don't think it's a good idea because they have. They will be taking the safer route, and they will be. I think it's wise of them to just freeze the lane, take the Lord, and just end with it because they already have secured all 3 inhibitors, and it's really looking promising for the side of Chaos. Unless Nikki from H2O lands some miracle AOG, locking onto 5 and couple with Kadita. Currently, I'm really doubting this Kadita pick from Dilshan because you're not getting the chance to burst him down. He picked the Kadita as the last pick when the enemy had the Angela. I don't think that was the best idea. As you can see, she's kind of struggling to make an impact in the team fights in this late game with the Lord already getting shredded down to half HP. It's going to be a low dash. He will be going for a reset. But look at Reboot's positioning.
Yeah, he has a very good positioning, and the side of Team Hyper Reborn, they still want to fight this even without any inhibitor. The AOG will drop in, but still getting bursted down. Edgy, shredding each and everyone that is coming onto a silver wave. But I will get taken down in the hands of Dilshan, but no more members will be standing. That was a bit too much, except for Dilshan. There is no, his recall gets cancelled out by Cyber. He cannot recall back. 4 HP gets taken down. With the waves available for Team Chaos, they score the first point in the series.
Goodness, maybe you don't need CC after all, man. With his no cooldown on the Angela's ultimate. That was a wipeout with the end, man. The cherry on top for any end game for the side of Chaos. That was a really strong comeback for the side of Chaos because they were really struggling in the early game. I wouldn't say they were struggling because they made a pretty solid comeback right away from the get-go. I'm curious to see who's the MVP here. I'm pretty sure it's going to be either Xbog because of how aggressive he was playing, or maybe it's the Lunox. Oh, definitely, just like I said, it's Xbog because he was taking the front so well. You can see he dealt 122,000 damage with 68% team fight participation. Man, he was really doing a lot with zoning and as well as damage. He was just going into turrets with no care in the world because he knows that his teammates' heartstring will have him backed up with those extra shields to get out safely. Coupled with the immortality, he did not really have a death card from the side of Hyper Reborn. As I said, I think the Kadita really was a doubtful pick from the side of H2O. Other than the other 4 picks was really solid with the CC Curtain Call plus Gato Kacha combo and Esme in response to the Angela. And the YSS for ultimates to locate the Angela and maybe lock down. But Kylo was positioning inside the base during most team fights, so you cannot really get to him. But if they went for a mage with sustained damage instead of burst, I think they would have had a better chance at the late game in this game of best of 3.
And definitely, what I kind of noticed was that fact both the teams were very skirmish based. Like they were not really stopping, they were not really shy away from taking those team fight, taking those constant engages, which kind of hampered the farm especially for I think Shripati, because he needed a bit more time to actually get online and that get the dominant display of his damage. But I think they were really trying to match up the tempo that was started from the side of Team Chaos, because you can see the kills on the board. It's like in total there are like 56 kills, and that's a lot of kill pressure if you're talking about just for a 17 minutes game. And with this many kills, you can already say like they were like almost fight every 2 minutes into the game. So because of that, I feel both the teams, they were so much locked in about whom to take down, whom to punish, or whom to actually chase around the map. They were not really so much concerned about those objectives, because I even told, because there were a lot of kills on the board after I think the 8th or 9th minute, but there was only one turret that was pushed from the side of Team Hyper Reborn. And even for Chaos, they were doing the same thing. They were trying to take a lot of fights, and with the composition that we looked at, we were very skeptical to begin with, right? We were skeptical, how will they actually make it work, because there's no crowd control. That is a very strong CC, or maybe a strong setup from their side, but still I think it's definitely
they
because
came
of the
through.
heal. Yeah, they came through because of the heal from Kylo. You mentioned that he was standing in the base. He doesn't even need to get out of the base. So I think W Kylo for this one though.
Definitely, we need to really, just like you mentioned, they were not, when they were invading the jungle with the YSS, and the entire team was in the jungle just getting away all the creeps. The side lanes were still pushing with the Xborg and the bot lane with the carry, and they did really get a really strong upper hand in the map positioning, and the areas that they have to move and position themselves. We need to mention the Alpha's retribution that really came in clutch. That was a really critical factor in this comeback shown by the side of Chaos. I heard you mention the prolonged team fight situation with a constant. I think it was a bit too late from the side of H2O to get those anti-heals going, and that really was a bad decision for them because they were in that really aggressive mindset and they just went for burst damage items. And when they eventually got those anti-heal, it was way too late because the enemy side has scaled up really strongly. So every prolonged team fight, even though they kept going back and forth with no clear win, I would say we couldn't really tell who was going to do which because so many micro happening and macro. But the Angela's heartstrings just kept healing the entire team constantly because of that brawl type team fights. And that really came in clutch. Man, those retributions were on point with Alpha.
I would say you would definitely know that you're dominating when you're not leaving the base of the enemy. You're just standing there menacingly, just healing back up. Like you do not need the necessity to go back. And I was also a bit skeptical when they picked the Lunox and the carry at the same time. I was thinking, how the Angela roam will be working, but somehow they didn't necessarily need the Angela to be the frontliner, right? They didn't need the Angela to be frontliner. They proved me wrong, of course, in this scenario. But the thing is, I still cannot, wrap my head around the fact that without a proper setup, just constant brawl.
Exactly.
They were still able to win. Like there was a AOG, there was a Starfall. Stardust. Wait, I just forgot the name of that skill. But hey, there was an Esmeralda jumping on your head. What do you do about that? But I think the shred as well as the burst from the Lunox was on point because they kind of got the scaling because of those high kills that they were able to secure around the map. Man, I think it was a very risky draft though, nevertheless.
You can clearly say both the craft casters are trying to take their head around this win. How did that happen? Because obviously the side of H2O had the better draft. They had counters, they got setups, they got engages, re-engages, they got revitalize for heal. But somehow the side of Chaos with a chaotic draft were able to make the really doubtful Angela roam work. Do you change your mind about Angela roam after witnessing this destructive force the Angela can have?
I need couple more games, man. I need couple more games. They need to do it constantly.
Yeah, fair enough.
Otherwise, I don't know. But I was I was expecting at least the X-Borg in the jungle, but the Alpha was completely out of the picture, I would say, honestly. I would never think to actually go Alpha in this meta because yes, you get the true damage, but you're very susceptible to it into getting bursted down because you're the frontliner and you just have one skill to actually go in and you cannot actually back out. You have to walk out literally after your ultimate has been used. But I think that's sometimes analysis gets thrown out of the window.
Maybe, man. It was definitely a skill difference, an obvious skill difference. Why did they ban the Khadita? I don't think she had much of an impact in the previous game. The Chaos side of Chaos, because they have the second pick, they get rid of the Angela, expecting the side of Hyper Reborn to take it away from them. That was really smart of them. Again, from the side of H2, they get rid of their own pick, Yuzong.
I think because of the YSS, maybe? Prioritizing the YSS, maybe because of that.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, as you mentioned, it's the dangerous grass map. YSS can really come in handy. That's a really good call. What do you think the side of Chaos should get rid of in the next ban?
They do it before. They do it before I even speak, man. They do not let me analyze. I'm sad.
These players are too fast, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
still, Esmeralda though, interesting choice. Last time it was there for the Angela pick, but going for the first pick, Esmeralda kind of denies that Lapu from the other side, but still, I don't know if are gonna use it for again the goal lane because I think last game if it was onto the EXP lane, it could have been much better.
CC, it was CC, EXP, and Esme Gold. Yeah. And they take you the Hylos and the Lunox. They take the Lunox again. This Cyber Lunox was definitely a threat in the last game. He was showing off in the flicker plays and the combos in his skills. He was really doing so much. I would say definitely the side of H2O has a better understanding about what to draft. But when it comes to in-game micro and macro, they just try to go for those broad plays and they lose out on the side lanes and macro map pressure, like you mentioned earlier. They do secure the X-Bog. I think that's an X-Bog jungle for Shripati. I'm not sure what the angle is here. We'll see from the next pick. It's for
I mean, the Garud Kacha is still open. They can go for that, perhaps. If they want to. Right. Because,
well,
what? A whale in this economy? I mean,
in the big 2025?
Yeah, like I think this is the first time I'm seeing this hero being picked after this recent update. Even I've not played too many games in the rank, so I don't know how it works again. But I think yes, you get an insane amount of burst from this skill from this hero, but you need to get the stacks. That is the main thing. You need to get those assists or those kills. It works on those stack. You need to actually get a certain amount of stack before you can deal those massive damage. But again, if this is a brawly style of gameplay, I think it's a W whale. But again, it does not have a dash, can get ganked on if they are trying to force an engage on towards him. If you have the flicker, you survive. If you don't, then hey, hasta la vista.
Alice getting picked up by the side of Chaos. I mean, talking about the draft again, about this whale pick here, I'm not the best fan of those one-tap mage heroes, because after you use your ultimate, there has such a big cooldown, and you are pretty much you have no impact on those prolonged team fights, especially in this meta, because they'll really love to have those really long team fights happening, because a lot of fighter picks and a lot of regen going. So far from these first 3 picks, I prefer the side of Chaos, just judging by this whale pick alone. But maybe, just like the Angela pick in the last match, maybe he's the one that carries this game. Who knows?
Could be, man. Could be. But just like you, I totally agree on that point, because the whale, once he uses his ultimate, he's pretty much a liability for the team, right? You need to protect him. You need to keep him safe. Yes, he can give the damage with the first skill, the knockup with the second skill, of course, a knockup or the crowd control, same thing. So that with the second skill, but again, the liability factor still remains for the whale, because you have to constantly be, making sure that your backline is safe. And with a pick like an Alice who can easily go to the backline and force those flickers out, force those dashes out, I think the whale kind of becomes a bit too vulnerable. Once again, the same thing that I was mentioning for the Eve, kind of same thing. So the Eve has a very good ultimate, but again, long CD. The whale, same thing. But I think the area of effect is pretty good burst, but the Lunox can pretty much immune that ultimate, right?
Exactly.
The whale. So I think they could have gone for something different maybe out here. I don't know.
What are these bans? They got Tamus ban, and the last ban of the side of Chaos is Aemon. Oh, is that man? I'm at a loss of words, to be honest.
Yeah, the Aemon counters the YSs. I don't know, like.
But then again, they have Lunox, Hylos, and Alice. 3 really strong counters for Aemon. So even if they do pick Aemon, they're really gonna struggle to do anything impactful against this. When I mentioned Alice and Lunox, I realized the whale pick was even more suspicious, because it's a Hylos and a Lunox, both with you cannot really one-shot either of them. And for the last man on the side of H2O, they go for a Ruby.
You know what? At this point, let's just throw the analysis out of the window and enjoy the picks that we're going for. Because at this point, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I have very less answer to any of the picks that are, or the bans that are happening. But I'm really enjoying. Like, I think enjoyment is the very important factor for this game.
100%.
But hey, what hero do you think will get picked here? Like, take a guess.
I think
of the most
they should carry. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, because it's a recounter counter, because you don't want to give the H2O the carry, because they can shut down the front line, the Hylos and the Alice. They can really give some trouble. They had better options. I would much prefer if they banned the carry and went for a different MM, like preferably Granger would be really strong here, I think, because Alice, Hylos would be providing that really strong front line. You can stay in the back line and dish out those bullets. Okay, Matilda and...
Odd. I told you, just throw it out of the window, man. At this point, like, I don't know what. I mean, even the Claude does the same thing with the Trinity build, of course. I would say, but I mean, expecting Claude to actually go into that, that dangerous area where an Alice, a Hylos, as well as a Lunox, coupled with a carry standing, I think. Hey, may God bless you, man.
May God bless indeed. But what I'm thinking is, based on the draft on the side of Chaos, it's a really UBE type of draft because all 5 seem to be sticking together, and the Claude pick from the side of H2O would really benefit in the department of split push, because when all 5 of them are sticking together doing objectives, none of them can leave, because for this draft to work, you need all 5 of them to be there. So this Claude pick might work out for them. Maybe we could see a cheeky backdoor happening in this game. That's a possibility. And still, even if you are in the far lane with the wings by wings from Matilda, you can still catch up in time for those really big team fights. We'll see what happens, man. The players are really proving us wrong.
I think at this point I have just stopped my brain from functioning. I'm just wrapping around what is the name of the skills at this point? I'm just kidding. But still, I think like you mentioned, the guiding wind can give that little bit of utility, or that I would say that escapability into this team fight, of course. But regardless, it's still very risky to send the Claude into that team fight. Yes, you can send him when all the skills are expended, when the HPs are low, but regardless, I think there's enough burst available from the side of Team Chaos to actually punish the Claude. If it's not on a Purify, if it's on a Vengeance, I think it's even more riskier for the Claude to actually go in. But again, high risk, high reward draft from both the teams. Let's see how it works out. Game number 2 it is. Game point in the hands of Team Chaos. How the game number 2 will fold out is still a question for us. And this is True International that you're watching, ladies and gentlemen.
Definitely. Last time, it's the same thing again. Chaos with the better draft, but H2O with a really doubtable draft. We can see Kylo invading. He might get punished here.
Yeah, I mean,
taking a lot of damage.
A bit of damage. Gets out. Good one, man.
Well, take a look at Uchi though, also getting invaded.
Okay, I mean, they're really trying to play it aggressive from the get-go. Yes, they have that, wait, did not come. Oh, wait, get first kill. Nikki picks it up, man. Roamer picks up the kill of a Roamer. Interesting start.
That is an advantage for the side of Hyper Reborn from the get-go. Like I was saying, maybe the suspicious draft will work out in the favor side of H2O, because that's what happened in the last game. Because obviously Chaos has a stronger draft in a sense, for our knowledge, but maybe they are able to make some plays like that, like we just saw here, just shredding down the Hylos and punishing him for that attempt of invade. Talking about objective fights, I think the Suyu with that Soul Saver has a definite advantage with their retribution when compared to the X-Bow. Ooh, they're going in for Kenshi. He will be flickering away.
Good call though, but I think this will force him to play defensively. But I just saw something. I saw the Claude on towards a killing spree. I mean, I have not seen that very often. I would say, yes, the Claude can get the kills, but not in the early game, right? That's not going to give him the laning advantage for sure. But again, EXP was the EXP. The turtle will be started as well from the side of Team Chaos. They have a very good setup. They are able to zone out as well. Can Shripati get the retribution? Yes, he does!
What?
Oh my goodness, he finds the turtle, and
no way.
There will be a team fight brawling out. Dilshan will take down the kill onto his Kylo, and now they're there to punish, but the flicker out will be there from Serene, but how long can he survive? He cannot get out of there, but Kyrie will be picking up a kill onto his Nikki, and with this, both the teams
are still going at it.
Again, Kyrie was going with the Soul Saver. These are not damage, but it's onto his Uchi. He's kind of tanky with the shield that she can generate, but now the disengage happens.
Oh my goodness, take a look at the replay here. The retribution by the side of H2O. Man, unlike the last game where the side of Chaos was winning on those retributions, Shripati seems to be winning the first retribution in this first objective fight. And man, even though they already used their skills, they just keep going at it against each other. They really don't want to let the other team have the chance to breathe and have those skills back on cooldown. We can already see a fight happening at blue buff. It will get taken away.
I think Taken away, Cyber falls, Shripati gets a kill, but Last Insanity will take down Kylo, a double for Shripati. And no answer back from the side of Team Chaos. This is looking a bit very good start from the side of Team Hyper-Remon.
Very good indeed. They seem to have not changed their playstyle at all. They seem to be playing the exact same aggressive playstyle happening they did in the first game. In comparison to side of Chaos, they seem to be not responding as much. Because I think because of the kill on the Hylos, the first blood, they're really lacking in that sustain department, and they don't really have the response just yet in the early game. Unless, oh, take a look at Cyber. Will he get caught out?
Positioning? He's trying
Look
to
at the
look at
damage.
that. Oh, the chaos, the darkening, but the brilliance, what the escape, able to work out with Shripati. Does he want to chase? I don't think so, right? Not a great call, because the neutral objective will be spawning soon, and all the teams need to go for a setup here.
They really need to watch out for this Lunox from Cyber, man, because he's really showing off in his skill. So he already starting turtle and he's half HP. We'll see if it's going to be another miracle retribution.
Oh no, what? This time!
What?
That was like completely flabbergasting for the side of Team Chaos. One more turn going in the hands of Team Hyper-Recon. And now they're trying to look for a chase. The Last Insanity not yet used from Shripati will be finally popping out, but the dash out from Kyrie will be saving him out. But still, the HP is a bit low. The members are still there from both the sides. Oh, there is the engage from Alice. Kareem wants to go in, be the frontliner, but Esmeralda so tanky, so chunky. Cannot really do much, but again, they want to go for another engage. But not violent. Kylo takes on one kill, but Dilshan will take the kill on towards the Serene. But still, they will lose Dilshan as well. 2 for 1 so far. And finally, some answer back from the side of Team Chaos.
Oh my goodness, Shinu, it's comical how always the suspicious draft seems to be working against the better draft. What is happening? Kyrie been missing those retributions. I think it's stop calling him Kyrie because oh man, what is happening? 330 got the first retribution. Ooh, look at Cyber's damage onto Nikki. And we need to mention Nikki with those shields he's providing with those guiding winds has been really coming in clutch for the side of H2O. Reboot getting ganked up at bot lane. He will flicker out to safety. Shripati coming for a response. The Hylos will be coming from behind for a re-engage, but they will back away just for now. We can fight happening at top lane. Alice and Lunox will apply some pressure onto Esmeralda. They're simply cutting the lane. They might secure the first turret here. No, Uchi will be able to go past them. Really, the side of Chaos is playing really safe. I don't know if it's working for them or if they are just trying to secure the match point by not making risky plays. Just letting the carry farm up because that's their trump card in this draft, right? Because you need that carry farm to really shred down and deal damage to the side of H2O. And third up, Turtle already spawned in. Shripati is starting it this time.
No, but Reboot will be able to push a turret, but a flicker from Genshi is going in. 1v1 though, this time is winning. Oh no, Reboot! Turtle around a clutch play, 1 HP to Turtle this time again, Shripati. A dual fight happening around the map, but right now Team Chaos are trying to look for an escape. The brilliance from Lunox will be saving him for a couple of moments. For how long is the question? Cyber still walks out with his life intact, but Kyrie won't be so lucky. But oh my goodness, Reboot still gone to God's work, pushing those lanes hard onto the bot lane.
And then, they're still going. They're not.
No!
Final Insanity. Will he escape? I think he will. If not, he will not be able to come in. Will they get the target? He goes back in.
He's going back in? I don't think so. That's the right choice, isn't it? Because I think Sareem has a very good sustain and all rotations coming in, but I think it's still too greedy to go under the turret. But hey, so far again we are looking at the same thing, right? This time it's actually from Chaos. They are not really pushing those objectives. 2 tier 1s down, 1 tier 2, second tier down. I think Team Reborn, Hyper Reborn, they're doing an absolutely great job into convert those team fights into the skills. But again, top 10 tier 1 will be falling. Reboot against Sareem, coupled with Uchi. They want to go for a 3v1 here up top, but can he find an escape? He's healing really fast and rapidly, but still the damage from the DHS. The Trinity Bell going in, and they're going really hard on the turret, but no, cannot take him down. But bot lane though, this is a very bad place for Shripati to be in, and he gets taken down, but the kill goes to Kylo. And with this, the Hyper finally being punished from the side of the team
Oh wait, but look,
Hyper
they're
Reborn,
still
but
going at it,
again,
man.
Kylo this time onto the receiving end of the damage, trying to run out, but he might have been running out of HP really quickly. Reboot shuts him down, and with this, a good trade-off coming in for the side of Team Hyper Reborn.
Oh man, they're still going at it. They're not.
They're still going indeed. Kyrie should be able to walk out, but the guiding wind brings back one more member, but they may not get the range or the angle to get the shutdown onto his Kyrie, but they're still nearby. And I think that should be enough for them to chase around because the Lord is up, and this will be a very important one.
Oh man, they're really giving us casters a hard time here. My tongue is getting twisted here from how fast it's almost like you're rapping. 4 versus 4 happening on both top lane and bot lane. They will be able to take the Shripati down in that past team fight. So first snore of the game already getting started by Shripati. I think it might be kind of a red side curse here because the side of blue side, no matter what they pick, seem to be winning.
Oh, wait, the blazing to it. The stack get bursted down in the hands of Cyber, but the last Insanity cannot really take down anyone. The flicker out from Dilshan will still save him around, but Sareem is doing a very good job, but he's running out of HP, but the Lord is still 50-50. Both the teams have their jungler there, but no, Sareem gets engaged on, but no, he will still stand. Oh my god, the Lord finally gets reset, but still, both the teams, like, they are so unpredictable, I would say. Like, neither of the team is backing out, meaning that they're still looking for more fight. Wait, they're going in for more. This time, Nikki wants to go for the engage, but no, Cyber with the flicker in, trying to burst down Nikki, will go to the brilliant sneak down, 1 kill, last Insanity will take down Cyber. Might be getting out of hand, but he will be falling too. That's a jungler down for the side of Team Hyper Reborn, but Dilshan does not have a flicker. Oh no! Kyrie will take the advantage, find himself a double, and now I think it's still a stalemate, man. Nobody can take the Lord. That's my first.
Definitely. There was a massive wave at top lane. They had to go for that reset. Otherwise, the slow push at top lane will eventually get their tier 2. And you don't want to give that tier 2 for the side of H2O because you really want that tier 2 to be there so that your inhibitors stay intact. You can see a 1v1 against Kyrie and Reboot. Oh no way! What?
What? Oh, but he gets taken down. No, good outplay. The damage, man. I think that's the lead that Kyrie has in this game, right? But bad news for the side of Team Chaos. They do not have their jungler anymore. So was it a worth it trade? What do you think?
I don't think so because now it's a really good opening for the side of H2O to go for the low, but no, they instead seem to be focusing on team fights instead. I think it's a better idea. Ooh, Shripati going for their blue buff instead. This will allow the Hyper from the side of Chaos to be back on time to contest for this Lord. I don't think that's the best idea. The Alice zoning out Nikki, making up space for the jungler to come here for the turtle fight. He will secure the little here for that riverside vision and their movement speed. You can see both junglers. Do they have a level lead? Yes, Shripati does have 1 level ahead of the enemy jungler. And it's going to be another 5 versus 5 happening at the Lord Pit. Oh no, Cyber!
Cyber, okay, he's going for... Okay, I think he's surviving still, nevertheless, but still, it would have been a very close call. A lot of resources being burned out to the glorious pathway, not going to be available, but still, I think the side of Team Hyper Reborn, they're really thinking heavily on this one because they could have taken the Lord down, they had the advantage. All they needed to do was get the retribution, but again, Kyrie still in the vicinity along with, Shripati both out there, but Kylo engaging the team fight, but he needs to be wary of the fact that he does not have the glorious pathway anymore. If he goes for the front lining, he could be in deep trouble, but still there's nobody to burst him down anytime soon. But a good combo coming in from Sareem to get a stun. The Immobilist will be there, but the Sorking Eagle will take down. One moment for Kenshi still punishing out Dilshan, but they're still looking for more. And right now Shripati will be losing his immortality. He's kind of a vulnerable pot, will lose his frog armor as well. One shot away, Kyrie because the kill, but Reboot is out there going with the blazing to it on the backline. Amazing one, but not enough to take on everyone, but still enough to find the advantage for the side of Team Hyper Reborn, and now they're trying to just turn it around. There is going to be Sareem still surviving, Nikki as well as Uchi's doing the God's work, but for a little bit away. Oh, Kenshi gets taken down. He cannot burst him down. The shield is just too much from the Flags of Oasis as well. And both the members, they are able to push back the side of Team Chaos. A win for the side of Team Hyper Reborn.
look at his near wiper getting turned around by the Blazing Duo position perfectly into 4 or 5 low HP team players from the side of Chaos. Man, the Blazing Duo really turned their fight around. He also, man, this Claude has been really busy. He also got a lot of damage on that second tier turret in the mid lane. You can see it's almost at the brink of falling. You can see the Lord already getting started. It's getting burst down pretty fast.
Yeah, but the retribution,
Okay.
no, Uchi though. This time no retribution, but it's still the EXP laner, but Serene falls. He's getting soloed this time, not soloed by 2 members. He got 2v1, unfortunate indeed, but again, Chaos have been forced to retreat back, and finally, the side of Team Hyper Reborn, they're taking charge.
Oh man, it's a mirror image of what we saw in game 1. The worst draft winning against a better draft. I think it's a red side 1v1 again.
Oh,
Again?
Once
Man,
again.
that's the second time. 2-0 for Kyrie and
Kyrie, and he turned it
Rosen.
around. Can he make a play?
No.
I think we are just overestimating at this point, but still, bot lane though, Shripati versus Cyber. Oh, they're able to clear out the Lord. Kenshi was there, so still the damage control is there, but Hyper Reborn, and they just get. Oh wait! The side of Team Chaos, they're trying to instigate one more fight up top, but they're not really trying to chase, though. They're just clearing the waves. Good call. Should just save the aggression for now.
Oh man, that 1 HP mid turret is giving me anxiety. I just want to go hit it once and go back. My jungler instincts are coming to play, man. Oh, it's not actually 1 HP. It's my mistake. Man, you need to mention this Claude. He's controlling the lanes and joining the team fight at the last moment to pick up those scraps. I think the Assassin emblem is really working out for him, even though we doubted in the middle, at the early game. What do you think? Who do you think has the upper hand? Because even though we saw so many team fights, we can't yet say a clear advantage for both teams, because both teams are performing really well. You can see which team is up for a guaranteed win. Because Bhutan is also doing a lot of that. Oh, the team fight already happening.
They will be able to spot the members from Team Chaos hiding in the bush, and now they want to chase Reboot. Not Reboot, actually, it's going to be Shripati onto his Kaido, but the glorious path again being baited out for just healing his HP back up. But I think it should be back before the Lord, but still, these small skirmishes. And you mentioned about, which draft, I think, or which side, I think, would actually have the advantage. I think as we are heading a bit into the late game, I think the sustain as well as the damage scaling is much better from the side of Team Chaos. So all they need to do is slow down the game and buy enough time for them to complete their build. That's the main get-go for them. But this Lord might just change the balance though.
They really need to make that space for Cyber to actually do his thing and just hack you say the side of Hyper Elk. They're still fighting. There's no space for analytics in this game because they just keep going at each other with. Oh, they really need to pay attention to the bot side wave, because that's an opportunity for this Claude to make a potential inhibitor take or maybe even a backdoor. So they will have a disadvantage when it comes to this Lord fight, because there's no turrets except for the inhibitor for the bot lane for the side of Chaos. We'll see if they capitalize on this opportunity and go for a inhibitor take, but seems like it's not. They're just starting low right away. So 5 versus 5.
Yeah, the Lord started from the side of Team Hyper Reborn. The HP will be a bit low on the side of Team Chaos members, but still they're trying to instigate one more fight.
Oh no!
Reboot will be falling behind the Cyber. The last instead he used up on the backline, and Kenshi will be falling. He's trying for a really good play, but not enough. But again, Alice goes in. Serene wants to find his turn, but again, you can see Kyle's low on HP, and now the members of the side of Team Hyper Reborn, they're trying to chase, but the Lord is still there. And neither of the team has taken him down. Kyrie will be in the vicinity as well, but look at the position from Cyber. He knows something.
Oh, he might be in trouble.
They know the position from him, and he will be forced to use the flicker as well as the Chaos. Also trying to remember Nikki will be falling down of Cyber now. The Brilliance coming out. The last Insanity popped up as well. The HP bars are dropping really low for the side of Team Hyper Reborn members, but they're still surviving. Kyrie trying to take down Shripati, he will be losing his immortality, and now 3 versus 1 Shripati. I think he's ending his line, his road for running away. And that's the jungler down. 2 members.
Well, look at Dilshan's positioning.
Yeah, still there. He's getting the knocker, but will be spotted out. I think the Lord this time finally going in the hands of Chaos. But oh wait, Ryu, Kenshi or it's Uchi, right? Uchi wants to go in. If he had taken the Lord, I would have been, like, hey,
man,
just
take
be
a
the
look
hyper
at
at this
this
point.
Beautiful fight. 3 people coming in on the Lunox, and he said, "I'm not the one in trouble here. You are." Call an ambulance, but not for me. Moment coming from
Yeah.
this Lunox. Man, they really need to get rid of this Lunox if they are to win. Secure this, not give this match point to the side of Chaos. If they are able to win this second game to the side of H2O, they really need to take away this Lunox because he seems to be performing extreme. Ooh! Lethal Ignition will take out the Suyu. And another kill. Cyber goes down. As I was glazing him, he goes down, man.
Castle's curse.
No, don't do that.
Castle's curse, sir. That's the Castle's curse. And I know, I do agree with you. I think right now the main problem from the side of team Chaos would be Kyrie as well as Cyber, and both of them are down. So this could, open up some opportunity for the side of team Hyper Reborn. But the question is, how are they gonna take it? Because there's no Lord, and most of the second tiers, the first tiers have been down. So what are they gonna do from here point on? Because we are slowly moving into the mid to late game, right? And from this point, I think it's more about the positioning, because the death time is already long enough, and if you get taken down, I think it's gonna make your team suffer.
Definitely. They're really taking it slow for now because not much they can do, or maybe I should say they should do, because they should take this slow. Take a look at the items here. Most of the players have their items complete. And just like that, Whale picks up their Holy Crystal, so his ultimate start really gonna hurt. And I need to mention how much they sneak his shield and how unkillable Uchi is with this build. Because with the double shield combo with Matilda and Esmeralda, they've been sustaining so much of these team fights and really using up the skills and the resources from the side of Chaos. When they commit all of those onto these two players, and then again, they can just tank all of it and get out, provide an opportunity for the Claw to go in and do that miracle cleanup duty, because he already have that Trinity complete. While Carey has actually Trinity twice, I would say that's 5 attack speed items. He might as well sell the boots and just go full offensive. Exactly.
Yep. I think he can go for a win. Oh, see, you just said it and he just sold his boot. He's going for what? Is he going for the Hunter Strike or wait, that is the Hunter Strike. That's a Malefic gun actually. That's a Malefic gun.
Yeah, exactly. He needs the extra range because Carey's attack. Yeah, just like you said, he has that goal to get it immediately, man. W casters. Wait,
Sareem. Oh, he's able to get back out, but a good positioning from the side of team Hyper Reborn, and now able to still get the Lord. I think the side of team Chaos also knows it.
So 4 vs 5, but Lunox is controlling top lane.
Now they want to go in. Retribution. Who's going to get it? Oh, this time! Kyrie!
Finally!
Gets it off! But now there will be the damage dealt out from both the sides. You can see they're still trying to run, but this is a bad look from the side of the team Hyper Reborn. They're low on HP. They will lose one member, but Cyber will be falling in the hands of Dilshan. And again, they are 4v4. So with the Lord on the side of team Chaos, I think they have the advantage. Now they are pushing the mid lane, but Sripath is there to defend it up.
I need to give credit to this Lunox, man. He's been really impressing me. If you didn't notice, it was a 4 vs 5 at the Lord Pit, but this guy went and cleared the top lane, giving the taking away the backdoor opportunity from Reboot, and then he came back on time and still made a massive impact on the Lord fight. I need to mention Kai's first objective secure in this game, but it was the most important objective, I would say. It's if I remember correctly, it's 2 objectives for Uchi and really good retribution from Shripati, and the next one goes to Kyrie. You see, the Lord's watching bot lane. They really need to pay attention because they do not have the gold defense. So the Lord will. Ooh, Alice goes in. Well, taking a lot of damage.
No, there's Shan this time for me.
Oh my goodness!
Reboot, but Kenshi deals the damage. That is the full will carry that you're looking for in the late game, and now the armor will be lost from Shripati. The Lord is still in the vicinity, and you can see already the side of Team Chaos. They're not backing out. They're trying to go forward, and they will try down to look at the stun there. But she's still surviving, but not for too long. Kenshi takes him down. The carry finally popping off in the late game. Nikki will be falling, and this game 2, and that's a clean sweep coming out from the side of Team Chaos. 2-0 victory against Hyper Reborn.
I can do nothing but laugh with my hands up, man. Absolute cinema, I would say. Both times, it's definitely a red team. It's not a curse, actually. This time, red team won with the better draft. You can clearly say the side of Chaos is winning in the department of micro and macro. I'm curious to see who's the MVP here, because most players played really well. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Lunox. But man, what a game. Side of H2O was confidently winning for most of the game. But then again, that moment, I think that's the moment that really turned around. The ambulance moment from the Lunox. Hilo with the MVP. Oh, that I did not expect.
GG, man. I mean, let's be like, he was the brave one to instigate this team fight, right? He was the one to stand with the Centaur onto the front line. But for me personally, I think the ambulance moment kind of made me a fan of Cyber. He did it twice, 2 games back to back, right?
Definitely. Man, that should go on his portfolio in his future career. That's 250,000 damage tanked by this Hylos. Hylos doing Hylos things, man. It's just so frustrating. Now that I see this itemization, rather than the Winter Crown, he did not really respect the damage coming, or rather maybe he did not see, because during those 5 versus 5 clashes, you barely see what's happening from where. There's so much happening from many directions. And if he went for a Winter Win of Nature instead of Winter Crown, I would say, but then again, there's a Lunox on the other team. You can still get bursted down pretty fast. Or we could see he got the rapid boots for those opposite lane pressure, but it did not really work out in the end, because he had to come back to those team fights, because his team without him was really lacking in that damage department. Ooh, we need to mention Shripati's retribution on that first turtle. I really did not expect, because Suya with the Soul Saber in the previous season used to be undefeated. Well, aside from Leomord, he used to be undefeated when it comes to retribution. So that's really good timing from Shripati on those perfect retributions. But he did, at the end, secure the game decisive objective, which was the Lord. So, yeah.
Let's just say there were 2 objectives that were secured by a non-jungler. Like, you gotta give it to Uchi for that one, because I think Uchi somewhere he was at the right spot, the right timing, and one more thing that you mentioned, the double shield combo, right? It kind of worked really well throughout the game, but still, I think once, like we were talked about, right, the side of Team Chaos, they needed to buy some time for the entire build to be completed for their core damage dealer. And once it was there, I think it was very difficult to actually stop a late game carry as well as a Lunox. Even if you have a very good front line, I think still, your backline is not safe at that point, because the Claude had to go in to the team fight, and the Veil, I think the Veil was good.
Yeah.
But when I think Sareem went in onto the mid lane with a combo of that glorious pathway, that was almost half of the damage reduced from the side of Team Hyper Reborn, and most of the wave clear that they could have had for that game. But props to okay, wait, I was thinking like Kenshi got the MVP. I thought it was Kylo, but still, man, W for both of them.
Even though MVP was Kylo, the star of the show was definitely the Lunox. This game was definitely a really head-to-head with no clear winner. It was really intense, because both teams were playing really aggressive. One thing I would definitely say is that H2O definitely have that better early game snowball potential because of their aggressiveness, and their drafting is really no, I would say good, because they really had a suspicious draft. Drafting we should give up, man.
We only 3 out the analysis.
Hey, but in the second game, I did say the draft of Chaos was better, and in the end game, that was proved right. So we can still keep our jobs.
Yeah,
I would say.
We did our job, guys. Please don't hate us.
Yeah,
we are trying our best.
Yeah.
Don't cancel us. But regardless, I think we really saw a very good glimpse of how these teams actually to play. And one thing is pretty clear: they are really focusing on the skill pressure rather than
definitely
playing for purely macro gameplay. The micro is there from the players, of course.
Yes.
Otherwise, how can they compete in this highest level of the tournaments? So I think it's very kill-based lineup or kill-based teams that we are looking at, right? So I would rather like to see a bit of more conversion rates from the team. To be honest, like yes, you're getting a lot of kills on the board, you're getting the gold onto your core members, but the conversions need to be really there. That I think for this game, Hyper Reborn, they did a very good job in the early game, but in the late game they really hesitated to take down the Lord, and that kind of gave enough time for the side of Chaos to actually get the power spike for their main damage healer. So maybe just get the grab the opportunity while you have it. So do not lose it in the late game.
Okay, now that you mention it, yeah, actually, let's leave it at that, man. That was a really good match. It was a really good skill matchup. We had some really intense games. As you said, H2O has a better early game, but they really need to slow down when it comes to the late game, because macro always means doesn't matter how much kills you get. If you lose out on the turrets, that's a loss. You need to, the crystal should be your priority. I mean, if the Cloud ignored some of the team fights, I went for those backdoors, like I mentioned, maybe they would have had a better chance. But yeah, man, what a game. That was absolute cinema. I need to give the post as respect.
So, this is not the last time you will see both these nations, going against each other. There's one more match due. So let's, make way for that. We had fun a lot, much. But again, we need to leave it for the next time as well. But ladies and gentlemen, you're not supposed to leave anything out here. You need to keep on watching. You need to keep on being here. So the next set of casters, the next set of teams will be coming really shortly. But for now, with a bit of heavy heart, me and Apocalypse, we have to say our goodbyes. So we'll see you again on the next day with some new matches on the table. So for now, see you guys.
And with the post, man.
Hello, Internet, and welcome back to the True International South Asia Grand Arena. Once again, we are back into the casting decks. It's gonna be Bolty and Hades. For some reason, I'm not supposed to be back, but since some stuff happened, I have to be back. But I think Hades is also very interested to be here. He was saying he was saying we're gonna get a 3 game. That is gonna be like how many? Like 1.5 hours? I don't know. We'll see. But it's definitely going to be Sri Lanka versus Immortal to stop the night or to stop the day number 4. It's going to be Extra Catalyst Esports and of course the Immortals for Pakistan.
Yup, indeed. For me, I think it is going to be a 3 game because best of 3 because come on, bro, both are equally strong and yeah, the hype between both the teams. They won the match, the previous matches both by 2-1 score, and yeah, it is going to be a best of 3. And I just wish you good luck, Polty. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean best of 3? Actually, I think both of the teams, like you said, would go toe to toe to each other. Because we've seen how Immortal plays, we've seen how Pakistan play, we've seen how Sri Lanka play. But that previous match, that was only 2 games, right? If I'm not mistaken. And complete sweep by Chaos, man. Chaos from Pakistan. These guys are playing no games. They are playing games, but in terms of their what do you call it? Their synergy. It's like they're really playing for the last day of their lives. Like they're actually going to war against each other. So hopefully we can see the same set of skills for Immortals as well against Extra Catalyst Esports. I think Apocalypse also, as a guy representing Sri Lanka, would have high hopes for Extra Catalyst Esports as well. But other than that, I just hope it's a 2-0 though. Either way, I would be fine. 2-0 the side of a Catalyst, no problem. 2-0 the side of Immortals, no problem. But anyways, kicks things off, we will be jumping straight into the draft. But other than that, Hades, yesterday you made your debut, and how's it going so far for you? You enjoying True Internationals?
Yep, I am enjoying True Internationals, but the teams are kind of new to me, so I'm just learning their names, the players' names, because it's kind of hard for me to really catch up with those names. But yeah, it's going fine. It's going with the flow, and yeah, I'm very interested. But if this match happens like the second game, my job will be less, because continuous team fights and all, time and again, you just gotta do the play-by-play casting, and I'm just free, no analysis to be done. So I just hope everything goes around my way, and yeah, I pray for that.
I feel like Hades just took the last game just to see me suffer at this point. I can see the demon behind that smile, Hades. The gates of Hades have opened. The evolve awakened Hades to see someone suffer it. But anyways, Hades, I just hope. Okay, I would appreciate if we can actually. I would appreciate a 3-game if we can actually get like a really interesting match. Let's say somebody doing a backdoor. We haven't seen anybody doing a backdoor in this tournament. It was always like you wipe out everyone and you get the incredible lead, but no backdoors whatsoever in this tournament. So if we can get a backdoor in this game, I would be pumped and I wouldn't regret casting this match. But anyways, hopefully I think the players are getting ready with the ping test and all. This is going to be, I think, an Indian server, or I am not sure if Sri Lanka and Pakistan have their MLBB servers, but if they don't have, they have to play the Indian server, because we have 3 servers in India. That's usually Bengal, Mumbai, and Delhi. Yeah, those are the 3. And yes, I'm from West Bengal side, and I would say the server is very tough because we do have our pro players usually from the side of Bengal. Other than that, we also have the other side, but I don't think they're really important right now. But what we have to focus on is going to be Immortals. Have you casted any matches of these 2?
No, I haven't. Like yesterday's match was my first match, so yeah, it's going to be really fun. But I have seen their plays, because they both have won their last match. It was a 2-1 victory for both of them. So it's really going to be fun. And out here, I'm also enjoying the Indian server right now because yeah, I'm I'm from Bhutan, but currently I'm in India. So the south part of India. So I think I'm in the Mumbai server, I guess, because I meet a lot of Maharashtra players and all, and it might sound rude or something, but it's kind of easy to play out here. It's kind of easy to play out here than in Indonesian server. Bhutan being mostly linked with Indonesian server. Out here in Maharashtra, you just gotta chill, bro. You just gotta chill. As a goal laner and as a hyper, that's like the one of the main roles I play in the goal lane is just so much chill out there, no pressure, just farm, get your items and do easy wins.
Yeah, now that you mentioned about it, Hades, yeah, we do have that tree server, and in one of that server there is one easy server, and you so happen to be in that server. The last time I remember playing in the Mumbai server was we got like a cross matchup. We were playing on Bengal. Instead, we were switched to the Mumbai server, and then the ranked game, people start picking Nanas, and there was literally no resistance from the other side. We were just pushing rank with the homies, with the 5 men, and it was so easy. We ended within like 8 minutes, I'm pretty sure. So maybe you're true in terms of you saying that the easiest server. Yeah, no offense whatsoever, but there is one team I think from India that is actually very strong that resides in Mumbai server. I think they are Rayuga. Yeah, I think they are Rayuga Esports.
Oh yeah, I have seen them. I have seen them.
Yeah, they're currently playing the Mythic Showdown in India as well. So other than that, I think it'll be a very smooth sailing for normal matches. But just don't go 5 men so you don't meet Rayuga Esports. That's the way they rank up to be immortal.
Yeah, it's right now it's easy peasy as a solo player for me though. But yeah, there are a few teams, and even in solo queue. But sometimes you just get too shocked to see those lineups, crazy lineups, because Dark System Hanabi is always out there in this server. That's for real. Hanabi always in that gold lane, and yeah, you cannot ignore Nana on that mid lane.
Yep, very
so
true.
It's like, come on, I was like, okay, I'm at least 70 something stars. I was like 70 something stars, and I was like, okay, who plays Nana out here? And still they do some crazy stuff with that Nana as well. Like someone will be still getting legendaries and all.
Yep, that's very true, because Nana scales very highly with the magic damage, especially once you start getting that lightning truncheon. And also some people like to go for the early Genius one, but that combo with the Molina Blitz, once you get caught, the Molina Smooch flies in the Molina's Blitz, and after you get hit by the second wave, you are completely stunned, and you thought the damage was over. You're already chucked down to your 30%, and in flies the magic boomerang, and it's over for you. It's basically a Eudora, but it has AoE. But speaking of Eudora though, there's going to be an upcoming revamp where the ultimate is going to be AoE.
Yeah.
So it's going to be finally AoE. Dark System out. I think Eudora will start getting more love in the MPL scene as well, if they do not nerf it to a point where, let's say, she doesn't deal outrageous amount of damage.
Indeed, but talking about those kind of mages, that recent game, the Veil pick, it was out of ordinary. Yeah, that was really but at some point it was even working out, because he was instantly deleting Kyrie out there with the Suyo. Sometimes he was getting some out of nowhere kills, like from off angles and all. I really enjoyed that match though, because it was fun to watch. But Chaos, they're just on another level right now. Their synergy is on top notch, and they are playing a really good game throughout the series. So let's see how far they go in this tournament. I think they're right now the table toppers, if I'm not wrong. Or is it? No, it's. I think they're in the second place.
Can we get a group stage, Bang? If it's possible, just a little request from the casters to the streamers. If we can get that, that would be very epic. But I do kind of know that Larry are on top with the 5 points. Oh, there we go. Actually, listen. All right, we're seeing Larry, like we said, on the 5 points. We are bot, slowly catching up to the Group A Right Skill Outshine, they were kind of underperforming in yesterday matches, but as for Chaos though, they will get the wins instead of the minus points. So I think they are going to get the... I don't know if you kind of minus things out. Maybe you can get 0 points now. I don't exactly know how this point system works, but anyways,
Yeah, they are getting that 0 because right now they're
Yeah.
in -2. So
yeah,
first match I think they lost as a clean sweep. So yeah, they'll be getting to that, But nonetheless, it's better. It's better than what. Oh, it's 1 point.
yeah. I guess it should be 1 point, right? Because having 0 points and playing a multiple bunch of games, that would just hurt, right? That would just hurt.
Yeah, it would.
And yeah, MES Hyper Reborn, oh my god, with the 4 losses now, that's looking really bad for Sri Lanka here. I feel like Sri Lanka really has to, step up their games, especially Team MES Hyper Reborn, because they completely lost that 2 games to in the previous match with Chaos as well. But inside the not blue, but Group B, Vintage Victory also wreaking havoc in yesterday games where they completely obliterated. I think they completely obliterated the team that is Armageddon Esports. They also get a savage with their gold laner, that is Kadera, on the CC. That too on the CC, not like the marksman gold, fighter gold. So these guys are also getting their advantage. Slowly coming up on the Group B side. Immortals, of course, we are going to be seeing this matchup against let's see Catalyst Esports. They are both like together here, but in terms of wins and loss, they are equalized. And Onyx Paradox also, they lost that match against the September 9 as well, so they're currently evenly tied with September 9. And Armageddon, like we said, -3 points as well. They did get 1 win, but they have to play a bit more better. But anyways, we are waiting for the drafting. Yeah.
Yep, and I think this is going to be an important match because you can see that out there, Bolt. Because in Group 3, Immortals and X3 Catalyst Esports, they are, I think, sharing the second position for now because both are 2 points for now. So whoever wins this match are going to secure that second position, or maybe the first if they get a clean sweep. So let's see how it goes for them because it is going to be a really important match for both the teams. Whereas for Group A, Larry is out there chilling with that 5 points on top. We are bought on the second position and Rice Skill Outshine. So it's kind of chill in the side of Group B, but come on, Group A, sorry. Group B is kind of scary because the point difference, it's very close. Yeah. The top one, it's just 3 points, 3-1, and yeah, one good game, like a clean sweep from any of the teams is like letting them, catch those top 2 position.
Yeah. Indeed, Hades. But so far, I would say, what are your favorite teams in this tournament so far, if you have been watching the games recently?
For me, I might be biased, but I'm always rooting for Onyx Paradox.
Oh, sure.
And yeah, Onyx Paradox is a good, for me it's a good team, but other than Onyx Paradox, if I exclude them, it is going to be Larry. Because yeah, I have seen them play, and yesterday's match as well, they are on a different level in this tournament. They are doing really great. So yep, I think Larry is the one. And they might even be the favorites for now.
Yeah. The only teams that's gotten 5 points in this tournament, so yeah, they are definitely that favorite child. But they do have the skills to, get that favorite child status, basically. So we're gonna get the drafting in 3 minutes. Steak, but what do you think? I did heard that you're more of like the marksman kind of gold laner instead of going for the 2 gold lane fighters. Ain't that right?
Yeah, indeed, because I have been playing this game for a long time now, and throughout this time it was always the marksman, out there in the gold lane. And recently, when the fighters just come into the scene, it's really hard for me to change the style of how I play. And it's even hard for me to analyze how are they like managing those fighters in the gold lane, because I have tried like few times with CCs, Ruby, Lapu Lapu, and I think I didn't get a good result. So I'm just still confused. How are they really working it out?
Yeah, we are going really well in terms of that because we have kind of mustered up our skills on the gold lane playing those squishy marksmen. But the current meta shift, yeah, we can kind of do well with a CC because of it, because our basically she's broken, and then it's way easier for us to outmaneuver somebody. Some people, they are also very good at the Lapu, but as for me, I am garbage at the Lapu. Every time I would pick a Lapu gold lane, once would be crashing out. You're like, why do you trust Bolty on the gold lane with the Lapu? It's better off if he just picks like a Mia or something. So it was also that thing there. But I haven't tried the export on the gold, but I know that it's good. If the enemy teams have a very utility jungle kind of base, everybody go for the tanky composition. But other than that, I think those are the three. Oh, Esmeralda Gold also is there, but I think this would kind of only be good if the... let's see, if we are very dependent on the team fights, because you have to be there as a gold laner fighter if you want to go contest for the turtles. But other than that, I think we're finally getting the draft that we want.
Yep, I think we'll be now heading to the drafts. So let's see how it goes, because this is going to be a really exciting match. And yep, it's past 12 now, and let's see how it goes. And there are some viewers who are still watching and rooting for this game. So shout out to them as well, because yeah, they are sacrificing everything, just like us, to watch and cast this game as well.
That's very true, man. But it seems like Immortals have won the coin toss, so they're gonna get the first pick. They're gonna be on the blue side, and as you see, Extra Catalyst onto the red side. But it seems like the first wave of ban is coming up. That's already an export. So Immortals do not want to deal with an export jungle nor a fighter gold. So I mean, if they go for that, it's kind of like a clear, like a clear pattern that they're gonna be going for the tankier picks, right? Like maybe a gold lane fighter, and also on the side of Catalyst, they are going to get the Menens that is a CC out of the picture here. So Lunox comes in. What do you think Extra Catalyst are gonna ban next?
It's like right now it's really hard to see what they're trying to ban, but looking at Immortals, like they have given their straight answer. They are trying to go for that fighter gold, I guess, with some utility picks, because two straight, one is export with heavy true damage and another one is Lunox. So yeah, it is looking pretty obvious from the side of Team Immortals, but Extra Catalyst went with that Lancelot ban. So I think Lancelot is is still out there in the meta. He's doing a really good job. Yesterday we have seen, I think it was a guy who was Kia, it was Kia yesterday.
Kia.
From Vintage Victories, I guess.
Yep.
He was
Armageddon, right?
He destroyed Armageddon, and I still remember that gold GPM. It was 955 per minute, and I think it is one of the highest I've ever seen. Though, that's even it's kind of hard to achieve even in the ranked games, and he did it in a tournament. So yep, Lance is still out there. So okay, then from Immortals we have Eve being banned. Throughout this tournament, I have seen a lot of Eves being played from a lot of teams, and she is having a good time. I think she's back to the meta with few reworks, I guess, and she's still pretty solid out there.
Yep, with a few tweaks with the amount of shield you can gain every time you hit your skills, namely the Void Blast and the Void Crystal. So you get extra sustainability. If you paired it up with a Brute Force, it's completely shenanigans. But we are seeing those first picks On the side of Immortals, like we said, we've already kind of predicted how they're going to be drafting. And since an Alice is out, it's not out of the picture, they're taking it. The Immortals are taking it for themselves. But oh, finally, we're getting a Baxia jungle here on the side of X3 Catalyst. I've been begging for a Baxia jungle, but it seems like I'm finally going to get what I want here because Night Owl also picks that. Okay. This scenario of a game is going to be broken walls. So yes, Grok the Builder is going to be on the picture. I think it's a good way to kind of trap people down on that little cracks of the walls.
Indeed. So from Immortals, they responded with a Gatot and a Gary. Come on, that Gary is doing so much, job in this tournament. Every time there is utility picks out there from the opposition side, a Gary is right there to counter. And in the previous game as well, Gary was dishing out a lot of damage. After she gets that Trinity built along with that Malefic gun for that extra range, she is a menace. She is a menace out there for the oppositions. The true damage coming out from her is just absolutely, broken. She's so broken in the late game after she completes a full build. So yeah, Immortals, they are doing good right now. And Katot, yep, he is always there. He's always out there in that roam. He has been, out there in that pro scene as well.
I'm just looking at the names for now because these names are very hard to pronounce. You see the Alice, right? His name is So do we go in the PvP or do we just go Alice in the PvP? That's a hard way to say, but hopefully the player also can, when they come to the chat and kind of give us caster's pronunciation for the name. But anyways, we did say that Malia missed Retri also, so I just think we're gonna call him Malia, and then that'll be completely fine. And I do remember Black Cat, right? Before he was playing Gold Export, so I don't think he would play the Gold Export. But since they, completely banned it on the side of Immortals, but they have to pick something that can go against a carry. They cannot completely force to pick like a fighter Gold anymore but they could pick it. Because they're more lenient. I feel like I saw Xerox there with the Kimi on the mid. So I would say they could also go for it. But they need a little bit more damage if they want to go head-to-head late game. Because the carry is going to have so much damage. And a Kimi alone I don't think can completely shred the carry. So they might need an extra DPS here.
For the side of Team Catalyst, they need a DPS, and Immortals, they are right now, I think, focusing on that EXP side because Yuzhong is a pretty good ban out there up against the Alice.
Yep.
So he is really solid out there with that Black Dragon. So it is a legit ban from the side of Immortals, and for X3 Catalyst, they are still focusing on that jungler side. So what do you think there is left for now? Because I think if they want to go for the utility, there is the threat, but I think it's going to be too much tankiness, and the damage output it's going to lag for the side of Team Immortals. So they need a pretty solid mage, maybe a Farsa or something. So let's see how it goes, because I think Immortals, they can go for a Farsa or maybe a Lunox yet again. Oh, Lunox is being banned. Lunox is banned, sorry. So I think Farsa is left for them.
Yeah, the way, Immortals are kind of drafting it out, they have, foreseen what's going to counter them. So they took it out on the first half because, of course, they might have coaches as well, right? Drafting for them. So right now, though, side of Catalyst Esports, they are denying the jungle pick for the side of Immortals because Analyst can go EXP, and a Gatot, of course, is going to go Roam because Gatot is the king of Roam right now. I would say that on my... I would, raise my hand and just make a declaration there is the best roamer in this current meta. And also, here comes debut pick. Ladies, we're getting it finally, a Moskov here. Like we said, you kind of need the DPS damage because against a carry, if you go to fighter gold, he's gonna completely overwhelm you later on the game. Maybe in the mid game you can kind of win it out, but if a carry start getting the items, has a better positioning than you, and if you get hit by that first skill of the carry. It's gone case for a fighter gold. So here we are. I think this Moskov would do well against the carry. Both of them have shorter range, but I think a Moskov would have a nicer time the early game because he has a spare of misery to push back the carry from farming. But other than that, safe farming on the backside using the passive, and here comes, yep, there we go. Hades made the call that is going to be a Farsa. And also, Immortals, they love Suyu, so they're going to be picking that Suyu again. So the only one that's left on the side of X3 Catalyst is going to... Glue, is that a debut pick? Because I haven't seen Glue in this tournament. Could be.
I think it is a debut pick, I guess, because I have also not seen a Glue out there.
Oh, wait.
And
Never mind, it's
talking
not.
about
It's not.
Moscow.
It's not. I remember that
Really?
I casted for one match. I think that has a Glue because I kind of put it into the back of my mind that I've been shouting splat, splat, split, split, right? Because that's the name of the glues here.
Grab.
Yep, grab as well. Anyways, here are your lineup, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be Immortals on towards the blue side and Extra Catalyst on towards the red side. Yeah, the drafting phase. I'm not really liking this Suyu, to be honest, but they would have that assassin factor to go for the Kimi if they want to burst down the Kimi. But both of these, marksmen, these DPS marksmen are very slippery. So a Suyu has to be very accurate if he wants to secure the kills.
Yep, indeed, because Moskov also has that Spear of Misery along with his dash, and even Asoris is out there to just move out of that zone. Like he can reposition himself, and that's the thing, I guess. So yeah.
All right, and into the land of dawn. Yes, sir, man. At this point, I don't even want to do the intro. Instead, we just chill cast and see how the drafting works out. But we gotta do it because, for the love of SAGA, welcome to this match number 3, game number 1 for tonight. As we are going very night owl with this casting, we are seeing Immortals on towards the blue side and Catalyst on towards the red side. And it seems like poke happening onto the mid side here. We did see some junglers bashing out their faces. Oh my goodness, Rage chucked down a lot of HP because of the Malia actually coming there to help.
So it is Malaya on that box here, but that name is kind of it's kind of funny because imagine Malaya misses the retry, and what are we gonna say? Malaya missed retry, missed the retry. Okay.
Yeah. Malaya missed the retry, yeah. But we will see if he misses the retry now in this turtle fight. But let that be for another 30 minutes. But anyways, here are going to be the emblems for now. There is one slap coming in from Night All there with a perfect way. Here comes the grab. But nothing much going to be happening because these are very tanky ones. And it's only going to be a 3 kill damage. But oh, that's a huge amount of damage coming in from or is it Hai? I think that's Hai, right? Yeah,
it's Hai.
Yeah.
It's elite.
Hiya, sometimes. Let's not say that we completely sound like Uncle Roger trying to say that hiya thing. But anyways, it's going to be Hai going for the turtle right now. Federer Strike goes in to burst down Malia. Malia might miss his retry here. The fact that he deleted contest there. But hey, Hai is going to be the one taking the turtle for now. So, basic fighting instead. Nobody gets straight. Instead, only going for objective.
Yeah, for now they're just playing the safe game, and it's kind of even. Just Immortals got the first turtle, the first objective of the game, and it looks pretty even in the map. Just peaceful, just farming and all, and good job.
Now we're seeing that. Let's see. Okay, Night uses that barrier to stop carry from actually going, but she still have the spectral step or whatever you want to call it. But here comes the Federer Strike to burst down Malia. Malia uses the Shield of Unity to completely evade that. So that was a good way of using utility. But anyways, the Alice on the other hand, I'm not gonna say that because It's too much. It's too much. But anyways, this Alice is looking for an angle to kind of flush people out. But a 1v1 session on the top side, Black Cat versus Crimson. But both of the guys, if you see, Crimson has a little bit of more advantage on the experience, because you can see he has higher experience. He's about to hit level 6 soon, but Black Cat also keeping that distance because he don't want to get caught, because he has Rage camping in the bush for the Unbreakable.
Yep. And I think Crimson might do well up against the Moskov right now, because I think he went for that physical emblem for extra sustain, and yeah, it's going to help him in that laning phase. And yep, we are now about to go for the second turtle of the game, which will be spawning in 5 seconds. And yeah, both teams trying to rotate. Team is rotating right now, and oh, Glue is already up out there.
Yeah, for now, not much rotation going on yet, but instead, oh, Malia missed the shield unity, but didn't miss there. He's gonna go for the 1.5 to Hai. But right now, nothing much happening. In top side though, he's gonna be tech charge. He's gonna be knocking up Crimson here. A perfect traction pulse coming around. It's gonna be Hai getting the kill, the first blood, double kill for Hai, and also the traction pulse. So immaculate. Paired up with the AOG, that is going to be X3 Catalyst securing the turtle at the same time. Not getting the kills, but a 1-2 trade for a turtle. It still goes on the side of Immortals, if you ask me.
Yep, for now I think it still goes for them. But yeah, at least they secured the objective out there, and yeah, although they lost 2 people, Night Owl and Dead Zone out there, but yeah, it's still a good trade for them as well, because Crimson got taken down in that earlier fight, and it might just help Black Cat to scale a little bit early. But yeah, the golds are even right now. Both the marksmen going for the tornado build. I think both of them have purchased their coercion site out there. Alyssa already went for that radiant armor to get some sustain up against the Kimmy and Malia out there. Oh, there's Glue as well. So yeah, Alyssa, she went for that radiant armor, which is the perfect item to counter those heroes out there. So yeah, it's pretty solid right now for both the teams. And yeah, like the previous games, we are not seeing some actions out here. It's just them doing with the rotation, playing it safe, and just farming for now.
Indeed, farming it is, because you have 2 ADS marksmen, so you gotta have that gold, to accommodate for your items. But once these both marksmen have like 3 items, that is where they start going ham. But look at that, Night Owl going to be denying Rage a bit, but a good place to go for the fighting here on the mid side. We have the splatter comes in. That's gonna be Alice getting chucked down on HP session here. Rage forces out the neutralize. Get safety for now, but as well. Nothing much happening. Is just poking because both of the teams are very tanky. The only place where I feel like they would get the kill is going to be in this turtle fight.
Yep, I think it is, because the turtle dance is the only time where they are really engaging and fighting.
Oh, look at that. Tech charge coming in from Night Owl, man. And that is going to be a split. Crimson gets the kill on Night Owl. Still, this is going to be a very good one for the side of Immortals, because Crimson get the double. They're going to get the turtle as well. They get... Actually, they knocked out 3 people there, so that was a W for the side of Immortals.
It really was a W for the side of Immortals. That was a perfect team fight. I have to say that Throne of Ruin coming out from him was perfectly out there on time. Xerox gets taken down very early in this team fight. Night Owl, and followed up by, I think it was the Dead Zone on that Glue. So it is 3 for none, as well as a turtle for the side of Immortals. A very good trade out there. Not even a trade that was so clean from the side of Team Immortals. A clean team fight, and yep, they got the upper hand for now.
Upper hand indeed, because they are on 5 kills on the leaderboard. And also the tier 1 getting cracked. Instead, X3 Catalyst they actually go for objective play here. You see it top and bottom. They already cracked down even though they don't get the kill, but here comes the corner Ruin. Black Cat with still intention. More is about to be happening. Just a lot of HP being shut down. That's gonna be Rage falling to the hands of Xerox. So X3 Catalyst, they're already capitalizing kills left to right, but instead it's gonna be Crimson taking down the Blue. And that is gonna be a 2-1 trade, I believe. And yes, X3 Catalyst, they are gonna take this, tier 1 down the mid side as well as the Alice. Taking a lot of hits, but the flowing blood will be used to get safety, and this is where I feel like X3 Catalyst can start the snowball. But in terms of gold, they're still behind, but they do have those, tower advantage as they haven't lost more than Immortals.
Yep, indeed. So Team Catalyst, they know they are lacking behind in that economy, and so they are going for that objective game. And in that objective game, in the meantime, they're also getting few kills in the team fight. So yeah, they are trying to push back, and they are trying to come up and get equal, like they're on that gold as well. So it's the first Lord being spawned already, and we might see the Lord dance very soon. So before that, Azori landed on Crimson. Crimson might be, and he gets taken down easily with Dead Zone out there with the ultimate.
More gonna be happening. Hades here. We see Malia uses the 1.5 raise to use the AOG to safety. And that is where the fight stopped, but we do not know. I feel like that is where the fight is supposed to be stopping because they have the Lord advantage now. The fact that they don't have Crimson for the side of Pakistan to actually contest for the Lord or melt some members why they are going for the Lord. But Night Owl, of course, is going to have a nice time to get the vision out here. Rage also is trying to do something here. If a Rage get... what just happened? It's going to be the Alice getting dead. Lord, at the same time getting a kill on Malia. Tech starts to knock up 3 for the side of Pakistan. And they get almost a wipe. It is to be a wipeout. This could be a wipeout. But no, they are, Yep, there we go. It's a wipeout. Oh, a wipeout for a Lord. I don't know if that's going to be the best case scenario, but at least they will live to see another Lord push for the side of X3 Catalyst. But that was, look at the tech chart, that was perfect, man. Immaculate.
Yeah, that tech charge was crazy out there from Night Owl, and yeah, it turned the tide of the game. But that Lord steal from him was really insane because Malaya didn't even get to use his retry out there, and he just missed the retry, and he gets taken down as well. So for a Lord and a wipe out, that's not a good trade, and yeah, that was a wasted Lord because they couldn't capitalize on that, and I think it still favors the X3 Catalyst on that team fight a lot for a wiped out.
Yeah, it definitely, stealing a Lord and losing the game, that usually happens, right? That's basically what happens there. You steal a Lord, but it costs you your entirety of your team, the entirety of your teammates. So still good on the side of X3 Catalyst. I feel like they are catching up on the gold department, and as they are already 2k gold lead, as you should see. But in terms of items, Moskov is already 4 items ahead with the Malefic gun. So he's gonna work on, I believe, maybe a Wind of Nature, or it could be something else that deals more damage, or it could be utility, or I would say it could be a Sea Halberd also is possible. What do you think?
For now, I think it might be a Wind of Nature maybe, because if you want to go toe-to-toe with a carry as well as a Suyo out there, he might go for that Wind of Nature. Sea Halberd is also out there, but yeah, healing reductions for him and Rage. Okay, it's still questionable, but I prefer Sea of Halberd out there if you want to go toe-to-toe with a carry.
Hey, whoa. Wow, what a dash coming from Black Flag. He's gonna get chased down, but just in time for reinforcement to come, so Black Cat bought themselves enough time. That was crazy, the fact that he dodged the Throne of Ruins coming in from the Owls. So, like you said, already discussing on the Sea Halberd. I would say if Black Cat can evade physical damage, I think picking up the Sea Halberd would be a very nice composition for the side of Extra Catalyst because they have tanky ones, right? They have an Alice that has a lot of HP. They also have a Gatot for the anti-heal, and also the other unique passive of Sea Halberd that basically, you know, the one you're fighting, if he or she has, you know, higher HP, that basically you're going to be doing like double the damage to them. So it's basically like let's say a Demon Hunter sword, but HP based also, right?
You are talking about Sea of Halberd throughout this time, but I just saw Black Cat purchasing Wind of Nature right now.
Yeah, I feel so betrayed, but it's alright, you know.
Yeah, he just betrayed.
Choosing the safe fighting there, right? But him again, not doing much, but instead he's gonna get knocked up by the Hex Jars. Perfect time, but it's gonna be dead zone here, going for the zoning session. Black Cat gets the kill on Alice here. More gonna be happening as Black Cat gets a double kill. More should be happening as they are trying to melt down this Lord. But it seems like Hinde are gonna be taking down Night Owl for himself. It's gonna be a 2-to-1 trade, and actually a 2. No, not a 2, but it's gonna be a 3-to-1 trade, as this is gonna be a free lord. It seems like on the side of X3 because they still have their retributionist. Black Cat trying to do something, but he's dodging everything. Whoa! But instead, it's still gonna be a shutdown for the side of Immortals to take their kill on Dead Cat. They should have not fight. Instead, they could have just focused on the lord, but I don't know. Oh, it's because Malia missed his retreat. Understandable.
Yeah, understandable. So, I think it was just overextension from the side of Dead Zone. Even Black Cat, he shouldn't have gone there, knowing the fact that there is a Farsa as well as the Suya who can burst him down easily. And he still used his flicker. Okay, so a kill as well as a waste of resource out there.
Waste of resource indeed, but look at the Throne of Runes and dropping into the side of Extra Catalyst, but it's gonna be Extra Catalyst taking the lord for itself. Instead, it's going to be Dead Zone hitting that retribution with the grab. So that is a W for the side of Extra Catalyst. They did lost 2 in the process, so they still have some members left, but I'm going for defend on the mid lane. I don't know if that's the best case scenario. Dead Zone's gonna get taken down by Tennyson here, and that is gonna be 3 dead for the side of Extra Catalyst. They are looking to defend this tier 2, but a lord stopping the Suyu on top side is also a very nice pick. But I think they would have enough time for them to rejuvenate their members here, but they lost the tier 2. They lost the tier 2 on both the top and the bottom, but this tier 2 still remains, so at least they can put their hopes on this tier 2 now.
Because it's very important for you to protect that mid lane to ensure that you have the map control in this game. But for now, it looks simple. Oh, SOD landed, and yeah, that was a perfect SOD from Black Cat.
Oh my goodness. Tennyson, you should not be getting caught in those SODs, especially this is the speciality of Black Cat, right? SOD, if you can go for the split push and you can join team fights in a jiffy. And that is how the Moscow plays. That's why it's always a tech charge to be hitting 2 members on the side of Pakistan, and Zero's gonna be killing 1. Once again, play from both sides right now, guys. And we did see that Rin is gonna be the one to fall victim to the hands of Extra Catalyst by Xerox. And that is a 2-to-1 trade in the favor of Extra Catalyst.
Yeah, that tech charge was really beautiful coming out from Night Owl, and again the follow-up from Xerox. It was pretty good with Attraction Pulse, landed perfectly. So yeah, Crimson was also in the verge of getting taken down. Look at the damage coming out from Moscow. Black Cat from the back line doing a lot of damage, as well as Xerox, who I think has a pretty good stack on that Sky Piercer as well.
A good amount of
it is going to be a really tough for Tennyson out there. Like, he should be very aware when using that feather airstrike, because she as a Farsa you won't be moving, and you would be in a stationary position when using that ult, so you gotta be very careful with that what do you say, SOD coming out from Black Cat. He can just come out of nowhere, pound you, and just strike you.
I don't even strike you. Okay.
Yeah, that's
crazy,
how a
ladies.
cat does, Scratch.
Yeah, kinda. But the pound you part is a bit, Among Us. So, anyways,
Sus.
let's keep the the sus things out of the side. But look at that. Night Owl is already starting to start the Lord for the teammates to make sure. That could also be a bait, but Rage is also in a position to use the Unbreakable. Yeah, I think Night Owl did that for a bait, but here comes tech charge. There's gonna be a missed tech charge in perfectness. Another miss AOG also, but then missing does not stop for the Suyu to get the kill on the rocks. So no mid laner on the side of Extra Chaos. I don't know how they're gonna be performing themselves to take this Lord right now. Black Capto going to go for the bot lane. SOD going to be connecting here just in time to get the tier 2 and join the fight, join the fray. That is how a Moskov plays, and this is where the Moskov shines a lot. Carry, I know, I'm not sure if he has gotten the items to start knocking down people, but we did see that he picks up the immortality. Already has the 4 items. Paired up with the, what is that called, the Wind of Nature as well. But look at Dead Zone just latching on to Tennyson here. It seems like him is trying to do his best. Night Owl is also looking very low in the HP session, but Malia trying to escape, but he actually did. And this one gets taken out by Dead Zone, so this Dead Zone is the saving grace for the side. But Suyu still gets the kill on Malia, so that was quite unfortunate. That Lord though, that Lord will fall to the side of X. Great catalyst. Oh, wait. Top side is still, something's happening. Top side. Winter Crown being popped as well. Still takes down Black Cat. Oh, wait. Look at the Dragon Pulse going to turns down heal as well. And that is basically so much happening.
That was crazy.
My brain can't keep up at this point.
That was Suyu was literally 1 HP out there, and he takes down Black Cat before he gets shut down by Gimme out there. Damn, that was so fast from Hei.
Look at this, he's gonna go backflip and then dead. He backflipped instantly. This is absolute cinema, guys. I like it when I carry this way. But anyways, Lord's gonna be marching down top. This is an enhanced Lord, by the way, man. So he's gonna be a very chunky boy in the HP section, 30k HP, but better effect once again. Gonna be going to bust away Extra Catalyst once again. Crimson is in a good position to make out the Lord. That is very good for the side of Immortals. What's more gonna happen? It's just gonna be them trying to zone out, give clearance for Crimson to, pretty much clear the impending wave that's coming from the bottom side. So right now, though, not much gonna happen. Instead, the zone control and the jungle control is gonna be on the side of Extra Catalyst as they're trying to melt out him. Him is gonna get bursted down, I feel like, but he has the flowing blood to escape. I think that was like Winter Crown pop, not too sure, but that's gonna be Tension getting taken down by Black Flat. But here comes the jump coming in, and just the perfect time to flicker away. That zone saves himself. But that is gonna be a W for the side of XP because they took down Tennyson, which could prove as a hindrance for the side of Extra Catalyst.
Indeed, as I said, the position from a forester needs to be very precise because you get caught by that SOD out of nowhere. So yeah, Tennyson needs to be very aware of the position of Black Cat as well as his position where he needs to, really land those strikes. So I think that's a W for Extra Catalyst because the Lord is already being spawned and they are missing the member, which is Tennyson, who can deal a lot of damage. So they might try to burst down this Lord, but it seems that the Immortals are also ready to contest for this.
Yeah, contest indeed, but look at Black Cat's damage already. Oh, he getting zapped down, but the flicker being popped out by Black Cat to evade the AOG. Zerok seems like he's going to be the one to fall. He has the immortality, but look at the Alice here trying to zap everybody, but just in time for Alice get bobbed as Black Cat uses Spear of Misery to stop Alice from getting too close to teammates. So that is going to be a zoning factor coming in for the side of the Immortals. They haven't lost everybody, but in terms of the mid lane clear, Crimson clears it just in time so that they can go for the Lord when Hai finally gets that. Instead, he gives it to Crimson. Okay, understandable. because you want to be cycling through that second skill. But look at this. Look at the Lord taking a detour on the bot. Wait, Lord, what are you? What's wrong with you, man? That is the way I think they abuse Night Owl's Guardian barrier most of the time. You can even delay the wave that's coming for your gold laner so that you have the freezing sector. But the predators are once again gonna be facing down Night Owl. But Night Owl uses the passive to get the extra shield, pops in the conceal, trying to find ways, but also Alice is playing in the jeopardy of the side of Catalyst. But it's all fun and games until you messed up one macro.
And
Whoa.
oh,
That Lord just stopped Moontan be like, yeah, Lord's, oh my god, Lord used the flicker there, guys. That was crazy. But the reflex is gonna be coming here. He's using to check out HP of the Lord, but it seems like it's gonna be Night Owl punishing for making the Lord flicker now. DL is going to be the one to secure that retribution, and yes. Oh wait. We call it. I think I'm about to call it now. Wait, never mind. It was too late. I thought we were gonna get a segue to a victory, but never mind. Black Cat is gonna go back for now.
Okay, so some cheating being
Oh
my god.
Everybody's playing so goofily now because it's late at night now. Oh, I like to see this plays, man. This is great. But this could be the
Even
match
the
that
Lord
I've
is
been
really
wishing
goofy
for.
right now.
Yeah, this could be the match that I've been wishing for. The first backdoor play, but they have to live through this Lord Fire if they want to go for that. But this perfect time for the top side. But it's going to be Alice dying to the hands of Zaphirox. But on bot side, that's going to be an exposed inhibitor on bot lane now. But what can they do? They can kind of defend it, but they have to make sure they don't lose Black Cat on the process.
Yep, it seems to be defendable for now because all the members are still back there. But let's look at that instant replay out there. So it was basically, the Lord used the flicker out there, so it had to be punished. And the deck charge, it did not land perfectly on Hey, otherwise it could have been a Lord for the side of Team Catalyst. But Hey, with his macros and micros out there. But Black Cat, look at that, he was trying to backdoors, but right on time there was Tennyson. But as you're saying, it is really late at night, and we are seeing some really goofy plays out there. Even the Lord is doing some goofy stuffs out there.
Yep, flickers. First time Moonton hide the flicker ability from Lord from us, so I blame the patch node for not letting us know that. Alright. But
sometimes he flickers, sometimes he moves the way.
Yeah. Sometimes he takes a detour, right?
He was just going there. Yeah, indeed.
Alright, man. But you know what hurts me is my OCD of seeing one final, hit for the inhibitor to go down for the side of Pakistan. As you can see, Black Cat, it just takes one more hit, man. Oh, he almost get caught onto the top on bot side here, though. Oh, he still has the immortality, so he's tied in safety. But if he gets caught there, it could have been very bad. But I hope Black Cat has the Spirit of Destruction so that he can join this fight, join this fray. Not much happening so far.
I think now they are going to chunk down the Lord because he is doing his job out there, zoning out. Deck charge used defensively out there, and I think it might be an easy Lord with no contest, but no.
Malia gets knocked down. Pakistan secures the Lord. Pakistan did that. Anyways, okay, Crimson happening to get the kill on two members. Tennyson also finally gets the kill, but Black Cat gonna be eaten by the Glowing One as the lethal ignition as well. Perfect time for Pakistan to get this victory with that Crimson melting things down, and it's too late. Game number 1 will go to the side of Pakistan.
Okay, so it's a victory for Pakistan, and as having a carry on your side, it's really scary. It's really scary because we just saw that how Malaya was just deleted out of the map, and the damage output from both those heroes. Firstly, the carry and that Farsa, just one feather strike, and Black Cat was out of there. He was like, he got his immortal wasted out there, and yeah, it was a clean game from the side of immortals in the later phase of the game. Earlier, it was kind of even square. Both teams were pressurizing them evenly, but in the later phase, Hai was doing some, absolute menace. That 1 HP kill, that outplay against Black Cat was also insane. He was securing the objectives time and again, and yeah, it was a W game for the side of Team Immortals from Pakistan. So we will be now, I think, let's look at the stats for now.
Indeed, is of course gonna be Hai. We do doubt his Suyu, but no, this guy gets the MVP for himself. He secures Lord, he gets kills. We're not doubting his Suyu again, that's for sure. But this guy, man, young man, having lots of potential. And of course, he's going to be making the debut of his jungle in this true international for Pakistan. So props to him. But we got to give props to the other teams as well for making sure Black Cat didn't go for the split pushing. It was almost a perfect segue play. But if only Black Cat lands one more hit on that tower, then I feel like the tides could have changed, because they would have gold-plated minions funneling down on the bot side, right? So they won't have to worry about clearing the bot. But it was, I don't know, Black Cat hurt my OCD, I guess.
So let's look at the plays for now. Black Cat, he was really doing an incredible job out there with that Moskov, clearing out those lanes, landing some perfect SODs, chunking down those damages, as well as taking down Denison Diamond again with that perfect SODs. But in the later phase of the game, it was Gary who was doing a lot of damage to Malaya, who indeed missed some important retreats out there in the game, but yeah, he also managed to secure a lot, a clutch steal from Malaya. But Hai, he was the MVP of the game, the man. Not really, I think he's literally very young.
Yeah, I think so
regarding
too.
the mid lane, I think Xerox was very out of position in this game. He was like taken down very soon before the team fights even started. He was the first man who was getting targeted by the side of Immortals, and yeah, he did not have his time in this match.
Man.
So
honestly, it was, I don't know, Rage and Idol, pretty good roamers in my opinion. And also we look at the EXP side, I would give it to Dead Zone from Team Catalyst, because this guy is playing what he needs to play as an EXP, as a glue to be a hindrance for the enemy teams, because you have the invulnerability, because nobody is going to be hitting you, right? Once you latch onto squishy targets, basically Tennyson getting latched on by him. So I think he played it a very good one. But highest gold per minute, of course, gonna go to Black Cat there. I think Black Cat has the MVP on the team, on the side of Team Catalyst, but it wasn't enough for them to get the victory. But instead, it's gonna be Crimson there, having a good time to shred down everybody. Especially, I did see him getting shred by, shredding Night Owl, because on that last Lord fight where I think Hiel is securing the Lord, I did see Crimson melting down Night Owl there. So other than that, so far so good. Everybody played well to my expectations. So yeah, it's a good match. We're gonna have that first game to the side of Pakistan, but come on, Sri Lanka, I believe in you. I believe that you guys can pull this game number 1. Look, even Hades be like, yeah, I'm gonna give Balti game number 3.
I think that is a caster curse rather than a motivation, Bolty, because I see some devil behind that smile.
What?
But indeed, let's go for a game 3. So come on, Team Catalyst, I hope you can do it. But yeah, we are, it's not that easy as well, because Immortals, they are looking pretty strong out there. Game number 1, like the later phase of the game, they totally had their moment, you know. They were doing such great things out there in the later phase of the game. Earlier, it was, you know, so close, like Team Catalyst was also pressurizing them evenly, and yeah, it was a toe-to-toe game in the early to mid phase, but in the late, as a carry and having, you know, so much tankier members in the side of Team Catalyst, Gary had a pretty good time. You know, she could deal a lot of damage, and it was, you know, Xerox and Black Cat's main job to like stop the Gary, but I think it was not possible for them because she had a really great position. Xerox was getting taken down very early, so like Gimme could not deal that amount of damage output she needs to deal as a, you know, DPS mage or a burst maybe. So yeah, it was not a really great game for the side of Xerox. So let's hope he refreshes and comes back stronger in this second game, which will be very soon. It's like a 1 minute from the drafting phase.
All right, thank you, Hades, for taking time to let me rest. Because I need that. Hades, I need that. I was trying to do a speed impression there, but let me just not do it. This is international scene. Oh, I'm getting more goofy the later the night gets. I mean, that's my excuse, right? All right, then. Extra Catalyst. Extra Catalyst. Right now, they need to pick a very good draft against Immortals. If not, possibly they could go for the, let's see, Suyu ban, honestly. Because I've seen Hiel been spamming that Suyu quite often. So if they can go for the Suyu ban now, then maybe they would force Hiel to play the utility. I'm just putting it there because Hiel is really good on that Suyu. Like, no cap, it must be his highest match hero.
Yep, looking at those plays out there, I think it might be because, come on, he was so, you know, perfect with those timings and all. The precision on that Suyu was really incredible. So yeah, I think it might be one of his
even black
comfort
on Black
or
Cat.
maybe the most played hero. Yeah. Yeah, that backflip kill on Black Cat. So it was just, you know, like rage bait for Black Cat because that's what a cat does. But I think
oh, that's crazy. Yeah, you know, you drop a cat, it always lands on their 4 feet or their feet. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
maneuvers.
I've proven that before when I was a little kid. I did drop my cat from like a 2-story building and it actually lands on the feet. Nobody tried it, okay? Yeah, I'm just trying to be. I don't know. I don't even know anymore. But anyways, seems like we're getting the draft soon. Hopefully, yeah, the cat does not get hurt, guys. But don't go peed on me, please. Anyways, Extra Catalyst right now. Let's see. Okay, let's actually discuss on this, on how Extra Catalyst would win, because we actually won that game number 3, right? We're not bias casters, so actually we're actually doing a bit of bias there because we're trying to discuss the Extra Catalyst draft for them. So anyways, like we said, ban the Suyu out, and hopefully take out the Alice also, because Alice is also proving a threat for Extra Catalyst in that previous one, because the Alice came out of nowhere, burst down, I think, what was that, Xerox instantly, because they were not even aware of the amount of graphics happening as the flowing blood comes in. So I think this time around they have to prioritize on bans that kind of shut them down the first one.
Yep, I guess that's the main idea behind their win. But yeah, they need from my POV, I think they just need to choke down the amount of resource and farm that Hai gets in the early phase of the game, because once he starts to snowball with that, you know, what do you say, that assassin junglers, so he really shines in that moment. So in the earlier phase of the game, I think X3 Catalyst didn't really need to choke down those farms, shut down those farms, and like give him that limited resources in order to, you know, delay the scaling of his jungles.
Yeah, very true, man. And right now it's going to be Extra Catalyst on towards the blue side because they were on the red in the previous one. Immortals are gonna get that second ban, which means they're gonna have 2 picks to their side. So the bans coming up, okay, they're still going for the usual bans. Lancelot still banned the side of Extra Catalyst, and also a CC ban. I think Extra Catalyst banned the CC first, and was Lancelot banned the previous match? It was, right?
Yep, it was.
Yeah.
It was. So I think they are really focusing on that assassin jungler from the side of High E. So they are choking down those heroes. And we have a Eve ban as well, which was also being banned in the first game.
Yeah.
So they are like going for the normal ban. It's just like the first game. Like the bans are very similar to the first game.
That's very true. Actually, I'm kind
what-
of craving for
Yeah.
Lancelot picks, because if you want to upfield the tournament, you gotta have the Xing-Xings, right? And yes, Kia also
Yep.
was absolutely goated on the Lancelot. Yeah, we want to see that. But anyways, let's focus on towards this pick right here. But it seems like Hades kind of said nope there, because I don't know what he just said there, but yeah. Okay, wait, am I actually seeing this? Is Alice being banned? No, actually they banned it. It was actually him, right? Actually using the Alice before, and instead they don't want to give it to the side of Extra Catalyst right now. So yep, they did the drafting for Extra Catalyst, so that was good. But right now it's going to be who? That's the main focus here. Extra Catalyst, they have let's see. They could ban the Suyu. Nah, Suyu can come later, because nobody's gonna go over the first pick Suyu, right? So Suyu can get banned in the second phase of the match. But look at this. What is it gonna be? A Grok maybe, because it's still a Broken Walls?
So yeah, maybe a Grok. Yeah, Grok seems very reasonable out there, because in Broken Walls it is good, but yeah, it is a Zushin coming out from Extra
my
Catalyst.
goodness.
So what do you think about the Zushin band, Bolty, out there?
I mean, it's a very prioritized pick or ban on the higher major leagues, right? You don't leave the Jushin open unless you want to feel the wrath of the Butterfly Lady. So yeah, banning her out is good. It's good, definitely, if you don't want to be dealing with utility, like I think Apocalypse said. It's perfect for her to pick up the Sky Piercer, because you can kind of use her Lantern Flare in the safe distance, where you can keep dealing those, constant damage. So eventually you would proc the Sky Piercer, and you can basically be the kill securer for the team. So you don't want to get her too, safe behind the tanky teammates. So Expork being banned. Okay, Immortals, they're looking for that fighter gold ban at the same time the EXP ban. So right now this is gonna be the first pick on the side of Extra Catalyst. They go for the Grok like that. Okay, I did say that they're gonna ban, but instead they picked it up. So this time around, it seems like this. Wait, that was Night Owl, right? Yeah, Night Owl is gonna be picking that Grok again. So I guess they are trying to force Immortals out to pick the carry again. This could be the same draft over and over again, but different bans. But
So,
it could be, man.
For
What
now,
are your
I
thoughts?
think they can have the options, right? Because rather than picking a Moskov, you can also go for the Nathan, because he also scales in the later phase of the game, and he has the ranges. But here we see a Hylos and Gimme being picked. So it is going to be a very strong mid lane rotation coming out from the side of Immortals, with that Hylos as well as a Gimme, who can, clear the lanes very fast, and with that glorious pathway, which you like to say, carpet, is going to be very fun. But okay, so there is a Gary being picked from the side of Extra Catalyst. So Black Cat is on that Gary, so let's see how it goes, because if as a Gary they haven't showed their EXP and the junglers yet, and picking up the Gary this early is really questionable, because if they go for that burst, Gary is really going to have a tough time there because of the range, as well as I think a Nathan is also really good, but I think there will just be too much magic damage being overloaded from the side of Immortals.
Yeah, overloaded plus you do see that Xerox is on to the Farsa, right? So a Farsa can devour squishy marksman with the feathered airstrike. I was trying to say Immortals going for a reverse draft because we see already two previous picks for Immortals being taken to the side of Catalyst, and Immortals they took Tennyson as the Kimi. I was thinking that a Moskov would come, but looking at the Farsa right here, no way they're gonna throw the draft right there, right? Just for the memes. Nope, they're not gonna do that. So this time we have two new picks on the side of Immortals. That's gonna be the this Centaur. I'm just gonna call it Centaur now, and the Black Dragon. So this could be good if okay, this is actually very good. These two picks are very good for the Farsa because the golden carpet can be used to flush out Farsa out of her feathered airstrike zone. Paired up, you see how the Yuzong plays in this tournament. It's usually used to go ahead to the back line where the Farsa is and take her out basically. So yeah, this is already a very good pick on the side of Immortals. But looking at the draft that though, oh, like we said, look at that, man. Respect ban coming up from the side of Extra Callis because they are respecting that Suyun now. Let's go, man.
Okay, so what's left for Hai? So Eastern Shin is still open out there, but as a Eastern Shin, a gold, you can't really go for a gold, a typical because you need that snowball from the side of YSS, and he needs to get the extra farms as well. So if you go for a scaling marksman in the gold lane, you have to share the economy, and it's really going to be tough for them in the early phase of the game. Later phase, yeah, it is going to favor them, but we have a Baksha out there.
What?
So
I believe you, man.
Baksha,
Whoa, this is such a bold pick for the side of Immortals, right? Because you see how a carry melts that Baksha there. I mean, they did have the mid laner as a DPS, so they have to pick something. They have to pick another marksman now. But what is it gonna be? A Granger is there, but on the late game kind of falls out to not kill the carry. But here comes Uranus pick. Okay, a new pick for the side of Extra Catalyst as well. And as for the jungler, we do not know what's gonna be the jungler, right? Oh, debut pick time, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we're finally getting the Bowman now, guys. Oh
damn,
god,
that's bomb.
I love you, Catalyst. I love you. Thank you for the Bowman. We love to see. Actually, the Bowman is actually very underrated right now. But because of the you name it, what was that now? I forgot the ultimate name. Oh my god, it has been such a long time I haven't cast Bowman matches. So, but I will get it sooner or later when the matches goes. But that could prove working for, I would say, heal, because Bowman spin deals a lot of damage the longer you stay, because the Bowman dash, the first skill, the reward one, also reduces like 40% of their physical defense, if I'm not mistaken. So that's actually also very good for carry, now that you say it, even though carry does that throw damage. But Malia missed Reggie this time. Hopefully you can do something. Okay, the Lapu pick for the side of Immortals. Oh, Aya was not justified. Instead, it's going to be everybody funneling their gold onto the Kimi, that is Tennyson. So there's a high possibility that Immortals can throw this if they lost their mid laner.
Yep, indeed, the lineup looks pretty strong on both the sides, but yep, Hai picking that Baksha even after seeing that Gary on X3 Catalyst lineup, that is really bold. And yeah, Balmont right now is really underrated, but come on, his ultimate, what was it? Even I forgot the name. Oh, I think it's Lethal Counter.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
My boy, thank you for that. Lethal Counter.
Yeah, it's Lethal Counter, and yeah, not to forget that's a true damage one, and
yes,
it is really going to hurt those, chunkier heroes, those high HP heroes. So it is, a pretty solid debut pick.
A solid debut, but only time will tell in this SAGA tournament, as we are heading for the match number 2. It will be a match point for the side of Immortals, but the side of Catalyst, they have the draft to redeem themselves here. If they can make this Bellman Love with a lethal counter, go for the missing HP and go for the huge bonk. And that is how you would shut down most of the tanky ones. But right now, it's going to be Hades and Bolty onto the caster desk as we are ready to witness the unthinkable happening.
So here, looking at the emblem setup, so Wilderness Blessings on like almost... Okay, so Xerox and Gimme Denison, they both went for that Wilderness Blessing for that extra movement speed in that riverside. I think everything is normal for now, like Bargain Hunter for Black Cat to get those items very early. I think it's very normal for both the sides for now. The items are really normal, and yeah, we can see some fights going on very early.
Yep, early fights. Oh, wait, Mali, yeah. You cannot be dashing there and just spinning, at a random thing because the crab wasn't even there. So, oh, that's another clip for Amalia. Yay, let's go. I just kidding, man. Love your Balloon pick. But right now, nothing much happening so far. It's just, I feel like both of the teams are going to be waiting up for the turtle. That is a good Guardian Shield coming up. That's going to be a lethal counter, but not enough to take down Rage just because they have to revitalize on his safe pockets. But anyways, it seems like Malia is going to be the first one to get first blood here. Hopefully not, but oh, Retribution just here forced this out. Malia gets taken out, but that's going to be no turtle because nobody can test. But Tennyson also takes out Xerox in the process. So Pakistan once again from Immortals taking 2 for 1.
So the fight is still extended.
That was crazy, man. Did you see Crimson jumping in out of nowhere? Takes down a dead zone. That was completely okay. Finally, Malia is starting to do something. Let's go, Malia. Gonna go with the lethal counter there. But he did take out Tennyson, but they kind of traded out for Black Cat also. So I don't know. It was a 1-to-1 trade, but it's gonna go to the favor of Immortals because they have the gold lead. The advantage on members as well. That Zone and Night all trying to do their best to kind of zone things out, but it's going to be a free turtle for the side of Pakistan once again.
Yep, that is going to be a free turtle because Malaya used that retreat to secure that purple buff. But in the later phase of the game, I really like the combo, the retribution along with the lethal counter. It's like almost guaranteed objective securation from that combo from Balmont, lethal counter and retribution. And for now, yeah, it is a pretty solid mid lane for Portal, so they have a very good advantage on that rotations. They can go for that fast rotation along with that Gimme and Hylas. And yeah, talking about Crimson jumping out of nowhere out there, like he just left his lane and came out of nowhere. Black Cat is having trouble.
This might be something happening. Black Cat in trouble indeed. Didn't get killed, so but Traction Pulse almost pulling him in. Black Cat is so low, but the Carpet will be the one to end Black Cat. I'm assuming that's where he takes him out. Better Strike to be in the midst of it to kind of go for the defensive session. Crimson getting a lot of HP lost there, but it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade, but still in favor of Immortals because they take out the Black Cat. So here comes the Blade Black Dragon. Look at Xerox using the wall mechanics to get the safety. Nice one. That is feathered by feathered, was it? Or bird by bird? I forgot the... I don't know.
Wings by
wings by wings. Oh my... I keep calling the bird the pigeon for some reason. So I think Debbie would be very mad if she hears this.
Indeed. So it is pretty even, but yeah, like those fights are really favoring Immortals out there because roamer for a gold lane, that's a W trade for the side of Immortals because you cannot let a carry scale so early.
You cannot let that carry scale early. If not, you're gonna get instantly shredded by those infinite shurikens that the carry is going to throw at you. But look at Night Owl taking a lot of damage. Tech charge perfect, gonna be knocking up 2. But for how long though? Because in here, I'm just gonna go on Hyper because he was in the chat before he takes out Night Owl. Right now is the glazing session for him. But only matter of fact that's how he is gonna do it, but it's still gonna be him. Gonna go for the Furious Dash. He's gonna go for the second of the passive right now. The Soul Grip, everything is gripping onto him, but he's gonna get bursted down, and that shutdown coming with the lethal counter. Counters out him for now. So for now, they lost one, but they will trade out for the Turtles. So I feel like it's still a W for the side of Immortals, if you want to ask me.
It is still a W because they have the turtle, and I think this turret also gets taken down, and yeah, a lot of job being done. Like objective wise, Immortals are really doing a great job. So as I said, that mid is really strong for the side of Team Immortals. That Hylas paired up with Gimme, it's just basically pure dominance in the mid side. The clearance is out there, the rotations is perfectly out there from Team Immortals. Even Crimson is, as a fighter goal, he is doing his job, taking on those team fights, supporting his teammates.
Malia, no! Malia is getting clapped! Who gets killed by Crimson instantly? He gets caught in that little bush that always takes off players for some reason. Black Cat also have to pay the price, but Crimson comes in with the double, takes down the Uranus as well. So it's gonna be 3 deaths, I think, for the side, and it's gonna be no trade whatsoever. So that is completely Pakistani superiority once again. No biases, but it's just that the game is coming right now. But for now, we're gonna have to look at the replay and let Hades yap for a bit.
Yep, I think Malaya was just being clapped out there. It was 3v1 situation, Chloe's pathway being popped, and that he was, in a place where he could not do anything. And the Petrify combo from was really on point, and Black Cat really had to pay out there. And that's basically what a Yuzhong does. Just go into the back line, secure those, kills on those core damage dealers, and yeah. Traction pulse. That 3-man traction pulse.
It was so perfect to a point that Xerox almost get taken down. If only Tennyson had enough items, Xerox could have been a goner. But look at more him trying to do something. Gonna go for the Furious Dive, but Rage has to quit the Ring of Punishment for now because actually 5 members of Catalyst just stacking onto one, and this is gonna be the third turtle for the side of Immortal.
Yep, for now I think like the lineup is really favoring them because as a fighter gold you can just go to your team, contribute to the team fights, and yeah, it's very early for a carry to join the team fights because she still has a lot of job to do. She needs a lot of economy to get that build, the full build. Only after that the carry comes online, and yeah, it is going to be a very tough game. They need to extend this game.
What? Ladies, what just happened there? Black Cat gets caught out of scenario and gets deleted instantly. And that's gonna be a Crimson forcing out. Here comes the Black Dragon to kind of zone the dead zone. Oh, the Purify or the Petrify. So perfect, almost taking out the rocks. But not enough damage to suck away the Parsa. Tech charge to be using evasively, but not enough to escape the grabs of Crimson there, and that is going to be 2, no, not 2, but 1 dead for the side of Night Owl without any trades whatsoever. Crimson is looking in a healthy position to tank out everything, keep spamming the Radius Fighter because a very low cooldown. That is how you're supposed to be playing the Lapu. And other than that, nothing much. Traction Pulse gonna be jumping down, and that is the Rock finally biting the dust. The Rage gets the kill. Lethal counter. Oh, that was so close, Malia. Oh no. Rage lives, Malia dies. Come get the kill. And they're about to do everything they can to get more. It was so unfortunate that Malia, a slither of HP for Rage. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Malaya, but it was, for Team Immortals, it was lucky as well because Rage gets to see another day in this Land of Dawn, and another Feather of Airstrike coming in, dealing a lot of damage, but Black Dragon right on time to escape.
Yep, right on time to go for the Black Dragon escape. Night Owl is giving the vision for the side of Catalyst Esports once again. Look at Rage here. Both of the roamers are, doing a fist bump there, I guess. You have to maintain the sportsmanship, right? You don't want to be toxic. Instead, you want to maintain it. That is what the purpose of True International. It's literally written in the rule books, I think, also. So, anyways, heal. Oh, that was a very fast heal there. So he's gonna go for the Lord right now. Night Owls comes in, but Hades, what do you think is gonna happen here?
So basically, I think like it's really hard for Team Catalyst to contest for this Lord, and I think it might be a free Lord for the side of Immortals. And Night Owl, he is in the top spot right now. He had to use that Tectonic Charge defensively, but gets caught by the Land Shaker from Napu. Where the airstrike being used out there, dealing a lot of damage, but oh, there we have the time traction pulse also being used, dealing a lot of damage in the backside, and Rage gets taken down by Death Zone on the other side, but Rage might have to pay off the price, and he gets taken down. Another kill for Tennyson out there.
I think this is it.
Okay.
I think this is it. Immortals, they have the better trade right now, 1-2. So they're going, and they also have a Lord marching down on top. So losing one member that is Dead Zone before the Lord reaches your inhibitors is going to pay the price. You can see Crimson also clearing the base so that he can sync up with the Lord. The perfect all-side pushed. We like to say divide and conquer a lot, but it is a bit overrated now, to be honest. So I just don't want to say it again. But anyways, it's going to be top lane. The Lord just clearing out the blue lanes instantly. That zone still trying to do something. Traction Pulse going to pull that zone in, but too much damage from Tennyson right now. Has the Sky Piercer. Let's play it safe. The Rock's going to go for the Feather Airstrike, but to no avail. Has to stop it in the midway because he was scared that members of Pakistan would come in and completely butchered him, but that is two turrets butchered, two inhibitor turrets butchered. Oh, coming in is going to be Night Owl knocking out two. What's going to be happening because we don't have enough damage. But instead, Black Cat trying to do something here. He gets knocked out, but still, we'll see another day. He gets taken out. More about to be happening because that is going to be Tennyson taking down that zone. 1-2 trade on both sides. This could be it, but Tennyson is still there to go for the chip and damage. But I would say Kimi does not deal enough damage in terms of melting down structures.
Yep, indeed that tech charge was really on point, but used that Black Dragon yet again to, be alive for a moment, but he gets taken down by Black Cat. It was a shutdown and a bit of bounty for, the side of Team Catalyst, but yeah, this looks really bad for them because all of the three inhibitors are taken down, and yeah, it is going to be very tough for them to, go for that Lord Securation as well as to manage the lane traction pulse.
What was that? That was a perfect traction pulse. The Rocks get taken down. It's also going to be Malia as well, but look at who! The zoning is so immaculate. He might get taken out, but he has enough sustain for now. That is going to be, I think, the last sweep, the clean sweep for Pakistan as they are punishing the members, the final remaining members. They also take down Tennyson, but they force out the recall. And that is the last match of the match number 3 of tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, this victory is going to go to the hands of the Immortals from Pakistan.
Okay, this game was really fast and it was a pure dominance from the side of Team Immortals, and yep, a huge credit to the side of Team Immortals as well as to X3 Catalyst out there. They really fought. The first game was very toe-to-toe. The second game was also quite a lot of actions was out there, but throughout the game it was Immortals who had the upper hand, the better trades in the team fights as well as those objectives. So yeah, Pakistan Team Immortals are really looking strong, and after this clean sweep I guess they are heading for the table toppers because they got a clean sweep, and I think they might get 2 or 3 points, which might take them to the first position out there in Group B. But before that, let's talk about the MVP, Tennyson out there with that gimme, and yeah, he really did a great job out there in this game because those traction pulls and the damage coming out from that gimme was really insane in this game. those the traction pulse were landed perfectly. Like it was sometimes, he was the one who was initiating those team fights with the traction pulse, then the glorious pathway being used by Rage, and yeah, the follow up from the team was exact, like right on point, and they had their game. And it was a very fast game. Like it was just 13 minutes and 41 seconds out there, and you can see like it was dominance because the goal difference was also out there. It is a 9k goal diff between the two teams, and yeah, they were doing a really great job. And out here, Crimson, he also had a really good time with that Lapu Lapu, because Black Cat, he did not have the time to scale out there, and Crimson, who was as a fighter gold, was doing his job perfectly, going for the early team fights, helping his teammates to secure the objectives, and at the later phase of the game, he was even out there in the front line to, get some, damage out there. And yeah, he was doing perfectly. And he really worked out that Baksha, even though a carry was out there, a 109 on the KDA, and it was a really great game from Hai as well. But the main difference lies out here. Xerox, who could not, have a pretty good game out here with that Farsa, although he did some, great damages with that feather airstrike, but it was not enough because the items, the economy, they were lacking really behind in that economy. Whereas Tennyson with that Sky Piercer, as well as very, he got a really he got many kills out there, and the stack was there for him, and as well as the damage and the traction pulse was right on point here. And Dead Zone, both were doing their job. Dead Zone being Uranus, he just went out there, took some damage from the side, but it was not enough. But whereas with that, Yuzhong was really, doing a perfect job going to the back line, shutting down those core. It was Farsa and Gary, who did not have a really good game. Because of that, Yu Zhong and the Sustain was also out there, and yeah, he did a great job. So looking at the highest GPM, it is Crimson with that Lapu Lapu, 780 GPM. Tennyson with the highest damage, 85k, almost 86k. The Sandbag is going to be obviously Uranus out there, who which is his job, and the highest assist goes to Rage with that Hylas. So it was a very clean game from the side of Immortals. Very less mistakes and fumbles out there from the side, and yeah, it was a very clean game.
A clean game indeed. You know what's funny? The fact that we can just say as HMM, but instead we decided to go for the instead. This is just peak,
we can just.
We can actually say that, right? But we actually go for the lazy route to say the because it actually kind of sounds very hilarious when we listen back to our casting, saying the and shit. Oh my god.
Yeah,
anyways, man,
like I have to stress out that H,
Yeah. But a good player, solid Yuzong, right? And solid zoning from the last match with the Alice. This guy knows how to handle his EXPs. So congratulations to
Indeed,
Immortals
he was
for
really
winning.
excited. He was really excited before the game. He was out there in the chat. He was really excited for this match. And yeah, he was glazing you as well, Boldy.
Crazy, man. But I hope he get the glaze that he wanted as well onto that casting. So, it'll be a very good night for him. Yeah, let's just say that. But anyways, that concludes tonight's schedule, basically. We're going to have another matchup. It's going to be group number 1, group number 2, group number 2. I'm actually looking at the group session right now. Yes, we're going to have tomorrow Sacred Shrine versus Chaos on the match number 1. Match number 2 would be Vintage Victory versus September 9. And the last but not the least, but nobody actually wants to go for the last because it gets too late like that. But it's gonna be Onyx Paradox versus Catalyst Esports again. So they're still gonna be put onto the the last match of 11. So other than that, that's gonna be the roster for tomorrow. So other than that, guys, I feel like we have taken enough of our times. Congratulations for Immortals for securing this last victory for themselves. So with that being said, it's gonna be Hades and I, Bolty, signing off for the caster desk. Thank you guys for watching True International South Asia. Make sure you also tune in again for tomorrow's stream. Like the stream, share it to your friends, and hopefully we can make this True International dream come true. One day, LAN event. One day, LAN event.